Janamejaya said, when Sanjaya went back to the Kurus, what did my grandsires, the sons of Pandu, then do? I desire to hear out these, tell me these, therefore. Vaisampayana said, after Sanjaya had gone, Yudhishthira, the just, addressed Krishna of the Dasarhahas, the chief of all the Satyavrtas, saying, Thou that art devoted to friends, the time hath come for friends to show their friendship. I do not see any other person besides thee that can save us in this season of distress. Relying on thee, we have fearlessly asked back our share from Duryodhana, who is filled with immeasurable pride, and from his counselors. Chastiser of foes, thou protectest the Vrishnis in all their calamities. Do thou now protect the Pandavas from a great danger, for they deserve thy protection. Divine Krishna said, Here am I, mic'd Ahmed on. Tell me what thou desirest to say, for I will accomplish whatever thou wilt tell me. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast heard what the intentions is of Dhritarashtra and his own. All that Sanjaya said unto me have certainly the assent of Dhritarashtra. Sanjaya is Dhritarashtra's soul, and spoke out his mind. An envoy speaketh according to his instructions, for if he speaketh otherwise, he deserveth to be slain. Without looking equally on all that are his, moved by avarice and a sinful heart, Dhritarashtra seeketh to make peace with us without giving us back our kingdom. At Dhritarashtra's command, we spent 12 years in the woods and an additional year in concealment, well believing that Dhritarashtra would abide firmly by that pledge of ours. That we did not deviate from our promise is well known to the Brahmanas who were with us. The covetous king Dhritarashtra is now unwilling to observe Kshatriya virtues. Owing to affection for his son, he is listening to the counsels of wicked men, abiding by counsels of Suryodhana, the king, actuated by avarice and seeking his own good, behaveth untruthfully towards us. What can be more sorrowful than this, that I am unable to maintain my mother and my friends, having the Kasis, the Panchalas, the Khedis, and the Matisias for my allies, and with thee for my protector, I prayed for on 5 villages, Vistihala, Vrikastihala, Makandi, Varanavata, with an order as the 5th. Grant us, we said, 5 villages or towns, where we 5 may dwell in union, for we do not desire the destruction of the Biharatas, the wicked-minded son of Dhritarashtra. However, regarding the lordship of the world to be in him, do not agree to even that. What can be more sorrowful than this, when a man born and brought up in a respectable family covereth the possessions of others, that avarice of his destroyeth his intelligence, and intelligence being destroyed, shame is lost, and loss of shame leadeth to diminution of virtue, and loss of virtue bringeth on loss of prosperity. Destruction of prosperity in its turn ruineth a person, for poverty is a person deaf. Kingsmen and friends and Brahmanas, whom a poor man as birds avoid a tree that beareth neither flower nor fruits. Even this is death to me, that kingsmen to me, as if I were a fallen on, like the breath of life kitting a dead body. Samvara said, that no condition of life could be more distressful than that in which one is always hacked by the exit caused by the thought, I have no meal for today, what will become of me tomorrow? It is said that wealth is the highest virtue, and everything depends on wealth. They that have wealth are said to live, whereas those that are without wealth are more dead than alive. They that by violence rob a man of his wealth, not only kill the robbed, but destroy his virtue, profit, and pleasure. Some men, when overtaken by poverty, choose death, others remove from cities to hamlets, others retire into the wood, while others again become religious mendicants to destroy their lives. Some, for the sake of wealth, are driven to madness, others, for wealth, live under subjection to their foes, while many others, again, for the sake of wealth, betake themselves to the servitude of others. A man's poverty is even more distressful to him than death, for wealth is the sole cause of virtue and pleasure. The natural death of a person is not much regarded, for that is the eternal path of all creatures. None among created beings can transgress it. A man who is poor from birth is not so much distressed as one who, having once possessed great prosperity, and having been brought up in luxury, is deprived of that prosperity. Having, through his own fault, fallen into distress, such a person blameth the very gods with Indra and his own self. Knowledge of even the entire scriptures faileth to mitigate his puns. Sometimes he getteth angry with his servants, and sometimes he cherisheth malice towards even his well-wishers. Subject to constant anger, he loseth his very senses, and his senses being clouded, he practiseth evil deeds. Through sinfulness, such a person contributeth to a thousand of castes. A thousand of castes leadeth to hell, and is the foremost of all sinful acts. If he is not awakened in time, he goeth certainly to hell, and wisdom is the only thing that can awaken him. For if he obtaineth back the eye of wisdom, he is saved. When wisdom is regained, such a man turneth his attention to scriptures, and attention to scriptures aideth his virtue. Then shame becometh his best ornament. He that hath shame hath an aversion against him, and his prosperity also increaseth. And he that hath prosperity truly becometh a man. He that is ever devoted to virtue, and hath his mind under control, and always acteth after deliberation, never inclineth towards unrighteousness, and never engageth in an act that is sinful. He that is without shame and sense is neither a man nor a woman. He is incapable of earning religion's merit, and is like a Sudra. He that hath shame gratifieth the gods, the Pitris, and even his own self, and by these he obtaineth emancipation, which is the right aim of all righteous persons. Thou hast seen all these in me with thy own eyes. It is not unknown to thee how, deprived of kingdom, we have lived these years. We cannot lawfully abandon that prosperity. Our first efforts will be such that both ourselves and the Kauravas, united in peace, will quietly enjoy our prosperity. Otherwise, we shall, after slaying the roast of the Kauravas, regain those provinces. Outog, success, through bloodshed, but destruction of even despicable foes that are related to us so dearly in the roast of our fierce deeds. We have numerous kingsmen, and numerous are the revered seniors that have taken this or that other side. The slaughter of these would be highly sinful. What good, therefore, can there be in battle? Such sinful practices are the duties of the Kshatriya order. Ourselves have taken our births in that wretched order. Whether those practices be sinful or virtuous, in other than the profession of arms would be censurable for us. A Sudra serveth, a Vaisya liveth by trade. The Brahmana have chosen the wooden bowl, while we are to live by slaughter. A Kshatriya slayeth a Kshatriya. Fish live on fish, a dog preyeth upon a dog. Behold, how each of these followeth his peculiar virtue. Kali is ever present in battlefields. Leaves are lost all around. It is true, force regulated by policy is invoked, yet success and defeat are independent of the will of the combatants. The lives of creatures are independent of their own wishes, and neither well nor war can be on when the time is not come for it. Sometimes one man killeth many, sometimes many, and united together kill on. A coward may slay a hero, and on unknown to fame may slay a hero of celebrity. Both parties cannot win success, nor both be defeated. The laws, however, on both sides may be equal. If one flieth away, loss of both life and fame is his. Under all circumstances, however, war is a sin. Who, in striking another, is not himself struck, as regard the person who is struck. Victory and defeat are the same. It is true that defeat is not much removed from death, but his loss also is not less who winneth victory. He himself may not be killed, but his adversaries will kill at least someone that is dear to him, or some others, and thus the man, deprived of strength, and not seeing before him his sons and brothers, becometh indifferent to life itself. Those that are quiet, modest, virtuous, and compassionate are generally slain in battle, while they that are wicked escape, even after slaying one's foes. Repentance possesseth the heart. He that surviveth among the foes giveth trouble for the survivor. Collecting a force, seeketh to destroy the surviving victor. In hopes of terminating the dispute, one often seeketh to exterminate the foe. Thus victory createth animosity, and he that is defeated liveth in sorrow. He that is peaceful sleepeth in happiness, giving up all thoughts of victory and defeat, whereas he that hath provoked hostility always sleepeth in misery, with an anxious heart, as if sleeping with a snake in the same room. He that exterminates seldom winneth fame. On the other hand, such a person reapeth eternal infamy in the estimation of all. Hostilities waged ever so long cease not, for if there is even one alive in the enemy's family, narrators are never wanted to remind him of the past. Enmity is never neutralized by enmity. On the other hand, it is fomented by enmity, like fire fed by clarified butter. Therefore, there can be no peace without the annihilation of one part, for flaws may always be detected, of which advantage may be taken by one side or other. They that are engaged in watching for flaws have this vice. Confidence in one's own prowess troubleth the core of one's heart like an incurable disease. Without either renouncing death at once or death, there can be no peace. It is true that exterminating the foe by the very roots may lead to good results in the shape of great prosperity, yet such an act is most cruel. The peace that may be brought about by or renouncing the kingdom is hardly different from death, which is implied by the loss of kingdom, in consequence of the designs of the enemy and the utter ruin of ourselves. We do not wish to give up the kingdom, nor do we wish to see the extinction of our race under these circumstances. Therefore, the peace that is obtained through even humiliation is the best, when these that strive for peace by all means, without of course wishing for war, find conciliation fail. War becomes inevitably and then is the time for the display of prowess. When conciliation fails, frightful results follow. The learned have not set out these in a canine contest. First there comes the waging of tales, then the back in reply, then the circumambulation, then the showing of teeth, then repeated horrors, and then at last the fight. In such a contest, the dog that is stronger, vanquishing his antagonist, taketh the latter meat. The same is exactly the case with men. There is no difference whatever. They that are powerful should be indifferent to avoid disputes with the weak, who always bow down. The father, the king, and he that is venerable in ear, always deserve regard. The Dhritarashtra, therefore, is worthy of our respect and worship, but the Dhritarashtra affection for his son is great. Obedient to his son, he will reject our submission. What dost thou think best at this juncture? How may we preserve both our interest and virtue? Whom also, besides thee, slayer of motherhood and foremost of men, shall we consult in this difficult affair? What other friend have we, who like thee is so dear to us, who seeketh our welfare so, who is so conversant with the cause of our actions, and who is so well acquainted with truth? Thus addressed, Janardana replied unto Yudhishthira the just, saying, I will go to the court of the Kurus, for the sake of both of you, if, without sacrificing your interests, I can obtain peace. An act of great religion's merit will be mine, productive of great fruits. I shall then save from the mischiefs of death the Kurus and the Serinjayas, inflamed with wrath, the Pandavas and the Dhritarashtras, and, in fact, this entire earth. Yudhishthira said, It is not my wish that thou wilt go to the Kurus, for Suryodhana will never act according to thy words, even if thou advisest him well. All the Kshatriyas of the world, obedient to Duryodhana's command, are assembled there. I do not like that thou shouldst proceed into their midst. If any mischief be done to thee, let alone happiness, nothing, not even divinity, nor even the sovereignty over all the gods, will delight us. The whole on said, I know the sinfulness of the Dhritarashtra's son, but by going there we will escape the blame of all the kings of the earth, like all the animals before the lion. All the kings of the earth united together are not competent to stand still before me impatiently when I am enraged. If, after all, they do me any injury, then I will consume all the Kurus. Even this is my intention. My going thither will not be fruitless, for if our object be not fulfilled, we shall at least escape our blame. Yudhishthira said, Do as it pleaseth thee. Blessed be thou. Go then to the Kurus. I hope to behold thee return successful and prosperous. Going unto the Kurus, make thou such a peace that all the sons of Bharata may live together with cheerful hearts and contentedly. Thou art our brother and friend, dear to me as much as to Vibhatsu. Such have been our intimacy with thee, that we apprehend no neglect of our interest from thee. Go thou there for our good. Thou knowest us, thou knowest our antagonists, thou knowest what our purposes are, and thou knowest also what to say. Thou wilt say unto Suryodhana such words as are for our benefit, whether peace is to be established by sin or by any other means. Speak such words as may prove beneficial to us. The whole on said, I have heard Sanjaya words, and now I have heard thine. And now know about his purposes, as also of thyself. Thy heart inclineth to righteousness, whereas their inclination is towards enmity. That which is obtained without war is of great value to thee. A lifelong brahmacharya is not the duty of a kshatriya. Men of all the four orders have said that a kshatriya should never subsist on alms. Victory or death impatiently have been eternally ordained by the Creator. Even that is the duty of a kshatriya. Cowardice is not applauded. Subsistence is not possible by cowardice. Thou of might arms, display thy prowess and vanquish thy enemies. The covetous son of Dhritarashtra, living for a long time, has by affection and friendship become very powerful. Therefore, there is no hope of his making peace with thee. They regard themselves strong, having Bhisma and Drona and Kripa and others with them, as long as thou wilt behave with them mildly, they will withhold thy kingdom. Neither from compassion, nor from mildness, nor from a sense of righteousness will the sons of Dhritarashtra fulfill thy wishes. This is another proof that they will not make peace with thee, having pained thee so deeply by making thee put on a cowpina. They were not stung with remorse in the very sight of the grandsire, and Drona, and the wise Vidyura, of men whole Brahmanas, the king, the citizens, and all the chief Kauravas, the cruel Duryodhana, the faithful, defeating thee at dice, thee that are charitably, gently, self-restrained, virtuous, and of rigid vows, was not ashamed of his vil act. Do not show any compassion for that wretch of such disposition. They deserve death at the hands of all. How much more than of thee? With what improper species did Duryodhana with his brothers, filled with gladness and indulging in many a boast, afflict thee with thy brothers? He said, the Pandavas now have nothing of their own in this wide earth. Their very names and lineage are extinct. In time, which is never ending, defeat will be theirs. All their virtues having merged in me, they will now be reduced to the 5 elements. While the match at dice was in progress, the wretched Dusasana of most wicked soul, seizing that whipping laid by the hair, dragged Prince Draupadi, as if she had no protectors, to the assembly of kings, and in the presence of Bhisma and Drona and others, he pitiably called her cow. Restrained by thee, thy brothers of terrible prowess, bound also by the bonds of virtue, did nothing to avenge it, and after thou hast been exiled to the woods, Duryodhana, having uttered such and other cruel words, boasted amid his kinsmen, knowing the innocent, they that were assembled sat silent in the assembly house, weeping with shocked voice. The assembled kings with the Brahmanas did not applaud him for this. All the courtiers present there censured him. To a man of noble descent, even censory is death. Death is even many times better than a life of blame. Even then he died when, upon being censured by all the kings of the earth, he felt no shame. He whose character is so abominable may easily be destroyed, even like a rootless tree standing erect on a single weak root. The sinful and evil-minded Duryodhana deserveth death at the hands of every one, even like a serpent, slay him, therefore, and hesitate not in the least. It behoveth thee, and I like it, that thou shouldst pay homage unto thy father the Dhritarashtra, and unto Bhisma. Going thither, I will remove the doubts of all men who are still undecided as to the wickedness of Duryodhana. Thither, in the presence of all kings, I will enumerate all those virtues of thine that are not to be met in all men, as also all the vices of Duryodhana. And hearing me speak beneficial words, pregnant with virtue and profit, the rulers of various realms will regard thee as possessed of a virtuous soul, and as a speaker of truth, while at the same time they will understand how Duryodhana is actuated by avarice. I will tell the wish of Duryodhana before both the citizens and the inhabitants of the country, before both the young and the old, of all the four orders that will be collected there. And as thou askest for peace, no one will charge thee sinful, while all the chiefs of the earth will censure the Kurus and the Dhritarashtra. And when Duryodhana will be dead, in consequence of his being forsaken by all men, there will be nothing left to do. Do then what should now be done. Going unto the Kurus, I shall strive to make peace without sacrificing thy interests, and marking their inclination for war and all their proceedings, I will soon come back for thy victory. I think war with the enemy to be certain. All the omens that are noticeably by me point to that. Birds and animals set up frightful scratches and bowls at the approach of dusk. The foremost of elephants and steeds assume horrible shapes. The very fire exhibiteth diverse kinds of terrible hues. These wounds never have been the case but for the fact of the world-destroying havocs self-coming into our midst, making ready their weapons, machines, coats of mail, and cars, elephants, and steeds. Let all thy warriors be prepared for battle, and let them take care of their elephants, and horses, and cars, and collect everything that thou needst for the impending war. As long as he liveth, Duryodhana will by no means be able to give back unto thee thy kingdom of thine, which, abounding in prosperity, have before been taken by him at dice. Bhishma said, Speak thou in such a strain that there may be peace with the Kurus. Do not threaten them with war, resenting everything. His wrath always excited, hostile to his own good, and arrogant. Duryodhana should not be wholly addressed. Do thou behave towards him with mildness. Duryodhana is by nature sinful, of heart like that of a robber, intoxicated with the pride of prosperity, hostile to the Pandavas, without foresight, cruel in speech, always disposed to censure others, of wicked prowess, of wrath not easily to be appeased, not susceptible of being talked, of wicked soul, deceitful in behavior, capable of giving up his very life rather than break or give up his own opinion. Peace with such a one is, I suppose, most difficult, regardless of the woes of even his well-wishers, destitute of virtue, loving falsehood. He always acts against the words of his counselors, and wounds their hearts. Like a serpent hid within his, he naturally commits sinful acts, depending on his own wicked disposition, and obedient to the impulse of wrath. What arm Duryodhana hath, what his conduct is, what his nature, what his might, and what his prowess are all well known to thee. Before this, The Kauravas with their son passed their days in cheerfulness, and we with our friends rejoiced like the younger brothers of Indra, with Indra himself. But Duryodhana wrath, the Viharatas will all be consumed even like forests by fire at the end of the dewy seasons. And well known are those 18 kings that annihilated their kinsmen, friends, and relatives, even as when the Dharma became extinct. Kali was born in the race of Asuras, flourishing with prosperity and blazing with energy. So was born Udavarta among the Haihayas, Janamejaya among the Nipas, Vahula among the Talajangihas, Proud Vasu among the Krimis, Ajavindu among the Suviras, whose hardy Hiki among the Suhastras, Arkaja among the Valihas, the Hautamulaka among the Hinas, Hayagriva among the Videhas, Varayu among the Mahaujasas, Vahu among the Sundaras, Pururavas among the Dipitakishas, Sahaja among the Heads and the Matisias, Vrishadi Raja among the Praviras, Dharana among the Chandrabatisias, Bigahana among the Mukutas, and Sama among the Nandivegas. These individuals spring up at the end of each yuga in their respective races for the destruction of their kinsmen. So hath Duryodhana, the very embodiment of sin and the disgrace of his race, been born at the end of the yuga amongst us the Kurus. Therefore, thou shouldst address him slowly and mildly, not in bitter but sweet words fraught with virtue and profit, and discourse fully on the subject so as to attract his heart. Of us, and rather, in humiliation follow Duryodhana submissively. Let not the Viharatas be annihilated. Act in such a way that we may rather life as strangers to the Kurus than incurring the sin of bringing about the destruction of the whole race should touch them. Let the aged grandsire and the other counselors of the Kurus be asked to bring about brotherly feelings between brothers and to pacify the son of Dhritarashtra. Even this is what I say. King Yudhishthira approveth of this, and Arjuna is averse to war, for there is great compassion in him. Hearing these words from Bhishma, that were fraught with such mildness, and that were as unexpected as if the hills had lost their weight, and fire had become cold, Hama younger brother, Kesava of Sura race, and might arms, yielding the bow-called saranga, loghead aloud, and as if to stimulate Bhishma by his words, like the breeze fanning a fire, addressed him who was then so overwhelmed by the impulse of kindness, saying, At other times thou applaudest war only, desirous of crushing the wicked sons of Dhritarashtra, that take delight in the destruction of others. Thou dost not sleep, but wakest the whole night, sitting up face downwards. Thou often utterest frightful exclamation of wrath, indicative of the storm within thy heart, inflamed with the fire of thy own fury. Thou sighest with an unquiet heart, like a flame of fire mixed with smoke. Withdrawing from company, thou liest thou breathing hot sighs, like a weak man pressed thou by have lowered. They who do not know the cause regard thee as insane, as an elephant breaking into fragments, uprooted trees lying on the ground, grunteth in haste while trampling them under his feet. So thou also runnest on, breathing deep sighs and shaking the earth under thy tread. Here in the region thou takest not delight in company, but passest thy time in privacy. Night or day, nothing pleases thee so much as seclusion. Sitting apart, thou sometimes loggest aloud on a soodden, and sometimes placing thy head between thy two knees, thou continuest in that posture for a long time with closed eye. At the other times, contracting thy brows frequently and beating thy lips, thou starest fiercely before thee. All this is indicative of wrath. At one time thou hast in the midst of thy brothers grasped the mace, uttering this oath. As the sun is seen rising in the east, displaying his radiance, and as he truly setteth in the west, journeying around the Meru, so do I swear that I will certainly slay insolent Duryodhana with this mace of mine, and this oath of mine will never be untrue. How then doth that same heart of thine now follow the counsels of peace? When fear entereth thy heart, it is certain that the hearts of all who desire war are upset when war becometh actual imminent. Asleep or awake, thou beholdest inauspicious omens. Perhaps it is this for which thou desirest peace. Like a eunuch, thou dost not display insignia indicative of manliness in thee. Thou art overwhelmed by panic, and it is for this that thy heart is upset. Thy heart trembleth, thy mind is overwhelmed by despair, thy thighs tremble, and it is for this that thou desirest peace. The hearts of mortals are surely as inconstant as the pods of the salmali seed exposed to the force of the wind. This frame of thy mind is as strange as articulate speech in kind. The hearts of thy brothers are about to sink in an ocean of despair, like swimmers in the sea without a haft to rescue them. That thou shouldst utter words so unexpected of thee is as strange as the shifting of a hue, recollecting thy own deeds and the haste in which thou art born. Rise, yield not to grief, and be firm. Such languor is not worthy of thee, for a Kshatriya never enjoyeth that which he doth not acquire through prowess. Thus addressed by Vasudeva, the ever-wrathful Bhishma, incapable of hearing insults, was immediately awakened like a steed of high mettle, and replied, without losing a moment, saying, I wish to act in a particular way. Thou, however, takest me in quite a different light, that I take great delight in war, and that my prowess is incapable of being baffled, must be well known to thee in consequence of our having lived together for a long time. Or it may be thou knowest me not, like one swimming in a lake, ignorant of its depth. It is for this that thou shieldest me in such unbecoming words. Who else, knowing me to be Bhishmasena, could address me with such unbecoming words as thou dost? Therefore I shall tell thee about my own prowess and unrivaled might. Although to speak of one's own prowess is always an ignoble act, yet, fixed as I am by thy unfriendly strictures, I will speak of my own might. Behold, these, the firmament and the earth, which are immovably and immense and infinite, and which are the refuge of, and in which are born these countless creatures. If through anger these suddenly collide like two hills, just I, with my arms, can keep them asunder with all their mobile and immobile objects. Behold the joints of these my mace-like arms. I find not the person who can extricate himself, having once come within their grasp. The Himavat, the ocean, the mighty order of the thunderbolt himself, this layer of Vala, even these three cannot, with all their power, extricate the person attacked by me. I will easily trample on the ground under my feet of the Kshatriyas, who will come to battle against the Pandavas. It is not unknown to thee with what prowess I vanquished the kings of the earth and brought them under subjection. If thou really knowest not my prowess, which is like the fierce energy of the midday sun, thou wilt then know it in the first melee of battle. Thou woundest me with thy cruel words, paining me with the pain of opening a foetid tumor. Know me to be mightier than what I have said of myself, of my own accord. On that day, when the fierce and destructive havoc of a battle will begin, thou wilt then see me filling elephants and cow warriors, combatants on steeds and those on elephants, and slay in haste the foremost of Kshatriya warriors. Thou, as well as others, wilt see me doing all these and grinding loud the foremost of combatants. The marrow of my bones hath not yet decayed, nor doth my heart tremble. If the whole world husheth against me in wrath, I do not yet feel the influence of fear. It is only for the sake of compassion that I am for displaying goodwill to the foe. I am for quietly bearing our injuries, lest the Mahabharata haste be extirpated. The whole on said, it was on through affection that I said all these, desiring to know thy mind, and not from the desire of approaching thee, nor from pride of learning, nor from wrath, nor from desire of making a speech. I know thy magnanimity of soul, and thy strength, and thy deeds. It is not for that reason that I approach thee. 1,000 times greater will be the benefit conferred by thee on the Pandavas' cause than that which thou thinkest thyself to be capable of conferring on it. Thou with thy kinsmen and friends art exactly which one should be that has taken his birth in a family like thine, that is regarded by all the kings of the earth. The fact, however, is that they can never arrive at the truth, who under the influence of doubt proceed to inquire about the consequences hereafter of virtue and vice, or about the strength and weakness of men. For it is seen that what is the cause of the success of a person's object becometh the cause of his win. Human acts, therefore, are doubtful in their consequences. Learned men capable of judging of the evils of actions pronounce a particular course of action as worthy of being followed. It produces, however, consequences the very opposite of what were foreseen, very much like the course of the wind. Even those acts of men that are the result of deliberation and well-directed policy, and that are consistent with considerations of propriety, are baffled by the dispensations of providence. Then, again, providential dispensations, such as heat and cold, and rain and hunger and thirst, that are not the consequence of human acts, may be baffled by human exertion. Then again, besides those acts which a person is preordained to go through, one can always get rid of all other acts begun at his pleasure, as is testified by both the Smrits and the Sruts. Therefore, one cannot go on the world without acting. One should hence engage in work, knowing that one's purpose won't be achieved by a combination of both destiny and exertion. He that engageth in acts under this belief is never pained by failure, nor delighted by success. This was the intended import of my speech. It was not intended by me that victory would be certain in an encounter with the foe. A person, when his mind is upset, should not lose his cheerfulness and must yield neither to languor nor depression. It is for this that I spoke to thee in the way I did. When the morrow comes, I will go to the Dhritarashtra presence. I will strive to make peace without sacrificing your interests. If the Kauravas make peace, then boundless fame will be mine. Your purposes will be achieved, and they will reap great benefit. If, however, the Kauravas, without listening to my words, resolve to maintain their opinion, then there will undoubtedly be a formidable war. In this war, burden resteth on thee. That burden should be borne by Arjuna, while other warriors should all be led by both of you. In case of war happening, I will certainly be the driver of Vibhihatsu car, for that is the Dhananjaya wish, and not that I myself am not desirous of fighting. It is for this, hearing thee utter thy intention, he kindled thy energy. Arjuna said, Yudhishthira hath already said what should be said. Hearing what thou hast said, it seemeth to me that thou doest not think peace to be easily obtainable, either in consequence of the Dhritarashtra covetousness or from our present weakness. Thou thinkst also that human prowess alone is fruitless, and also that, without putting forth one's prowess, one's purposes cannot be achieved. What thou hast said may be true. At the same time, it may not always be true. Nothing, however, should be regarded as impracticable. It is true. Peace seemeth to thee to be impossible in consequence of our stressful condition, yet they are still acting against us without reaping the fruits of their acts. Peace, if properly proposed, may be concluded. Strive thou, therefore, to bring about peace with the foe. Thou art the foremost of our friends of both the Pandavas and the Kurus, even as Prajapati is of both the gods and the Asuras. Accomplish thou that which is for the good of both the Kurus and the Pandavas. The accomplishment of our good is not, I believe, difficult for thee. If thou strivest, such is this act that it will be soon effected. As soon as thou goest thither, it will be accomplished. If thou purposest to treat the evil-minded Duryodhana in any other way, that purpose of thine will be carried out exactly as thou wishest, whether it be peace or war with the foe that thou wishest, and wish that thou mayest entertain will certainly be honored by us. Doth not the evil-minded Duryodhana with his sons and kinsmen deserve destruction when, unable to bear the sight of Yudhishthira prosperity and finding no other faultless expedient, that wretch deprived us of our kingdom by the sinful expedient of the faithful dice? What bowman is there who, born in the Kshatriya order and invited to combat, turneth away from the fight even if he is sure to die? Beholding ourselves vanquished by sinful minions and banished to the woods, even then thou of the Frisian race art told that Suryodhana deserveth death at my hands. What thou wishest to do for thy friends is scarcely strange. Our talk, it seems inexplicable, how the object in view is capable of being affected by either mildness or its reverse, or if thou deemest their immediate destruction to be preferable, let it be effected soon without further deliberation. Surely thou knowest how Draupadi was insulted in the midst of the assembly by Duryodhana of sinful soul, and how we bore it with patience. That Duryodhana will behave with justice towards the Pandavas is what I cannot believe. Wise counsels will be lost on him like seed sown in a barrel soil. Therefore, do without delay what thou thinkest to be proper and beneficial for the Pandavas, or what should next be done. The whole on said, it shall be what thou sayest. I will strive to bring about that which would be beneficial to both the Pandavas and the Kurus, between the two kinds of acts, war and peace. The latter is perhaps within my power. Behold, the soil is moistened and divested of weeds by human exertion. Without rain is never yieldeth crops. In the absence of rain, some speak of artificial irrigation as a means of success due to human exertion. Even then it may be seen that the water artificial let in is dried up in consequence of providential drought. Beholding all these, the wise men of old have said that human affairs are set a-going in consequence of the cooperation of both providential and human expedients. I will do all that can be done by human exertion at its best. I shall by no means be able to control what is providential. The wicked-souled Duryodhana acteth defying both virtue and the world, nor doth he feel any regret in consequence of his acting in that way. Moreover, his sinful inclinations are fed by his counselors, Sakuni and Karna, and his brother Dusasana. Suryodhana will never make peace by giving up the kingdom, without undergoing at our hands a wholesale destruction with his kinsmen. King Yudhishthira, the just, doth not wish to give up the kingdom submissively. The wicked-minded Duryodhana will not at our solicitation surrender the kingdom. I think that it is scarcely proper to deliver Yudhishthira message to him. The sinful Duryodhana of Kuru haste will not accomplish the objects spoken of by Yudhishthira. If he refuse compliance, he will deserve death at the hands of all. He deserveth death at my hands, as also of every one since in your childhood he always persecuted you all, and since that wicked and sinful wretch robbed you of your kingdom, and could not bear the sight of Yudhishthira prosperity. Many a time he strove to withdraw me from thee. I never reckoned those wicked attempts of his. Thou knowest what the cherished intentions of Duryodhana are, and thou knowest also that I seek the welfare of King Yudhishthira, the just. Knowing, therefore, Duryodhana hurt, and what my most cherished wishes are, why then dost thou entertain such apprehensions in respect of myself, like one unacquainted with everything? That grave act which was ordained in heaven is known to thee. How then can peace be concluded with the foe? What, however, is capable of being done by either speech or act will all be done by me. Do not, however, expect peace to be possibly with the foe. About a year ago, on the occasion of attacking Virata Quem, did not Bhishma on their way back solicit Duryodhana about this very peace so beneficial to all? Believe me, they have been defeated even then when their defeat was resolved by thee. Suryodhana doth not consent to part with the smallest portion of the kingdom, for even the shortest period of time. As regards myself, I am ever obedient to the commands of Yudhishthira, and therefore the sinful acts of that wicked wretch must have again to be resolved in my mind. Nakula said, much have been said by King Yudhishthira, the just, who is conversant with morality and endowed with liberality. And thou hast heard what hath been said by Falguni. As regards my own opinion, thou hast repeatedly expressed it, hearing first what the wishes of the enemy are, and disregarding all, do what thou regardest to be proper for the occasion. Diverse are the conclusions arrived at as regards diverse matters. Success, however, is one when a man doth that which ought to be done in view of the occasion. When a thing is settled in one way on occasion, it becometh unsuitably when the occasion becometh different. Persons in this world cannot stick to the same opinion throughout. While we were living in the woods, our hearts were inclined towards a particular course of action. While we were passing the period of concealment, our wishes were of one kind, and now, at the present time, when concealment is no longer necessary, our wishes have become different. Thou of the Frisian haze, while we wandered in the woods, attachment for the kingdom was not so great as now, the period of our exile having ceased. Hearing that we have returned, an arm numbering full 7 Alkishalhinis have, through thy grace, been assembled, beholding these tigers among men of inconceivably might and prowess, standing equipped for battle, armed with weapons. What man is there that will not be struck with fear? Therefore, going into the midst of the chorus, speak thou first words fraught with mildness, and then those fraught with threats, so that the wicked Suryodhana may be agitated with fear. What mortal man is there of flesh and blood who would encounter in battle Yudhishthira and Bhishmasena, the invincible Vibhatsu and Sahadeva, myself, thyself, and Rama, and Satyaki of might energy, Virata with his sons, Drupada with his allies, and Dhristadyumna, and the ruler of Kasi of great prowess, and Dhristaketu, the lord of the heads. No sooner wilt thou go there than thou wilt, without doubt, accomplish the desired object of King Yudhishthira, the just. Vidyura and Bhishma and Drona and Valhika, these talents, will understand thee when thou won't utter words of wisdom. They will solicit that ruler of men, Dhritarashtra and Suryodhana, of sinful disposition, with his counselors, to act according to the advice. When thou art the speaker, and Vidyura the listener, what subject is there that cannot be handled smooth and plain? Sahadeva said, what hath been said by the king is eternal virtue, but thou shouldst act in such a way that war may certainly happen, even if the Kauravas express their desire for peace with the Pandavas, still provoke thou a war with them. Having seen the prince of Panchala brought in that plight into the midst of the assembly, how can my wrath be appeased without the slaughter of Suryodhana, if Bhishma and Arjuna and King Yudhishthira the just are disposed to be virtuous, abandoning virtue, a desire an encounter with Duryodhana in battle? Satyaki said, the high-souled Sahadeva, thou of might arms, have spoken the truth. The rage I feel towards Duryodhana can be appeased only by his death. Dost thou not remember the rage thou hadst felt upon beholding in the woods the distressed Pandavas clad in rags and deer skins? Therefore, all the warriors assembled here unanimously subscribe to what the heroic son of Madri, fierce in battle, have said. At these walls of the high solid Udyoga, a leonine horde was set up by all the warriors assembled there, and all the heroes, highly applauding those walls of Satyaki, praised him, saying, "Excellent!" And anxious to fight, they all began to express their joy. Hearing the peaceful words of the king that were fraught with both virtue and profit, King Drupada Doctor Krishna of long black tresses, afflicted with great grief, applauding Sahadeva, and that might car warrior Satyaki, addressed Madhava, seated by his side, and beholding Bhishmasena, declared for peace that intelligent lady, overwhelmed with war and with eyes bathed in tears, said, "Slayer of Madhu, it is known to thee by what the saintful means. The son of Dhritarashtra with his consulos robbed the Pandavas of their happiness. Thou knowest what message was privately delivered to Sanjaya by the king. Thou hast heard all that was said unto Sanjaya. These words were even these: Let only 5 villages be granted to us, Avistihala and Vrikastihala and Makondi and Varanavata, and for the 5th an order. Even this was the message that was to have been delivered to Duryodhana and his consulos." Hearing these words of Yudhishthira, and with modesty and anxious for peace, Suryodhana have not acted according to them. If Suryodhana desireth to make peace without surrendering the kingdom, there is no necessity of going thither for making such a peace. The Pandavas with the Srinjayas are quite able to withstand the fierce Dhritarashtra host, inflamed with hate. When they are no longer amiable to the arts of conciliation, it is not proper that thou shouldst show them mercy. Those enemies with whom peace cannot be established by either conciliation or presents should be treated with severity by one desirous of saving his life. Therefore, have should be the punishment that deserves to be speedily inflicted upon them by thyself, aided by the Pandavas and the Srinjayas. Even these would become the son of Pritha, and aid to thy glory, and if accomplished, will be a source of great happiness to the whole Kshatriya race. He that is covetous, whether belonging to the Kshatriya or any other order, save of course a Brahmana, even if most sinful, ought surely to be slain by a Kshatriya, who is true to the duties of his own order. The exception in the case of a Brahmana is due to a Brahmana being the preceptor of all the other orders, as also the first sharer of everything. Persons conversant with the scriptures declare that sin is incurred in slaying one that deserveth not to be slain. So there is equal sin in not slaying one that deserveth to be slain. Act thou in such a way with the forces of the Pandavas and the Srinjayas, that sin may not touch thee. From excess of confidence in thee, I will repeat what hath been said again. Whatever woman is there on earth like me? I am the daughter of King Drupada, risen from the sacrificial altar. I am the sister of Dhristadyumna, thy dear friend. I have by marriage become a lady of Ajamida's race, the daughter-in-law of the illustrious Pandu. I am the queen of Pandu's sons, who has sent 5 Indras in splendor. I have but these 5 heroes, 5 sons that are unmarked warriors, and that are morally bound to thee, as Abhimanyu himself. Being such, I was seized by the hair, dragged into the assembly, and insulted in the very sight of the sons of Pandu, and in thy lifetime. The sons of Pandu, the Panchalas, and the Vrishnis, being all alive, exposed to the gaze of the assembly, I was treated as a slave by those sinful wretches, and when the Pandavas, beholding it all, sat silently, without giving way to wrath, in my heart I called upon thee, saying, Save me. Then the illustrious king Dhritarashtra, my father-in-law, said unto me, Ask thou any boon. Thou deservest boons, and even honor at my hands. Thus addressed I said, Let the Pandavas be free men with their cars and weapons. Upon these the Pandavas were freed, but on to be exiled into the woods. Thou knowest all the sorrows of mine, rescuing me with my husbands, kinsmen, and relatives from that grief. Morally, I am the daughter-in-law of both Bhishma and Dhritarashtra. Though such, I was yet forcibly made a slave, fear to party bowmanship, fear to Bhishma and might, since Duryodhana liveth for even a moment. If I deserve any favor at thy hands, if thou hast any compassion for me, let thy wrath be directed towards the sons of Dhritarashtra. Having said this, the beautiful Krishna, of eyes that were black in hue and large like lotus leaves, bathed in tears, and walking like a co-elephant, approached the lotus-eyed Krishna, and taking with her left hand her own beautiful tresses of cool ends, deep blue in hue, and scented with every perfume, and with every auspicious mark, and tog gathered into a braid, yet soft and glossy like a milked snake, spake these words. Lotus-eyed on that art anxious for peace with the enemy, thou shouldst in all thy acts call to thy mind these tresses of mine, seized by Dusasana rude hands. If Bhishma and Arjuna have become so low as to long for peace, my aged father, then with his warlike sons, will avenge for me in battle. My 5 sons that are endowed with great energy, with Abhimanyu at their head, will fight with the Kauravas. What peace can this heart of mine know unless I behold Dusasana dark arm severed from his trunk and pulverized to atoms? 13 long years have I passed in expectation of better times, hiding in my heart my wrath like a smoldering fire, and now pierced by Bhishma worthy darts that heart of mine is about to break, for the might-armed Bhishma now casteth his eye on morality. Uttering these words with voice shocked in tears, the large-eyed Krishna began to weep aloud, with convulsive sobs and tears gushed down her cheeks, and that lady, with hips full and round, began to drench her clothes and deep bosom by the tears she shed, which were hot as liquid fire. The might-armed Kesava then spoke, comforting her in these words. Soon wilt thou behold the ladies of Bharata's race weep as thou dost, even they will weep like thee, their kinsmen and friends being slain. They with whom thou art angry have their kinsmen and warriors already slain, with Bhishma and Arjuna and the twins at Yudhishthira command, and agreeably to fate and what have been ordained by the ordainer, I will accomplish all these. Their hour having arrived, the sons of Dhritarashtra, if they do not listen to my words, will surely lie down on the earth, turned as morsels of dogs and jackals. The mountains of Himavat might shift their site, the earth herself might split into 100 fragments, the firmament itself with its myriads of stars might fall down. Still my words can never be futile. Stop thy tears, I swear to thee, soon wilt thou see thy husbands with their enemies slain, and with prosperity crowning them. Arjuna said, Thou art now the best friend of all the Kurus, related with both the parties, thou art the dear friend of both. It behoveth thee to bring about peace between the Pandavas and the sons of Dhritarashtra. Thou art competent, and therefore it behoveth thee to bring about a reconciliation. Proceeding hence for peace, say unto our ever lawful brother Suryodhana what should be said. If the foolish Duryodhana doth not accept thy auspicious and beneficial counsels, fraught with virtue and profit, he will surely then be the victim of his fate. The whole on said, Yes, I will go to the king Dhritarashtra, desirous of accomplishing what is consistent with righteousness, what may be beneficial to us, and what is for the good of the Kurus. Vaisampayana said, The night having passed away, a bright sun arose in the east. The hour called Maitra set in, and the rays of the sun were still mild. The month was under the constellation Hevati. It was the season of dew, autumn having departed. The earth was covered with abundant crops all around. It was at such a time that Janardana, the foremost of mighty persons in enjoyment of excellent health, having heard the auspicious, sacred sounding and sweet words of gratified Brahmanas, like Vasava himself, hearing the adorations of the rishis, and having gone through the customary acts and heats of the morning, purified himself by a bath, and decked his person with unguents and ornaments, worshipped both the sun and fire, and having touched the tail of a bull, and reverently bowed to the Brahmanas, walked round the sacred fire, and cast his eyes on the auspicious articles placed in view. Janardana recollected Yudhishthira's word, and addressed Sini's grandson Satyaki, seated near, saying, Let my car be made ready, and let my conch and discus, along with my mace and quivers and darts, and all kinds of weapons, offensive and defensive, be placed on it. For Duryodhana and Karna and Subala's son are all of wicked souls, and foes, however contemptibly, should never be disregarded by even a powerful person. Understanding the wishes of Kesava, the elder of the discus and the mace, his attendants immediately addressed themselves to yoke his car, and that car assembled in effulgence the fire that shows itself at the time of the universal dissolution, and itself in speed. And it was provided with 2 wells that resembled the sun and the moon in lustre, and it bore emblazonments of moons, both crescent and full, and of fishes, animals, and birds, and it was adorned with garlands of diverse flowers, and with pearls and gems of various kinds all around, and ended with the splendor of the rising sun. It was large and handsome, and variegated with gems and gold. It was furnished with an excellent flag staff, bearing beautiful pennons, and well supplied with every necessary article, and incapable of being resisted by the foe. It was covered with tiger skins, and capable of robbing the fame of every foe. It enhanced the joy of the Yadavas, and they yoked unto it those excellent steeds named Saivya, and Sugriva, and Meghapuspa, and Valahaka. After these had been buffeted and attired in beautiful harness, and enhancing the dignity of Krishna still further, Gadura, the lord of the feathery creation, came and perched on the flagstaff of that car, producing a terribly raro, and Sauhin then mounted on that car, high as the summit of the Meru, and producing raro, deep and loud as the sound of the kettle drum, or the clowns, in which assembled the celestial car, coursing at the wheel of the rider, and taking Satyaki upon it, that the best of male beings set out, filling the earth and the welkin with the rattle of his chariot wheels. And the sky became cloudless, and auspicious winds began to blow around, and the atmosphere, freed from the dust, became pure. As Vasudeva set out, auspicious animals and birds, wheeling by the right side, began to follow him, and cranes and peacocks and swans all followed the sleigh of Madhu, uttering cries of good omens. The very fire, fed with Homa libations, in accompaniment with mantras, freed from smoke, blazed up cheerfully, sending forth its flames towards the right. And Vasistha, and Vamadeva, and Bihuhi Diumna, and Gaia, and Kratiha, and Sukra, and Kusika, and Vihirigu, and other Brahmas his, and celestial rishis united together, all stood on the right side of Krishna, that delighted of the Yadavas, that younger brother of Vasava, and thus worshipped by those and other illustrious rishis and holy men. Krishna set out for the residence of the Kurus. And while Krishna was proceeding, Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, followed him, as also Bhishma and Arjuna, and those other Pandavas, the twin sons of Madri, and the valiant Hekitana, and Dhristaketu, the ruler of Heads, and Drupada, and the king of Kasi, and that might cow warrior Sikhihandin, and Dhristadyumna, and Virata, with his sons, and the prince of Kekaya. All these Kishatriyas followed that bull of the Kishatriya race to honor him. And the illustrious king Yudhishthira, the just, having followed Govinda to some distance, addressed him in these words in the presence of all those kings, and the son of Kunti embraced that foremost of all persons who never from desire or anger or fear or purpose of gain committed the least wrong, whose mind was ever steeled, who was a stranger to covetousness, who was conversant with morality, and endowed with great intelligence and wisdom, who knew the hearts of all creatures, and was the Lord of all, who was the God of gods, who was eternal, who was possessed of every virtue, and who bore the auspicious mark on his breast. And embracing him, the king began to indicate what he was to do. Yudhishthira said, "That lady who hath brought us from our infants, who is ever engaged in fasts and ascetic penances and propitiatory rites and ceremonies, who is devoted to the worship of the gods and guests, who is always engaged in waiting upon her superiors, who is fond of her sons, bearing for them an affection that knows no bounds, who is dearly loved by us, who repeatedly saved us from the snares of Suryodhana, like a boat saving a shipwrecked crew from the frightful terrors of the sea, and who, however undeserving of war herself, hath on our account endured countless sufferings, should be asked about her welfare, salute and embrace it, and comfort her over and over, overwhelmed with grief as she is on account of her sons, by talking of the Pandavas. Ever since her marriage she hath been the victim, however undeserving of sorrow and griefs, due to the conduct of her father-in-law, and suffering hath been her portion. Shall I ever see the time when my afflictions being over, I shall be able to make my sorrowing mother happy? On the eve of our exile, from affection for her children, she ran after us in anguish, crying bitterly, but leaving her behind, we went into the woods. Sorrow doth not necessarily kill. It is possible, therefore, that she is alive, being hospitably entertained by the Anarthas, dog afflicted with sorrow on account of her sons. Salute her for me, the Kuru king Dhritarashtra also, and all those monarchs who are senior to us in age, and Bhisma, and Drona, and Kripa, and King Valika, and Dronason, and Somadatta, and in fact everyone of the Bharata race, and Vidura, endowed with great wisdom, that consoler of the Kurus, of profound intellect and intimate acquaintance with morality, should all be embraced by thee. Having in the presence of the kings said these words unto Kesava, Yudhishthira, with Krishna permission, came back, having at first walked round him. Then Arjuna, proceeding a few steps further, said unto his friend, that bull among men, that slayer of hostile heroes, that invincible warrior of Dasarha race. It is known to all the kings, illustrious Govinda, that at our consultation it was settled that we should ask back the kingdom, if without insulting us, if honoring thee, they honestly give us what we demand, then they would please me greatly and would themselves escape a terrible danger. If, however, the Dhritarashtra's son, who always adopts improper means, acts otherwise, then I shall surely annihilate the Kshatriya race. When Arjuna said these words, Vrikodara was filled with delight, and that son of Pandu continually quivered with rage, and while still quivering with rage and the delight that filled his heart upon hearing the Dhananjaya word, he set forth a terrible shout, and hearing that shout of his, all the bowmen trembled in fear, and steeds and elephants were seen to pass urine and excreta. And having addressed Kesava then, and informed him of his resolution, Arjuna, with Janardana permission, came back, having first embraced him. And after all the kings had desisted following him, Janardana set out with a cheerful heart on his car drawn by Saivya, Sugriva, and others, and those steeds of Vasudeva, urged by Daruka, coursed on words, devouring the sky and drinking the horde. And on his way Kesava of mighty arms met with some rishis blazing with Brahmki lustre, standing on both sides of the horde, and soon alighting from his car, Janardana saluted them reverently, and worshipping them duly, he inquired of them, saying, Is there peace in all the world? Is virtue being duly practiced, and the other three orders obedient to the Brahmanas? And having duly worshipped them, this lay of Madhu again said, Where have ye been crowned with success? Whither would ye go, and for what object? What shall I do for yourselves? What has brought your illustrious selves down on the earth? Thus addressed Jamadagni's son, the friend of Brahma, that lord of both gods and asuras, approached Govinda, the slayer of Madhu, embraced him and said, The celestial rishis of pious deeds, and Brahmanas of extensive acquaintance with the scriptures, and royal sages, and venerable ascetics, these witnesses of the former fiats of gods and asuras, are desirous of beholding all the Kshatriyas of the earth assembled from every side, as also the councillors sitting in the assembly, the kings, and thyself, the embodiment of truth. We will go thither for beholding that grand sight. We are anxious to listen to those words fraught with virtue and profit, which will be spoken by thee unto the Kurus in the presence of all the kings, Bhisma and Drona, and others, as also the illustrious Vidura and thyself, tiger among the Yadavas. Ye all will be assembled together in conclave. We desire to hear the excellent, truthful, and beneficial words that thou wilt utter, and they also. Thou art now informed of our purpose. We will meet thee again, go thither safely. We hope to see thee in the midst of the conclave, seated on an excellent seat, mustering all thy energy and might. When the wacky son of might arms set out, 10 might warriors, capable of slaying hostile heroes, full armed, followed in his train, and 1,000 foot soldiers, and 1,000 horsemen, and attendants by hundreds, also formed his train, carrying provisions in abundance. Janamejaya said, how did the illustrious slayer of Madhu of Dasarha race proceed on his journey? And what omens were seen when that hero set out? Vaisampayana said, listen to me as I narrate all those natural and unnatural omens that were noticed at the time when the illustrious Krishna departed. Thog, there were no clouds in the sky, yet the roar of thunder, accompanied by flashes of lightning, was heard, and fleece clouds in a clear sky rained incessantly in the air. The 7 large rivers, including the Sindhu, Thog, flowing eastwards, then flowed in opposite directions. The very directions seemed to be reversed, and nothing could be distinguished. Fires blazed up everywhere, and the earth trembled repeatedly. The contents of wells and other vessels by hundreds swelled up and ran out. The whole universe was enveloped in darkness, the atmosphere being filled with dust. Neither the cardinal nor the subsidiary points of the horizon could be distinguished. Loud roars were heard in the sky without any being visibly from whom this could emanate. This wonderful phenomenon was noticed all over the country. A southwesterly wind, with the harsh roar of thunder, uprooting trees by the thousands, crushed the seat of Hastinapura. In those places through which he of bristling haze passed, delicious breezes blew and everything became auspicious. Showers of lotuses and fragrant flowers fell there. The very road became delightful, being free from prickly grass and thorns. At those places where he stayed, Brahmanas by thousands glorified that giver of wealth with and worshipped him with dishes of curds, ghee, honey, and presents of wealth. The very woman coming out on the road strewed wild flowers of great fragrance on the person of that illustrious hero, devoted to the welfare of all creatures. He then came upon a delightful spot called Salibihavana, which was filled with every kind of crops, a spot that was delicious and sacred, after having seen various villages abounding in bees, and picturesque to the eye, and delightful to the heart, and after having passed through diverse cities and kingdoms, always cheerful and of good heart, well protected by the Biharatas, and free from all anxieties, on account of the designs of invaders, and unacquainted with calamities of any kind, men of the citizens of Upaplavia, coming out of their town, stood together on the way, desirous of beholding Krishna. And beholding that illustrious one, assembling a blazing fire, arrived at the spot, they worshipped him who deserveth their worship, with all the honors of a guest arrived in their abode. When at last that slayer of hostile heroes, Kesava, came to Vikastihala, the sun seemed to harden the sky by his strangling rays of light. Alighting from his car, he dulcet through the usual purificator heats, and ordering the steeds to be unharnessed, he set himself to say his evening prayers, and Daruka, setting the steeds free, tended them according to the rules of equine science, and taking off the yokes and traces, let them loose. After this was done, the slayer of Madhu said, "Here must we pass the night for the sake of Yudhishthira's mission," ascertaining that to be his intention. The attendants soon set a temporal abode and prepared in a trice excellent food and drink. Amongst the Brahmanas that resided in the village, they that were of noble and high descent, modest, and obedient to the injunctions of the Vedas in their conduct, approached that illustrious chastiser of foes, his Kesa, and honored him with their benedictions and auspicious speeches. And having honored him of Dasarha that deserveth honor from everyone, they placed at the disposal of that illustrious person their houses abounding in wealth, saying unto them, Enog, the illustrious Krishna paid them proper homage, each according to his rank, and wending with them to their house, he returned in their company to his own, and filling all the Brahmanas with sweet meats, and himself taking his meals with them, Kesava passed the night happily there. Meanwhile, understanding from his spies that the slave of Madhu had set out, Dhritarashtra, with his hair standing erect, respectful, addressing the might-armed Bhishma and Drona and Sanjaya and the illustrious Vidura, said these words unto Duryodhana and his counsellors. Son of Kuru reis, strange and wonderful is the news that we heard. Men, women, and children are talking of it. Others are speaking of it respectful, and others again assembled together. Within houses where men congregate, and in open spots, people are discussing it. I'll say that Dasarha of great prowess will come hither for the sake of Pandavas. The slave of Madhu is, by all means, deserving of honor and worship at our hands. He is the Lord of all creatures, and on him resteth the cause of everything in the universe. Intelligence and prowess and wisdom and energy are reside in Madhava, worthy of honor at the hands of our righteous person. He is the foremost of all men, and is eternal virtue. If worshipped, he is sure to bestow happiness, and if not worshipped, he is sure to inflict misery. If that is matter of force, Dasarha be gratified with our offerings, our wishes may be obtained by us, through his grace, in the midst of the kings. Make without loss of time every arrangement for his reception. Let pavilions be set up on the road, furnished with every object of enjoyment. Might Ahmed, son of Gandhari, make such arrangements that he may be gratified with thee. What doth Bhishma think in this matter? At this, Bhishma and others are applauding those words of King Dhritarashtra, sayed, Excellent. King Duryodhana then, understanding their wishes, ordered delightful sites to be chosen for the erection of pavilions. Many pavilions were thereupon constructed, abounding with jams of every kind, at proper intervals and at delightful spots. And the king sent thither handsome seats endowed with excellent qualities, beautiful girls, and scents, and ornaments and fine robes, and excellent viands and drink of the best quality, and fragrant garlands of many kinds. And the king of the Kurus took special care to erect, for the reception of Krishna, a highly beautiful pavilion at Vrikastihala, full of precious gems, and having made all these arrangements that were godlike and much above the capacity of human beings, King Duryodhana informed Dhritarashtra of the same. Kesava, however, of Dasarha arrived at the capital of the Kurus, without casting a single glance at all those pavilions and all those gems of diverse kinds. Dhritarashtra said, Janardana hath set out from Upaplavia. He is now staying at Vrikastihala and will come here tomorrow. Janardana is the leader of the Ahukas, the foremost person amongst all the members of the Satyavata race. He is high-souled and endowed with great energy and great might. Madhava is the guardian and protector of the prosperous kingdom of Vrisnis, and is the illustrious great-grandsire of even the three worlds. The Vrishnis adore the wisdom of the intelligent Krishna, even as the Adityas, the Vasus, and the Rudras adore the wisdom of Vrihaspati. Virtuous on, I will in thy presence offer worship unto that illustrious Sion of Dasarha race. Listen to me about that worship. I will give him 16 cars made of gold, each drawn by 4 excellent and well-adorned steeds of uniform color and of the Valhika breed. I will give him 8 elephants with temporal juice, always striking down and tusks as large as poles of ploughs, capable of smithing hostile hanks, and each having 8 woman attendants. I will give him a century of handsome maid servants of the complexion of gold, all virgins, and maid servants. I will give him as many. I will give him 18,000 woolen blankets soft to the touch, presented to us by the hill men. I will give him 1,000 deer skins brought from Hina, and other things of the kind that may be worthy of Kesava. I will give him the serene jam of the purest race, that shines day and night, for Kesava alone deserves it. This car of mine drawn by mules that makes a round of full 14 yojanas a day, I will give him. I will place before him every day provisions 8 times greater than what is necessary for the animals and attendants that form his train, mounted on their cars, having their person well adorned. All my sons and grandsons, save Duryodhana, will go out to receive him, and thousands of graceful and well-decked dancing girls will go out on foot to receive the illustrious Kesava, and the beautiful girl that will go out of the town for receiving Janardana will go out unveiled. Let all the citizens with their wives and children behold the illustrious slayer of Madhu with as much respect and devotion as they show when casting their eyes on the morning sun. Let the canopy all around, at my command, be clothed with pendants and banners, and let the hoard by which Kesava will come be well watered, and its dust removed. Let Dusasana's abode, which is better than Duryodhana's, be cleansed and well adorned without delay. That mansion, consisting of many beautiful buildings, is pleasant and delightful, and abounds with the wealth of all seasons. It is in that abode that all my wealth, as also Duryodhana's, are deposited. Let all that Sion of the Vrishni race deserves be given unto him. Vidyura said, Thou art respected by 3 worlds, thou art loved and regarded by everybody, venerable in ears as thou art. What thou wilt say at this age can never be against the dictates of the scriptures or the conclusion of well-directed reason. For thy mind is ever calm, thy subjects are well assured that, like characters on stone, light in the sun, and billows in the ocean, victory resideth in thee permanently. Everyone is honored and made happy in consequence of thy numerous virtues. Strive, therefore, with thy friends and kinsmen to attain those virtues of thine. Adopt sincerity of behavior. Do not from folly cause a wholesale destruction of thy sons, grandsons, friends, kinsmen, and all that are dear to thee. It is much that thou wishest to give unto Kesava as thy guest. Know, however, that Kesava deserves all these and much more, the whole earth itself. I truth swear by my own soul that thou dost not wish to give out this unto Krishna, either from motives of virtue or for the object of doing what is agreeably to him. This betrays on deception, falsehood, and insincerity. But the external acts know thy secret purpose. The 5 Pandavas desire only 5 villages. Thou, however, dost not wish to give them even that. Thou art, therefore, unwilling to make peace. Thou seekest to make the might-armed hero of the Vrishni thy own by means of thy own wealth. In fact, by these means, thou seekest to separate Kesava from the Pandavas. I tell thee that thou art unable by wealth or attention or worship to separate Krishna from the Dhananjaya. I know magnanimity of Krishna. I know firm devotion of Arjuna towards him. I know that the Dhananjaya, who is Kesava's life, is incapable of being given up by the latter, save on a vessel of water, save on the washing of his feet, save on the inquiries after the welfare. Janardana will not accept any other hospitality or set his eyes on any other thing. Offer him, however, that hospitality which is most agreeably to that illustrious one deserving of every respect, for there is no respect that may not be offered to Janardana. Give unto Kesava that object in expectation of which, from desire of benefiting both parties, he cometh to the Kurus. Kesava desires peace to be established between thee and Duryodhana on one side, and the Pandavas on the other. Follow his counsels. Thou art their father, and the Pandavas are thy sons. Thou art old, and they are children to thee in years. Behave as father towards them that are disposed to pay thee filial regard. Duryodhana said, all that Vidura have said about Krishna have been truly said, for Janardana is greatly devoted to the Pandavas and can never be separated from them. All the diverse kinds of wealth that are proposed to be bestowed upon Janardana ought never to be bestowed upon him. Kesava is, of course, not unworthy of our worship, but both time and place are against it. For he, on receiving our worship, will very likely think that we are worshipping him out of fear. This is my certain conviction, that an intelligent Kshatriya must not do that which may bring disgrace upon him. It is well known to me that the large-eyed Krishna deserveth the most reverential worship of the 3 worlds. It is quite out of place to give him anything now, for having been decided upon, it should never be put off by hospitality. Hearing these words of his, the grandsire of the Kurus spoke these words unto the royal son of Vikhitravirya. Worshipped or not worshipped, Janardana never becometh angry. None can treat him with disrespect, for Kesava is not contemptible. Whatever he purposeth to do is incapable of being frustrated by anybody, by every means in his power. Do without hesitation what Krishna of might arms saith, and bring about peace with the Pandavas through Vasudeva as the minions. True Janardana, possessed of virtual soul, will say what is consistent with religion and profit. It behoveth thee with all thy friends to tell him what on is agreeably to him. Duryodhana said, I can by no means live by sharing this swelling prosperity of mine with the Pandavas. Listen, this is a great resolution which I have formed. I will imprison Janardana, who is the refuge of the Pandavas. He will come here tomorrow morning, and when he is confined, the Vrishnis and the Pandavas, the whole earth will submit to me. What may be the means for accomplishing it, so that Janardana may not guess or purpose it, and so that no danger may overtake us. It behoveth thee to say." Hearing these fearful words of his son about imprisoning Krishna, Dhritarashtra, with all his counselors, was very much pained and became deeply afflicted. King Dhritarashtra then spoke those words unto Duryodhana: "Never say this again. This is not immemorial custom. His Hikesa cometh here as an ambassador. He is, besides, related to and is dear to us. He hath done us no wrong. How then doth he deserve imprisonment?" Bhishma said, "This wicked son of thine hath his hour come. He chooseth evil, and not good, taught and treated by his well wishes. Thou also followest in the wake of this wicked wretch of sinful surroundings, who treadeth a torn path, setting at naught the words of his well wishes. This exceedingly wicked son of thine, with all his counselors, coming in contact with Krishna of unstained acts, will be destroyed in a moment. I dare not listen to the words of this sinful and wicked wretch that hath abandoned our virtue." Having said this, that aged chief of the Bharata race, Bhishma, of unbaffled prowess, inflamed with rage, rose and left that place. Rising up at the day dawn, Krishna went through his morning heat, and taking leave of the Brahmanas, set out for the city, and all the inhabitants of Vrikastihala, bidding farewell unto that might on of long arms, while he was about to depart, all returned to their homes. And all the Dhritarashtras, except Duryodhana, attired in excellent robes, and with Bhishma, Drona, Kripa, and others, went out to meet him, and the citizens by thousands, on cars of diverse kinds, and many on foot, also came out, desirous of beholding his Hikesa, and meeting on the way Bhishma of spotless deed, and Drona, and Dhritarashtra's sons, he entered the city, surrounded by them all. And in honor of Krishna, the city was beautifully adorned, and the principal streets were decorated with diverse jewels and gems. And on that occasion no one, man, woman, or child, remained indoors. So eager were the citizens for beholding Vasudeva, and all the citizens came out and lined the streets and bent their heads down to the ground, singing elegies in his honor. When his Hikesa entered the city and passed through it, and substantial mansions, filled with high-born ladies, seemed to be on the point of falling down on the ground in consequence of their living weight, and although Vasudeva's steeds were endued with great speed, yet they moved very slowly through that dense mass of human beings. And that lotus-eyed grinder of foes then entered Dhritarashtra's ash-colored palace, which was enriched with numerous buildings, and having passed through the first three chambers of the palace, that chastiser of foes, Kesava, came upon the royal son of Vikhitravirya, and upon that son of Dasarha race, approaching his presence. The blind monarch of great fame stood up along with Drona and Bhishma, Kripa and Somadatta, and King Valhika also. All stood up for honoring Janardana, and the Vrishni hero, having approached King Dhritarashtra of great fame, worshipped him and Bhishma with proper words and without losing any time. And having offered that worship unto them according to established usage, Madhava, the slayer of Madhu, greeted the other kings according to their seniority in years. And Janardana then accosted the illustrious Drona and his son, and Valhika, and Kripa, and Somadatta, and there in that chamber lay a spacious seat of beautiful workmanship, made of gold and set with jewels. And at Dhritarashtra's request, Akyuta took that seat, and the priests of Dhritarashtra did offered Janardana a cow, honey, and coos and water, and after the rites of hospitality were over, Govinda remained there for a while, surrounded by the Kurus, laughing and jesting with them according to their relationship with him, and that illustrious grinder of foes, honored and worshipped by Dhritarashtra, came out with the king's permission. And Madhava, having duly greeted all the Kurus in their assembly, then went to the delightful abode of Vidura, and Vidura, having approached Janardana of Dasarha haste, thus arrived at his abode, worshipped him with every auspicious and desirable offering. And he said, "What use in telling thee of the joy I feel at this advent of thine? For thou art the inner soul of our embodied creatures." And after the hospitable reception was over, Vidura, conversant with all the principles of morality, inquired of Govinda, the slayer of Madhu, about the welfare of Pandavas, and that scion of Dasarha race, that chief of the freshness, unto whom the past and the future were as the present, knowing that Vidura was loved by the Pandavas and friendly towards them, and learned and firm in morality, and honest, and harboring no wrath, and wise, began to tell him everything in detail about the doings of the sons of Pandu. Vaisampayana said, Janardana, the chastiser of foes, after his meeting with Vidura, went then in the afternoon to his paternal aunt Pritha, and beholding Krishna, whose countenance beamed with the effulgence of the radiant sun, arrived at her abode. She encircled his neck with her arms and began to pour forth her lamentations, remembering her sons. And at the sight, after a long time, of Govinda, of Vrishni, the companion of those mighty children of hers, the tears of Pritha flowed fast. And after Krishna, that foremost of warriors, had taken his seat, having first received the heats of hospitality, Pritha, with a woe-begone face and voice shocked with tears, addressed him, saying, "They who from their earliest years have always waited with reverence on their superiors, they who in friendship are attached to one another, they who deprived the faithful of their kingdom, have gone to seclusion, however worthy of living in the midst of friends and attendants. They who have subjugated both wrath and joy are devoted to Brahmanas and truthful in speech. Those children of mine who, abandoning kingdom and enjoyments and leaving my miserable self behind, had gone to the woods, plucking the very roots of my heart. Those illustrious sons of Pandu, who have suffered woe, however undeserving of it, how did they live in the deep forest, abounding with lions and tigers and elephants, deprived in their infants of their fatted? They were all tenderly brought up by me. How did they live in the mighty forest without seeing both their parents? From their infants, the Pandavas were aroused from their beds by the music of conchs and drums and flutes, that they who while at home used to sleep in high palatial chambers on soft blankets and skins of the hanku deer, and were waked up in the morning by the grunt of elephants, the neighing of steeds, the clatter of cowbells, and the music of conches and cymbals, in accompaniment with the notes of flutes and leads, who adored at yearly dawn with sacred sounding hymns uttered by Brahmanas, worshipped those amongst them that deserved such worship with robes and jewels and ornaments, and who were blessed with the auspicious benedictions of those illustrious members of the regenerate order, as a return for the homage the latter received, that they could sleep in the deep woods, resounding with the shrill and dissonant cries of beasts of prey, can hardly be believed, undeserving as they were of so much woe. How could they, who were housed from their beds by music of cymbals and drums and conches and flutes, with the honeyed strains of songs stresses, and the elegies chanted by bards and professional reciters, how could they be waked in the deep woods by the yells of wild beasts? He that is endowed with modest is firm in truth, with senses under control and compassion for our creatures. He that hath vanquished both lust and malice, and always treadeth the path of the righteous. He that ably bore the heavy burden borne by Amvahisha, and Mandihatri, and Yayati, and Nahusha, and Biharata, and Dilipi, and Sivi, the son of Uzinara, and other royal sages of old. He that is endowed with an excellent character and disposition, he that is conversant with virtue, and whose prowess is incapable of being baffled, he that is fit to become the monarch of the three worlds in consequence of his possession of every accomplishment, he that is the foremost of all the Kurus, lawfully and in respect of learning and disposition, who is handsome and might-armed and hath no enemy. How is that Yudhishthira of virtuous soul, and of complexion like that of poor gold, he that hath the strength of 10,000 elephants, and the speed of the wind, he that is might and ever wrathful amongst the sons of Pandu, he that always doth good to his brothers, and is, therefore, dear to them all, he that slew Kihaka with all his relatives, he that is the slayer of the Kurodhihavasas, of Hiringva, and of Vaka, he that in prowess is equal unto Sakra, and in might unto the wind god, he that is terribly, and in wrath is equal unto Madhava himself, he that is the foremost of all his meters, that wrathful son of Pandu, and chastiser of foes, who, restraining his rage, might, in patience, and controlling his soul, is obedient to the commands of his elder brother. Speak to me, tell me how is that his meter of immeasurably valor, that Bhishmasena, who in aspect justifies his name, that Vrikodara, possessing arms like masses, that Mike second son of Pandu, that Arjuna of 2 arms, who always regardeth himself as superior to his namesake of old with 1,000 arms, and who at one stretch shooteth 500 arrows, that son of Pandu, who in the use of weapons is equal unto King Kartavirya, in energy unto Aditya, in restraint of senses unto a great sage, in forgiveness unto the earth, and in prowess unto Indra himself. He by whose prowess the Kurus amongst all the kings of the earth have obtained this extensive empire, blazing with effulgence, he whose strength of arms is always adored by the Pandavas, that son of Pandu, who is the foremost of all cow warriors, and whose prowess is incapable of being frustrated, he from an encounter with whom impatently no foe ever escapeth with life, he who is the conqueror of all, but who is incapable of being conquered by any, he who is the refuge of the Pandavas, like Vasava of the Celestials. How is that the Dhananjaya now, that brother and friend of thine? He that is compassionate to all creatures, is endowed with modesty, and acquainted with might weapons, is soft and delicate, and virtuous, he that is dear to me, that might bowman Sahadeva, that hero and ornament of assemblies, he who is youthful in years, is devoted to the service of his brothers, and is conversant with both virtue and profit, whose brothers always applaud the disposition of that high-souled and well-behaved son of mine. Tell me of that heroic Sahadeva, that foremost of warriors, that son of Madri, who always waiteth submissively on his elder brothers, and so reverentially on me. He that is delicate and youthful in years, he that is brave and handsome in person, that son of Pandu, who is dear unto his brothers, as also unto all, and who is their very life tog, walking with a separate body, he that is conversant with various modes of warfare, he that is endowed with great strength, and is a mighty bowman. Tell me whether that dear child of mine, Nakula, who was brought up in luxury, is now well in body and mind. Shall I ever behold again Nakula of mine, that might car warrior, that delicate info brought up in every luxury and undeserving of war? Behold, I am alive today, even I who could know peace by losing sight of Nakula for the short space of time taken up by a wink of the eye. More than all my sons is the daughter of Drupada, dear to me. High-born and possessed of great beauty, she is endowed with every accomplishment. Truthful in speech, she chose the company of her lords, giving up that of her sons. Leaving her dear children behind, she followeth the sons of Pandu, waited upon at on time by a large train of servants, and adored by her husband with every object of enjoyment, the possessor of every auspicious mark and accomplishment. How is that Draupadi now, having 5 heroic husbands, who are all smitters of foes and are mighty bowmen, each equal unto Agni in energy? Woe hath yet been the lot of Drupada daughter. I have not, for 14 long years, beheld the prince of Panchala, that daughter-in-law of mine, who herself hath been a prey to constant anxiety on account of her children, whom she hath not seen for that period. When Drupada daughter endowed with such a disposition, both not enjoy uninterrupted happiness, it seemeth that the happiness one enjoyeth is never the fruit of one's acts. When I remember the possible dragging of Draupadi to the assembly, then neither Vibhihatsu, nor Yudhishthira, nor Bhishma, nor Nakula, nor Sahadeva becometh an object of affection to me. Never before had I a heavier grief been mine than what pierced my heart when that wretch Dusasana, moved by wrath and covetousness, dragged Draupadi, then in her flow, and therefore, clad in a single raiment, into the presence of her father-in-law in the assembly, and exposed her to the gaze of all the Kurus. It is known that, amongst those that were present, King Valhika, Kripa, and Somadatta were pierced with grief at this sight. But of all present in that assembly, it was Vidura, whom I worship. Neither by learning nor by wealth doth one become worthy of homage. It is by disposition alone that one becomes respectable, and with great intelligence and profound wisdom, the character of the illustrious Vidura, like unto an ornament, adorns the whole world. Filled with delight at the advent of Govinda, and afflicted with sorrow, Pritha gave expression to all her diverse griefs, and she said, Can gambling and the slaughter of dear wish, occupied all wicked kings of old, be a pleasant occupation for the Pandavas? The talked consumeth that being dragged into the presence of all the Kurus in their assembly by the Dhritarashtra sons, in suits worse than death were heaped on Krishna. The banishment of my sons from their capital in their wanderings in the wilderness, these and various other griefs have been mine. Nothing could be more painful to me or to my sons themselves than that they should have had to pass a period of concealment, shut up in a stranger's house. For 14 years have passed since the day when Duryodhana first exiled my sons. If misery is destructive of the fruits of things, and happiness is dependent on the fruits of religion's merit, then it seems that happiness may still be ours after so much misery. I never made a distinction between the Dhritarashtra sons and mine. But that truth I shall surely behold thee along with the Pandavas safely come out of the present strife with their foes slain, and the kingdom recovered by them. The Pandavas themselves have observed their vow with such truthfulness striking to the harm that they are incapable of being defeated by their enemies. In the matter of my present sorrows, however, I blame neither myself nor Suryodhana, but my father alone. Like a wealthy man giving away a sum of money in gift, my father gave me away to Kunti Bhoja, while a child playing with a bow in my hands. Thy grandfather gave me away to his friend, the illustrious Kunti Bhoja, abandoned by my own father and my father-in-law, and afflicted with insuperable woes. What use is there in my being alive? On the night of Savyasak's birth, in the lying in whom an invisible voice told me, the son of thine will conquer the whole world, and his fame will reach the fair heavens, slaying the Kurus in a great battle and recovering the kingdom. Thy son Dhananjaya will, with his brothers, perform 3 grand sacrifices. I do not doubt the truth of that announcement. I bow unto the Dharma that upholds the creation. If the Dharma be not a myth, then thou wilt surely achieve all that the invisible voice saith. Neither the loss of my husband, nor loss of wealth, nor our hostility with the Kurus, ever inflicted such handing pangs on me as that separation from my children. What peace can my heart know when I do not see before me that elder of Gandiva, the Dhananjaya, that foremost of all bearers of arms? I have not for 14 years seen Yudhishthira and the Dhananjaya and Vrikodara. Men perform the obsequies of those that are missed for a long time, taking them for dead. Practically, my children are all dead to me, and I am dead to them. Say unto the virtuous King Yudhishthira, that thy virtue is daily decreasing. Act thou, therefore, in such a way that thy religion's merit may not diminish. Fear to them that live, by dependence on others. Even death is better than a livelihood gained by meanness. Thou must say unto the Dhananjaya and the ever-ready Vrikodara that the time for that event is come in view, of which a Kshatriya woman bringeth forth a son. If you allow the time slip without your achieving anything, then talk at present ye are respected by all the world. Ye will be undoing that which would be regarded as contemptible, and if contempt touches you, I will abandon you forever. When the time cometh, even life, which is so dear, should be laid down. Thou must say unto married sons that are always devoted to Kshatriya customs. More than life itself strive ye to win objects of enjoyment, procurable by prowess, since objects won by prowess alone can please the heart of a person desirous of living according to his Kshatriya customs. Preparing thither, say unto that foremost of all bearers of arms, Arjuna, the heroic son of Pandu, tread thou the path that may be pointed out to thee by Draupadi. It is known to thee that, when inflamed with haste, Bhishma and Arjuna is like unto the universal destroyer himself can slay the very gods. That was a great insult offered unto them, that their wife Krishna, having been dragged into the assembly, was addressed in such humiliating terms by Dusasana and Karna. Duryodhana himself have insulted Bhishma of might energy in the very presence of the Kuru chiefs. I am sure he will reap the fruit of that behavior, for Vrikodara, provoked by fire, knoweth no peace. Once provoked, Bhishma forgets it, not for a long while, even until that grinder of foes exterminates the enemy and his allies. The loss of kingdom did not grieve me, the defeat at dice did not grieve me. That the illustrious and beautiful prince of Panchala was dragged into the assembly while clad in a single high mant and made to hear bitter words grieved me most. What could be a greater grief to me, ever devoted to Kshatriya customs and endowed with great beauty, the prince, while ill, underwent that cruel treatment, and Tog, possessing powerful protectors, was then as helpless as if she had none. Having thee in that foremost of all might persons, Rama, in that might car warrior, Pradyumna, for me and my children, protectors, and having my sons divisibly Bhishma and he triating Vijaya, both alive, that I had still such grief to bear is certainly strange. Thus addressed by her, Sauli, the friend of Partha, then comforted his paternal aunt, Pritha, afflicted with grief on account of her sons. And Vasudeva said, What woman is there in the world who is like thee, the daughter of King Surasena? Thou art by marriage admitted into Ajamida race, high-born and highly married. Thou art like a lotus transplanted from one mighty lake into another, and with every prosperity and great good fortune. Thou art adored by thy husband, the wife of a hero. Thou hast again given birth to heroic sons, possessed of every virtue, and endowed with great wisdom. It behoveth thee to bear with patience both happiness and misery, overcoming sleep and languor, and wrath and joy, and hunger and thirst, and cold and heat. Thy children are always in the enjoyment of that happiness which, as heroes, should be theirs, and with great exertion and great might thy sons, without affecting the comforts derivable from the senses, such as satisfy only the low and the mean, always pursue that happiness which as heroes they showed, nor are they satisfied like little men having mean desires. They that are wise enjoy or suffer the same of whatever enjoyably or sufferably. Ordinary persons affecting comforts that satisfy the low and the mean, desire an equable state of dullness without excitement of any kind. They, however, that are superior, desire either the acutest of human suffering or the highest of all enjoyments that is given to men. The wise always delight in extremes. They find no pleasure betwixt. They regard the extreme to be happiness, while that which lies between is regarded by them as misery. The Pandavas, with Krishna, saluteth thee through me, representing themselves to be well. They have inquired after thy welfare. Thou wilt soon behold them become the lords of the whole world, with their foes slain, and themselves invested with prosperity. Thus consoled by Krishna, Kunti, afflicted with grief on account of her sons, soon dispelling the darkness caused by her temporal loss of understanding, replied unto Janardana, saying, Whatever thou regardest as proper to be done, let that be done without sacrificing righteousness, and without the least guilt. I know what the power of thy truth and of thy lineage is. I know what judgment and what prowess thou bringest to bear upon the accomplishment of whatever concerns thy friends. In our haste, thou art virtue itself, thou art truth, and thou art the embodiment of ascetic austerities. Thou art the great Brahma, and everything has on thee. What, therefore, thou hast said must be true. Bidding her farewell, and respectful walking round her, the might-armed Govinda then departed for Duryodhana mansion. With Pritha Liev, and having walked round her, the chastiser of foes, Govinda, also called Sauri, went to Duryodhana palace, that was furnished with great wealth, adorned with beautiful seats, and was like unto the abode of Purandara himself, unobstructed by the order lies in waiting. That hero of great fame crossed 3 spacious yards in succession, and then entered that mansion, looking like a mass of clouds, high as the summit of a hill, and blazing forth in splendor. And he there beheld Dhritarashtra, son of might arms, seated on his throne in the midst of 1,000 kings, and surrounded by all the Kurus. And he beheld there Dusasana, and Karna, and Sakuni, the son of Suvala, seated on their respective seats by the side of Duryodhana. And on that scion of Dasarha entering the court, Dhritarashtra, son of great fame, rose up from his seat with his counselors for honoring the slayer of Madhu, and Kesava then greeted Dhritarashtra's sons and all his counselors, as also all the kings that were present there, according to their respective ages. And Akhyuta of Vrishnihes then took his seat on a beautiful seat made of gold and overlaid with carpet embroidered with gold. And the Kuru king then offered unto Janardana a cow, and honey, and curds, and water, and placed it at his service palaces and mansions, and the whole kingdom. And then the Kauravas, with all the kings there present, worshipped Govinda on his seat, and resembling the sun himself in splendor. The worship being over, King Duryodhana invited him of Vrishnihes, that foremost of victors, to eat at his house. Kesava, however, did not accept the invitation. The Kuru king Duryodhana, seated in the midst of the Kurus, in a gentle voice, but with deception lurking behind his words, eyeing Karna and addressing Kesava, then said, Why dost thou not accept the diverse kinds of viands and drinks, robes and beds that have all been prepared and kept ready for thee? Thou hast granted aid to both sides. Thou art engaged in the good of both parties. Thou art again the foremost of Dhritarashtra relations, and much loved by him. Thou also knowest fully, and all things in details, both religion and property. Therefore desire to hear what the true reason is of thy refusal. The high-souled Govinda, of eyes like lotus leaves, then raising his might arm, and in a voice deep as that of the clowns, replied unto the king in excellent words fraught with reasons, words that were clear, distinct, correctly pronounced, and without a single letter dropped, saying, envoys, yet in accept worship on after the success of their missions. Therefore, after my mission becomes successful, thou mayest entertain me in my attendance. Thus answered Dhritarashtra's son, again saith unto Janardana, it behoveth thee not to behave towards us in this way. Whether thou becomest successful or unsuccessful, we are endeavoring to please thee, because of thy relationship with us. It seems, however, that our efforts are fruitless, nor do we see the reason, in consequence of which thou acceptest not the worship offered by us from love and friendship. With thee we have no hostility, no war. Therefore, on reflection, it will seem to thee that words such as this scarcely become thee. Thus addressed by the king, Janardana of Dasarha race, casting his eyes on Dhritarashtra's son and all his counselors, replied, saying, not from desire, nor from wrath, nor from malice, nor from gain, nor for the sake of argument, nor from temptation, und abandon virtue, on taketh another's food when one is in distress. At present, thou hast not inspired love in me by an act of thine, nor have I myself been plunged into distress. Without any reason, thou hatest, from the moment of their birth, thy dear and gentle brothers, the Pandavas, and with every virtue. This unreasonable hatred of thine for the sons of Pritha ill becometh thee. The sons of Pandu are all devoted to virtue, who can do them the least injury. He that hateth them hateth me, he that loveth them loveth me. Know that the virtuous Pandavas and my own self have but a common soul. He who, following the impulses of lust and wrath, and from darkness of soul, hateth and seeketh to injure one that is possessed of every good quality, is regarded as the vilest of men. That wrathful wretch of every good quality is regarded as the vilest of men. That wrathful wretch of uncontrolled soul, who from ignorance and avarice hateth his kinsmen, and that with every auspicious quality can never enjoy his prosperity long. He, on the other hand, who by good offices winneth over persons endowed with good qualities, even if he beareth aversion for them within his heart, enjoyeth prosperity and fame for ever and ever. Defiled by wickedness, all this food, therefore, deserveth not to be eaten by me. The food supplied by Vidura alone should, I think, be eaten by me. Having said this unto Duryodhana, who was ever incapable of bearing anything against his own wishes, Kesava of might arms then came out of that blazing palace of Dhritarashtra's son, and the high-souled Vasudeva of might arms, coming out of that mansion, directed his steps towards the abode of the illustrious Vidura. And while that might-armed one, staying within Vidura abode, thither came unto him Drona, and Kripa, and Bhisma, and Valhika, and many of the Kauravas. And the Kauravas that came there addressed Madhava, the heroic slayer of Madhu, saying, we place at thy disposal our houses with all the wealth within them. The slayer of Madhu, of might energy, answered them, saying, ye may go away, I am much honored by these your offers. And after all the Kurus had gone away, Vidura, with great care, entertained that unvanquished hero of Dasarha haste with every object of desire. And Kunti then placed before the illustrious Kesava clean and savory food in abundance. Therewith the slayer of Madhu first gratified the Brahmanas. From that food he first gave a portion, along with much wealth, unto a number of Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas, and then with his attendants, like Vasava, in the midst of the Marutas, he dined on what remained of the clean and savory food supplied by Vidura. After Kesava had dined and been refreshed, Vidura said unto him during the night, "This advent of thine hath not been well judged on, for the Dhritarashtra's son transgresseth the rules of both property and religion, is wicked and wrathful, insulteth others, talk himself desirous of honors, and disobeyeth the commands of the aged. He is a transgressor of the scriptures, ignorant and of wicked soul, already overtaken by fate, untractably, and disposed to do evil to those that seek his good. His soul is possessed by desire and lust. He foolishly regardeth himself as very wise. He is the enemy of all his true friends, ever suspicious, without any control over his soul, and ungrateful. He hath abandoned all virtue and is in love with sin. He is foolish, with understanding uncultivated, a slave of his senses, ever obedient to the impulses of lust and avarice, and irresolute in every act that should be done. He is envied with these and many other vices. Although thou wilt point out to him what is for his good, he will yet disregard it all, moved by pride and anger. He hath great faith in Bhishma and Drona and Kripa and Karna and Dronason and Jayadratha, and therefore he never setteth his heart on peace. The Dhritarashtra's sons with Karna firmly believe that the Pandavas are incapable of even looking at Bhishma, Drona, and other heroes, not to speak of fighting against them. The foolish Duryodhana, of limited sight, having assembled a whole army, regardeth that his purposes are already achieved. The foolish son of Dhritarashtra hath arrived at the conclusion that Karna, single-handed, is competent to vanquish his foes. He will, therefore, never make peace. Thou desirest to establish peace and brotherly feelings between the two parties, but know that all the sons of Dhritarashtra have come to the conclusion that they would nor give unto the Pandavas what the latter have a right to. With those that are so resolved, thy words will certainly prove vain. Where words, good or bad, are of the same effect, no wise man would spend his breath for nothing, like a singer before the deaf, as a Brahmana before a conclave of Handalas. Thy words would command no respect among those ignorant and wicked wretches that have no reverence for all that deserveth reverence. Foolish, as long as he hath strength, he will never obey thy counsels. Whatever words thou mayest speak to him will be perfectly futile. It doth not seem proper to me that thou shouldst go into the midst of these wicked-minded wretches seated together. It doth not seem proper me that going thither thou shouldst utter words against unwicked-souled, foolish, and unrighteous wickeds, strong in number, in consequence of their having never worshipped the aged, in consequence of their having been blinded by prosperity and pride, and owing to the pride of youth and wrath, they will never accept the good advice thou mayest place before them. He hath mustered a strong force, and he hath he is suspicious of thyself. He will, therefore, never obey any counsel that thou mayest offer. The sons of Dhritarashtra are inspired with the firm belief that, at present Indra himself, at the head of all the celestials, is incapable of defeating them in battle. Efficacious as thy woes always are, they will prove to be of no efficacy with persons impressed with such a conviction and who always follow the impulses of lust and wrath. Staying in the midst of his ranks of elephants and his arm consisting of cars and heroic infantry, the foolish and wicked Duryodhana, with all fears dispelled, regardeth the whole earth to have already been subjugated by him. The Dhritarashtra's son coveteth extensive empire on the earth without any rivals. Peace, therefore, with him is unattainable. That which he hath in his possession he regardeth as unalterably his. The destruction on the earth seems to be at hand for the sake of Duryodhana, for, impelled by fate, the kings of the earth, with all the Kshatriya warriors, have assembled together, desirous of battling with the Pandavas. All these kings are in enmity with thee, and have all been deprived of their possessions before these by thee. Through fear of thee, those heroic monarchs have joined together with Karna and made an alliance with the Dhritarashtra's sons, reckless of their very lives. All those warriors have united with Duryodhana and are filled with delight at the prospect of fighting the Pandavas. It doth not command itself to me that thou shouldst enter into their midst. How wilt thou repair into the midst of those numerous enemies of thine, of wicked souls, and seated together? Thou of mighty arms, thou art incapable of being vanquished by the very gods, and I know thy manliness and intelligence. The love I bear to thee is equal to that I bear to the sons of Pandu. I say, therefore, these words to thee from my affection, regard, and friendship for thee. What need is there in expressing to thee the delight that has been mine at sight of thy person, for thou art the inner soul of our embodied creatures. The whole on said, that we should be said by a person of great wisdom, that we should be said by one possessed of great foresight, that we should be said by one like thee to a friend like me, that which is deserving of thee, being consistent with virtue and property and truth, that have been said by thee, father and mother like, unto me. That which thou hast told me is certainly true, worthy of approbation, and consistent with reason. Listen, however, with attention to the reason of my coming, well knowing the wickedness of the Dhritarashtra's son, and the hostility of the Kshatriyas that have sided with him. I have still come to the Kurus. Great will be the merit earned by him who will liberate from the mischiefs of death the whole earth, with her elephants, cars, and steeds, overwhelmed with a dreadful calamity, if a man striving to the best of his abilities to perform a virtuous act meets with failure. I have not the least doubt that the merit of that act becomes his, notwithstanding such failure. This also is known to those that are conversant with religion and scripture, that if a person having intended mentally to commit a sinful act does not actually commit it, the demerit of that act can never be his. I will sincerely endeavor to bring about peace between the Kurus and the Srinjayas, who are about to be slaughtered in battle. That terrible calamity have its origin in the conduct of the Kurus, for it is directly due to the action of Duryodhana and Karna and other Kshatriyas on following the lead of these two. The learned regard him to be a wretch, who doth not by his solicitation seek to save a friend who is about to sink in calamity, striving to the best of his might, even to the extent of seizing him by the hair, one should seek to dissuade a friend from an improper act. In that case, he that acteth so, instead of incurring blame, heapeth praise. It behoveth Dhritarashtra's son, therefore, with his counselors, to accept my good and beneficial counsels that are consistent with virtue and profit and competent to dispel the present calamity. I will, therefore, sincerely endeavor to bring about the good of Dhritarashtra's sons and of the Pandavas, as also of all the Kshatriyas on the face of the earth, if while endeavoring to bring about the good, Duryodhana judgeth me wrongly, I shall have the satisfaction of my own conscience. And a true friend is one who assumeth the functions of an intercessor when dissensions break out between kinsmen, in order, again, that unrighteous, foolish, and inimical persons may not afterwards say that, though competent, still Krishna did not make any attempt to restrain the angry Kurus and the Pandavas from slaughtering one another. I have come here. It is to serve both parties that I have come hither. Having striven to bring about peace, I will escape the censure of all the kings. If, after listening to my auspicious words, fraught with virtue and profit, the foolish Duryodhana accept them not, he will uninvite his fate. If, without sacrificing the interests of the Pandavas, I can bring about peace among the Kurus, my conduct will be regarded as highly meritorious, and the Kauravas themselves will be liberated from the mischiefs of death. If the sons of Dhritarashtra reflect coolly on the words I shall utter, words fraught with wisdom, consistent with righteousness, and possessed of grave import, then that peace which is my object will be brought about, and the Kauravas will worship me. If, on the other hand, they seek to injure me, I tell thee that all the kings of the earth united together are no match for me, like a head of deer incapable of standing before an enraged lion. Having said these words, that bull of the Vrishni race and the lighter of Yadavas then laid himself down on his soft bed for sleep. In such conversation between those two distinguished persons, both of whom were endowed with great intelligence, that night, lit with bright stars, passed away. The night passed away against the wishes of the illustrious Vidyura, who had been listening to the varied conversation of Krishna, fraught with virtue, profit, and desire, and made up of delightful words and syllables of agreeably import, and those of Krishna himself, of immeasurably prowess, listening to discourses equal in style and character. Then, at early dawn, a band of choristers and bards gifted with melodious voices awoke Kesava with sweet sounds of conchs and cymbals, and rising from the bed, Janardana of Dasaraha race, that bull amongst all the Satyvatas, went through all the customary acts of the morning, and having cleansed himself by a bath, recited the sacred mantras and poured libations of clarified butter on the sacrificial fire. Madhava decked his person and began to worship the rising sun. And while the unvanquished Krishna of Dasaraha race was still engaged in his morning devotions, Duryodhana and Subala's son Sakuni came to him and said, Dhritarashtra is seated in his court, with all the Kurus headed by Bhishma, and with all the kings of the earth. They are all soliciting thy presence, like the celestials in heaven, desiring the presence of Sakra himself. Thus addressed Govinda greeted them both with sweet and courteous inquiries. And when the sun had risen a little higher, Janardana, the chastiser of foes, summoning a number of Brahmanas, made them presents of gold and robes and kine and steeds. And after he had thus given away much wealth and taken his seat, his driver came and saluted that unvanquished hero of Dasarha haste, and Daruka soon returned with his master, large and blazing car, furnished with hose of tinkling bells and harnessed with excellent steeds. And understanding that his handsome car adorned with every ornament and producing raro deep as the rumbling of the mighty masses of clowns was ready, the high-souled Janardana, that the lighter of all the Yadavas, walking round the sacred fire and a band of Brahmanas, and putting on the jam no but the name of Kaustabiha, and blazing with beauty, surrounded by the Kurus, and well protected by the Vrishnis mounted on it, and Vidura, conversant with all the precepts of religion, followed on his own car that scion of Dasarha haste, that foremost of all living creatures, that first of all persons gifted with intelligence. And Duryodhana and Suvala son Sakuni also on car followed Krishna, that chastiser of foes, and Satyaki and Kritavarman and the other mighty car warriors of the Vrishni haste all rode behind Krishna on cars and steeds and elephants, and the handsome cars of those heroes adorned with gold and drawn by excellent steeds, and each producing a loud roar as they moved forward, shone brilliantly, and Kesava, endowed with great intelligence and beaming with beauty, soon came upon a broad street that had previously been swept and watered, and that was fit to be used by the highest of kings. And when that scion of Dasarha haste set out, cymbals began to play, and conches began to be blown, and other instruments also to pour forth their music, and a great number of youthful heroes, foremost in the world for heroism, and possessed of lion-like prowess, proceeded, surrounding Sauri Kah, and many thousands of soldiers, attired in variegated dresses, bearing swords and lances and axes, marched in advance of Kesava, and there were full 500 elephants and cars by thousands that followed that unvanquished hero of Dasarha haste while he proceeded. And all the citizens of the capital, of all ages and both sexes, desirous of beholding Janardana, came out into the streets, and the terraces and balconies of the houses were so thronged by ladies that the houses were on the point of falling down with the weight, and worshipped by the Kurus, and listening to various sweet speeches, and returning the greetings of all as each deserved. Kesava went along the street, casting his eyes on all, and at last, when Kesava reached the Kuru court, his attendants loudly blew their conches and trumpets, and filled the welkin with that blaring. And thereupon that whole assembly of kings of immeasurably prowess trembled with delight at the expectation of soon setting their eyes on Krishna, and hearing the roar of his car that humbled like the deep roar of rain-charged clouds. The monarchs understood Krishna to be near, and the hair of their bodies stood erect with delight, and having reached the gate of the court, Sauri, that blew among the Satyavatas, alighting from his car that resembled the summit of Kailasa, entered the court, which looked like a mass of newly risen clouds, and blazed forth with beauty, and resembled the very abode of the great Indra, and that illustrious hero entered the court arm in arm with Vidura and Satyaki on either side, and overshadowing with his own the splendor of all the Kurus, like the sun overshadowing the radiance of lesser lights in the firmament. And before Vasudeva sat Karna and Duryodhana, while behind him were seated the Vrishnis with Kritavarman, and Bhisma and Drona and others with Dhritarashtra were on the point of rising up from their seats for honoring Janardana. As soon as he of Dasarha haste came, the illustrious blind monarch, Drona and Bhisma all rose up from their seats, and when that mighty ruler of men, King Dhritarashtra, rose up from his seat, those kings by thousands around him all rose up, and at Dhritarashtra's command, a seat beautiful all over and adorned with gold had been kept there for Krishna. And after taking his seat, Madhava smiling greeted the king, and Bhisma and Drona and all other rulers, each according to his age. And all the kings of the earth and all the Kurus, beholding Kesava, arrived in that assembly, worshipped him duly. And as that chastiser of foes, that vanquisher of hostile cities, that hero of Dasarha haste, was seated there, he beheld the rishis whom he had seen while proceeding to Hastinapur, staying in the firmament. And beholding those rishis with Narada at their head, he of Dasarha haste slowly addressed Bhisma, the son of Santanu, saying, "The rishis have come to see this earthly conclave of ours, invite them with offer of seats and abundant courtesy, for if they are not seated, no one here is capable of taking his seat. Let proper worship, therefore, be speedily offered unto these rishis with souls under proper control." And beholding the rishis then at the gate of the palace, Santanu's son quickly ordered the servants to bring seats for them, and soon enough they brought large and beautiful seats, embroidered with gold and set with gems. And after the rishis had taken their seats and accepted the arghiyas offered to them, Krishna took his seat, so also all the kings. And Dusasana gave an excellent seat to Satyaki, while Vivingisati gave another golden one to Kritavarman. And not far from where Krishna sat, that illustrious and wrathful pair, Karna and Duryodhana, sat together on the same seat, and Sakuni, the king of Gandhara, surrounded by the chiefs of his country, sat there with his son beside him, and the high-souled Vidyura sat on a behemoth seat covered with a white deer skin that almost touched Krishna's seat. And all the kings in the assembly, although they gazed at Janardana of Dasarha haste for a long while, were not, however, gratified with their gaze, like drinkers of the Amrita, that are never satiated with quaffing masuri after masuri. And Janardana, attired in yellow robes, having the complexion of the atasi flower, sat in the midst of that assembly like a sapphire mounted on gold. And after Govinda had taken his seat, a perfect silence ensued, for none present there spoke a single word. And after all the kings had been seated, and perfect silence had ensued, Krishna, possessing thin teeth and having a voice deep as that of the drum, began to speak. And Madhava, although he addressed Dhritarashtra, spoke in a voice deep as a row of clouds in the rain season, making the whole assembly hear. And he said, "In order that peace may be established between the Kurus and the Pandavas without a slaughter of the heroes, I have come hither. Besides these, I have no other beneficial words to utter. Everything that should be learned in this world is already known to thee. This thy haste owing to its learning and behavior. and owing also to its being adorned with every accomplishment, is most distinguished among our royal dynasties. Joy in the happiness of others, grief at sight of other people's misery, desire to alleviate distress, abstention from injury, sincerity, forgiveness, and truth, these prevail amongst the chorus. Then thy race, therefore, is so noble, it would be a pity if anything improper were done by anyone belonging to it, and greater pity still if it were done by thee. Thou art the first of those that should restrain the chorus if they behave deceitfully towards strangers, or those numbering with themselves. Know that those wicked sons of thine, headed by Duryodhana, abandoning both virtue and property, disregarding morality, and deprived of their senses by avarice, are now acting most unrighteously towards their foremost of king's men. That terrible danger hath its origin in the conduct of the chorus. If thou becomest indifferent to it, it will then produce a universal slaughter. If thou art willing, thou mayest be able to allay that danger even yet, for peace, I think, is not difficult of acquisition. The establishment of peace depends on thee and myself. Set right thy sons, and I will set the Pandavas right. Whatever be thy command, it behoveth thy sons with their followers to obey it. If again they live in obedience to thee, that would be the very best they could do. If thou strivest for peace by restraining thy sons, it will be to thy profit, as also to the benefit of the Pandavas. Having reflected carefully, act thou thyself, let those sons of Bharata be thy allies. Supported by the Pandavas, seek thou both religion and profit. By every exertion in thy power, thou canst not have such allies as they who are such. Protected by the illustrious sons of Pandu, Indra himself, at the head of the celestials, will not be able to vanquish thee. How would it be possible then for mere earthly kings to withstand thy prowess, if with Bhisma and Drona and Kripa and Karna and Vivingisati and Asvatihaman, Vikarna and Somadatta and Valika and the chief of the Sindhus and the ruler of the Kalingas and Sodakishina, the king of the Kambojas. There were Yudhishthira and Bhishmasena and Savyasakhin and the twins, and if Satyaki of might energy and Jujutsu that might Kawaro are stationed, who is there of such misdirected intelligence that won't fight these? If thou hast both the Kurus and the Pandavas at thy back, the sovereignty of the whole world and invincibility before our foes will be thine. All the rulers of the earth that are either equal to thee or superior will then seek alliance with thee, protected on all sides by sons, grandsons, fathers, brothers, and friends. Thou wilt then be able to live in exceeding happiness, keeping these before thee and treating them with kindness as in days of yore. Thou wilt enjoy the sovereignty of the whole earth, with these as thy supporters, and with the sons of Pandu also thou wilt be able to conquer all thy foes. Even this is thy best advantage. If thou art united with thy sons and kinsmen and counselors, thou wilt enjoy sovereignty of the whole earth won for thee by them. In battle, nothing but wholesale destruction is visible. In the destruction of both parties, what merit dost thou see? If the Pandavas are slaughtered in battle, or if thy own might sons foul, tell me, what happiness wilt thou enjoy? Of them are brave and skilled in weapons, of them are desirous of battle. The Pandavas as also thy sons. Save them from the terrible danger that threatens them. After the battle thou wilt not behold all the Kurus or all the Pandavas, Ka warriors slain by Ka warriors. Thou wilt behold the heroes of both parties reduced in numbers and strength. All the rulers of the earth have been assembled together, inflamed with wrath. They will certainly exterminate the population of the earth. Save the world. Let not the population of the earth be exterminated. If thou regainest thy natural disposition, the earth may continue to be peopled as now. Save these monarchs who are all of poor descent, endowed with modest and liberality and piety, and connected with one another in bonds of relationship or alliance, from the terrible danger that threatens them, abandoning wrath and enmity. Let these kings embracing one another in peace, eating and drinking with one another, dressed in excellent robes and decked with garlands, and doing courtesies to one another, return to their respective homes. Let the affection thou hast for the Pandavas be revived in thy bosom, and let it lead to the establishment of peace. Deprived of their father, while they were infants, they were brought up by thee. Cherish them now as becomes thee, as if they were thy own sons. It is thy duty to protect them, and especially it is so when they are distressed. Let not thy virtue and profit be both lost. Saluting and propitiating thee, the Pandavas have said unto thee, at thy command we have with our followers suffered great misery. For these 12 years have we lived in the woods, and for the 13th year have we lived incognito in an uninhabited part of the world. We broke not our pledge, firmly believing that our Father also would abide by this, that we violated not our word, and is well known to the Brahmanas who were with us. And as we have abided by our promise, also do thou abide by thine. Long have we suffered the greatest misery, but let us now have our share of the kingdom. Full conversant as thou art with virtue and profit, it behoveth thee to rescue us, knowing that our obedience is due to thee. We have quietly undergone much misery. Behave thou then unto us like a father or brother. A preceptor should behave as a preceptor towards his disciples, and as disciples we are willing to behave as such towards thee, our preceptor. Act thou, therefore, towards us as our preceptor should. If we go wrong, it is the duty of our Father to set us right. Therefore, set us on the way, and tread thou also the excellent path of righteousness. Those sons of thine have also said unto these kings assembled in the court these words: if the members of an assembly are conversant with morality, nothing improper should be permitted by them to happen. Where, in the presence of the virtuous members of an assembly, righteousness is sought to be overpowered by unrighteousness, and truth by the untruth, it is those members themselves that are vanquished and slain. When righteousness, fixed by unrighteousness, seeketh the protection of an assembly, if the arrow is not extracted, it is the members themselves that are pierced by that arrow. In that case, Righteousness enslaved the members of that assembly, like a river, eating away the roots of the trees on its bank. Judge now. The Pandavas, with their eyes turned towards righteousness and reflecting on everything, are maintaining a calm attitude, and what they have said is consistent with truth and virtue and justice. What canst thou say unto them, but that thou art willing to give them back their kingdom? Let these rulers of earth that are sitting here say, if it appears to thee that what I have said after reflecting well on virtue to be true, save all these Kshatriyas from the mischiefs of death, effect peace, and yield not to anger, giving unto the Pandavas their just share of the paternal kingdom. Enjoy thou then with thy sons happiness and luxury, thy wishes being all crowned with success. Know that Yudhishthira always treadeth the path that is trod by the righteous. Thou knowest also what the behavior of Yudhishthira is towards thee and thy sons. Our talk thou hadst sought to burn him to death, and hadst exiled him from human habitation. Yet he came back and once more reposed confidence in thee. Again didst thou with thy sons banish him to Indraprastha, while there he brought all the kings of the earth to subjection, and yet looked up to thy face, without seeking to disregard thee. Although he behaved in this way, yet Subala's son, desirous of robbing him of his dominions and wealth and possessions, applied the very efficacious means of dice, reduced to that condition, and even beholding Krishna dragged into the assembly, Yudhishthira, of immeasurably soul, did not yet swerve from the duties of a Kshatriya. As regards myself, I desire thy good as also theirs, for the sake of virtue, of profit, of happiness. Make peace, and do not allow the earth's population to be slaughtered, regarding evil as good and good as evil. Restrain thy sons, who have from covetousness proceeded too far. As regards the sons of Pritha, they are equally ready to wait upon thee in dutiful service or to fight. That wish seems to thee to be for thy good, do thou adopt. All the rulers of earth there present highly applauded these words of Kesava within their hearts, but none of them ventured to say anything in the presence of Duryodhana. Hearing these words uttered by the high-souled Kesava, all the persons who sat in that assembly remained silent, their hair standing on their ends, and all the kings talked within themselves that there was no man who could dare reply to that speech, and seeing that all the kings sat silent. Jamadagni's son then said these words in that assembly of Kurus. Listen confidingly to my words illustrated by an example, and seek thy own good if my speech recommends itself to thee. There was a king of yore named Dambihodi, who was the head of the earth. It hath been heard by us that his sovereignty extended over the whole world, and that might warrior, rising every morning after the night had passed away, called the Brahmanas and the Kshatriyas unto himself, and asked them, saying, Be he a Sudra, a Vaisya, a Kshatriya, or a Brahmana, is there anyone who is superior or even equal to me in battle? And uttering these words, that king wandered over the earth, intoxicated with pride, and thinking of nothing else. And it so happened that certain Brahmanas endowed with high souls, conversant with the Vedas, and fearing nothing on earth, consoled the monarch, repeatedly boasting of his prowess, to curb his pride. But Tog, forbidden by those Brahmanas to boast in that way, the king continued to ask the Brahmanas as before the same question day after day. And some high-souled Brahmanas then, endowed with ascetic merit and acquainted with the proofs furnished by the Vedas, were inflamed with anger, and addressing that proud and boastful king intoxicated with prosperity, told him, "There are two persons who are foremost of all men, and who are always victorious in battle. Thou wilt by no means be equal to them if thou seekest an encounter with any one of them." And thus addressed by them, the king asked those Brahmanas, saying, "Where may those two heroes be found? In what haste are they born? What feats have they achieved? And who are they?" And the Brahmanas answered him, saying, "It had been heard by us that those two persons are ascetics called Nara and Narayana. They have both taken their birth in the race of men. Go and fight with them. It is that illustrious pair, Nara and Narayana, who are now practicing the severest of penances in some hidden region of the mountains of Gandhimadana." Hearing those words of the Brahmanas, that king speedily mustered his large arm consisting of 6 kinds of horses, and, unable to bear their reputation, marched to the spot where those unvanquished ascetics were, and arrived at the rugged and frightful mountains of Gandhimadana. He began to search after those riches, and at last came upon them concealed within the woods, and beholding those two best of persons emaciated with hunger and thirst, their veins swollen and visibly, and themselves much afflicted with cold winds and the hot rains of the sun, he approached them, and touching their feet, inquired after their welfare. And the two rishis received the king hospitably with fruits and roots, and a seat and water. And they then inquired after the king's business, saying, "Let it be done." And thus addressed by them, the king said unto them the same words that he was in the habit of saying unto all. And he said, "The whole earth has been conquered by the might of my arms. All my foes have been slain. Desiring a battle with you both, I have come to this mountain. Offer me this hospitality. I have been cherishing this wish from a long time." Thus addressed, Nara and Narayana said, "Wrath and covetousness have no place in this retreat. How can a battle therefore be possible here? There are no weapons here, and nothing of unrighteousness and malice. Seek battle elsewhere. There are many Kshatriyas on earth." Although thus addressed, the king still pressed them for giving him battle. The rishis, however, continually soothed him and overlooked his opportunity. King Dambihodi Bihava, still desirous of battle, repeatedly summoned those rishis to fight. Nara, then, taking up a handful of grass blades, said, "Desirous of battle as thou art, come and fight. Take up all thy arms and array thy troops. I will curb thy eagerness for battle hereafter." Dambihodi Bihava then said, "If thou thinkest this weapon of thine fit to be used against us, I shall fight with thee, Tog, thou mayest use that weapon, for I have come hither desirous of fighting." Saying this, Dambihodi Bihava, with all his troops, desirous of slaying that ascetic, covered all sides with a shower of arrows. That ascetic, however, by means of those blades of grass, baffled all those terrible shafts of the king that were capable of mangling the bodies of hostile warriors. The invincible Rish then let off towards the king his own terrible weapon, made of grass blades, and which was incapable of being counteracted. And highly wonderful was that which happened, for that ascetic, incapable of missing his arm, pieced and cut off, but those grass blades alone, the eyes and ears and noses of the hostile warriors, aided also by his power of illusion. And beholding the entire walking witnessed by those grass blades, the king fell at the feet of the rich and said, "Let me be blessed. Allah inclined to grant protection unto those that sought it." Nara then said unto that monarch, "Be obedient to the Brahmanas and be virtuous. Never do so again." A conqueror of hostile towns, a Kshatriya mindful of the duties of his own, or should never, within even his heart, be as thou art, filled with pride, never insult anybody on an occasion, be he inferior or superior to thee. Even such conduct would befit thee, acquiring wisdom, abandoning covetousness and pride, controlling thy soul, restraining thy passions, practicing forgiveness and humility, and becoming amiably. Go and cherish thy subjects, without ascertaining the strength and weakness of men, never insult anyone under any circumstances. Blessed be thou, and with our leave go hence, and never again behave in this way. At our command, inquire thou always of the Brahmanas as to what is for thy good. The king then, worshipping the feet of those two illustrious riches, returned to his seat, and from that time began to practice righteousness. Great was that feat achieved of old by Nara. Narayana again became superior to Nara in consequence of many more qualities. Therefore, besides such weapons as Kakudika, Sukha, Naka, Akishisantarjana, Santana, Nartana, Gihora, and Asyamodaka, are placed on the string of that best of bows called Gandiva. Go thou unto the Dhananjaya, laying aside thy pride. Struck with these weapons, men always yield up their lips. These weapons have other means, corresponding with the 8 passions, such as lust, wrath, covetousness, vanity, insolence, pride, malice, and selfishness. Struck with them, men are confounded and move about frantically deprived of their senses. Under their influence, persons always sleep heavily, cut capers, vomit, pass urine and excreta, weep and lag incessantly. That Arjuna is irresistibly in fact, who have for his friend Narayana, the creator and lord of all the worlds, full acquainted with the cause of everything, who is there in the 3 worlds, who would venture to vanquish that hero, the ape venerate Jisnu, who have no equal in battle. Countless are the victories that reside in Partha. Janardana, again, is superior to him. Thou art thyself well acquainted with the Dhananjaya, the son of Kunti. They that were Nara and Narayana in days of yore are now Arjuna and Kesava. Know then who those brave and foremost of persons are. If thou believest in this and dost not mistrust me, adopt thou a virtuous resolution and make peace with the sons of Pandu. If thou regardest this as thy good, that there should be no disunion in thy family, then make peace, and do not set thy heart upon battle. That are foremost of Kuru's line. The race to which thou belongest is highly regarded on earth. Let that regard continue to be paid to it. Blessed be thou. Think of what conduces to thy own welfare. Having listened to the words of Jamadagna, the illustrious rich Kamba, said these words unto Duryodhana in that assembly of the Kurus. Kanva said, Brahman, the great sire of the universe, is indestructible and eternal. Those illustrious rishis, Nara and Narayana, are of the same character. Of all the sons of Aditi, Vishnu alone is eternal. He alone is unconquerable and indestructible, existing forever, the Lord of all, and the possessor of divine attributes. All others, such as the sun and the moon, earth and water, wind, fire and firmament, planets and stars, are liable to destruction. All these, when the end of the universe cometh, take leave of the three worlds. They are destroyed and created again and again. Others also, such as men and animals and birds and creatures belonging to other orders of living existence, all that move on this world of men, are endowed with short lives, and as regards kings, all of them having enjoyed great prosperity, reach at last the hour of destruction, and are reborn in order to enjoy the fruits of good and evil deeds. It behoveth thee then to make peace with Yudhishthira. Let the Pandavas and the Kauravas both rule this earth. One should not think in this way, I am strong, for it is seen that there are persons stronger than those generally regarded strong. Physical strength is scarcely regarded as strength, but those that are real strong, as regards the Pandavas, endowed as they are with prowess equal to that of the Celestials, they are also regarded as strong. In this connection is cited an old history, as an example the history of Matali, searching for a bridegroom upon whom to bestow his daughter. The king of the three worlds had a charioteer named Matali, whom he dearly loved, and to him was born a daughter celebrated over the world for beauty, and with the celestial beauty. That daughter of Matali was known by the name of Gunakesi, and in both loveliness and symmetry of bodily figure, she far excelled other members of her sex. Knowing that the time for giving her away had come, Matali, with his wife, became very anxious, thinking of what he was to do next. And he talked within himself, the birth of a daughter in the families of those that are well behaved and high born and possess reputation and humility of character is always attended with evil results. Daughters, when born in respectable families, always endanger the honor of three families, their maternal and paternal families, and the family into which they are adopted by marriage. Glancing in my mind eye the words of gods and men, I have searched both, but no eligible bridegroom have I found. And it so happened that amongst the gods, the deities and Gandharvas, men and numerous rishis, none was regarded by Matali as an eligible husband for his daughter. And having held a consultation then in the night with his wife Sudhiharma, Matali set his heart upon making a journey to the world of the Nagas, and he talked within himself. Amongst both gods and men I have not found a husband fit in respect of beauty for my Gunakesi. Surely one may be found amongst the Nagas. And saying this, he took his wife leave, and sniffing the head of his daughter, Matali entered the nether region. When Matali was wending his way, he saw the great rishi Narada proceeding at his pleasure to pay a visit to Varuna. And beholding Matali, Narada asked him, saying, "Whither dost thou go? Is it on any mission of thy own, or is it at Satakratu command that this journey of thine is undertaken?" Thus addressed on the way by Narada, who was proceeding towards his destination. Matali dul informed Narada of his mission, and Rish informed of everything. Then said unto Matali, we shall go together. As regards myself, it is to see the Lord of the waters that I am proceeding, having left the heavens, searching the nether regions. I shall tell you everything. After a good search there, we shall select a bridegroom, and penetrating then into nether regions, that illustrious couple, Matali and Narada, we heard that regent of the world, the Lord of the waters. And there Narada received worship due to a celestial rish, and Matali received that equal to what is offered to the great Indra, and both of them, skillful in business, informed Varuna of their purpose, and obtaining his leave, they began to wander in that region of the Nagas. And Narada, who knew all the residents of the nether region, then began to describe in detail unto his companion all about the dwellers of the Naga world. And Narada said, Thou hast seen Varuna surrounded by his sons and grandsons. Behold the dominions of the Lord of the waters. It is delightful all around, and full of riches. The son endowed with great wisdom of Varuna, the lord of the ocean, is even much distinguished for his conduct and disposition, and for his holiness. Possessed of eyes like lotus leaves, this Puskara is Varuna much loved son, endowed with great beauty and delightful to behold. He has been chosen by Soma doctor as her husband. That daughter of Soma, equal in beauty unto a second Sri, is known by the name of Jyotisnakali. It is said that she had once before chosen the else and foremost of Aditi son as her lord. Behold now that abode, made entirely of gold, and full of the wine called Varuni. Having obtained that wine, the gods acquitted their godheads. These blazing weapons of every kind that thou seest belonged to the deities who have been deprived of their sovereignty. These weapons are incapable of deterioration, and when hurled at the foes, always return in the hand that holdeth them. Obtained by the gods as the boot of war, they require considerable mental energy to be used against foes. Here dwelt in days of yore many tribes of asas and deities, possessed of many kinds of celestial weapons, but they were all vanquished by the gods. Behold there, in Varuna lake, is that fire of blazing flames, and that discus of Vishnu surrounded by the lustrous splendor of might caloric. Behold there lieth that cannot bow that was created for the destruction of the world. It is always protected with great vigilance by the gods, and it is from this woe that the unyielded by Arjuna have taken its name, and with the strength of 100,000 bows. The power it assumes at the hour of battle is indescribably great. It punishes all punishable wicked kings endowed with the nature of asas. This fierce weapon was first created by Brahman, the utterer of the Vedas. The great preceptor Sukra have said that this weapon is a terrible one in respect of all kings, and that with great energy. It is held by the sons of the Lord of waters. Behold, there in the umbrella home is the umbrella of the Lord of the waters. It droppeth refreshing showers like the clouds. The water dropped from this umbrella, tog pure as the moon, is yet enveloped by such darkness that it cannot be seen by anybody. There, in these regions, innumerable are the wonders to be seen. Your business, however, will suffer if we spend more time here. We will, therefore, leave this region soon. Here, in the very center of the world of the Nagas, is situated the seat known by the name of Patalam, celebrated over all the universe. It is worshipped by the deities and the Danavas, creatures inhabiting the earth. If brought hither by force of the water's current, shriek loudly, afflicted with fear. Here the fire known by the name of the azure fire, and which is fed by water, continually blazeth forth. Held fast by the fiat of the celestials, it moveth not, regarding itself as bound and confined. It was here that the gods, having first vanquished and slain their foes, quaffed the Amrita and deposited the residual. It is from this place that the waning and washing of the moon are seen. It is here that son of Aditi, the horse-headed, on the recurrence of every auspicious occasion, riseth, filling at such times the universe, otherwise called Suvarna, with the sound of Vedic hymns and mantras, and because all watery forms, such as the moon and others, shower their water on this region. Therefore hath this excellent region been called Patala. It is from here that the celestial elephant Airavata, for the benefit of the universe, taketh up cool water in order to impart it to the clouds, and it is that water which Indra poureth down as rain. Here dwell the vast kinds of aquatic animals of various shapes, such as the timi and others, which subsist on the rays of the moon. Here are many kinds of creatures that die during the day, being pierced by the rays of the sun, but all of whom live in the night, the reason being that the moon rising here every day, lying those deceased creatures with Amrita by means of rains that constitute his arms, resuscitate them by that touch, deprived of their prosperity by Vasava. It is here that many sinful Danavas live confined, defeated by him and afflicted by time. It was here that the Lord of creatures, that great master of all created things, Mahadeva, had practiced the severest of ascetic austerities for the benefit of all creatures. Here dwell men regenerate and great riches, observant of vows called Go, and emaciated with the recitation and study of the Vedas, and who, having suspended the vital air called Prana, have attained to heaven by force of their austerities. A man is said to adopt the vow called Go, when he sleepeth wherever he listeth, and when he subsisteth on anything that others place before him, and is clad with robes that others may supply. Here in the case of the celebrated elephant Supratika were born those best of elephants known by the names of Airavata, Vamana, Kumuda, and Anjana, the first being the king of his tribe. Look, if there be any bridegroom here that is distinguished by the possession of superior merits, for then I will go to him for respectful soliciting him to accept thy daughter. Behold, here lieth an egg in these waters, blazing with beauty. From the commencement of the creation it is here. It moveth not, nor doth it burst. I have never heard anybody speaking of its birth or nature. Nobody knoweth who its father or mother is. It is said that, when the end of the world cometh, might fire burst forth from within it, and spreading consumeth the three worlds with all their mobile and immobile objects. Hearing those words of Narada, Matali answered him, saying, No one here seems to me to be eligible. Let us go hence, therefore, without delay. Here is that spacious and celebrated seat of cities called Hiranyapura, belonging to the Daityas and Danavas, possessing 100 diverse kinds of illusion. Here, in these regions called Patala, it hath been built with great care by the divine artificer, and planned by the Danava Maya, and with great energy and heroism. Men Danavas, having obtained boons in days of old, lived here, exhibiting 1,000 different kinds of illusion. They were incapable of being vanquished by Sakra or any other celestial, that is, by either Yama or Varuna or the Lord of Treasuries. Here dwell those Asuras called Kalakihanshas, who sprang from Vishnu, and those Hakishasas, also called Yutudhihanas, who sprang from the feet of Brahman. All of them are endowed with frightful teeth, terrible impetus, the speed and prowess of the wind, and great energy depending on powers of illusion. Besides these, another class of Danavas called Nivatakavakhas, who are invincibly in battle, have their abode here. Thou knowest how Sakra is unable to vanquish them. Many times thou, with thy son Gomukha, and the chief of the Celestials and Lord of Sakhi, along with his son, had to retreat before them. Behold their homes that are all made of silver and gold, and well adorned with decorations done according to the rules of art. All those mansions are decked with lapis lazuli and corals, and made effulgent with the lust of the Arcaspihatica, and the radiance of gem called Vajrasara. And men of those palatial residences seem as if they have been made of the shine of these gems called Padimaragas, or of bright marble, or of excellent wood. And they are also possessed of the radiance of the sun, or blazing fire. And all the edifices, adorned with gems and jewels, are very high, and stand close to another, of spacious proportions and great architectural beauty. It is impossible to say of what material these mansions are built, or to describe their style of beauty. They are exceedingly beautiful in consequence of their decorations. Behold these retreats of the deities for recreation and sport, these beds of theirs for sleep, these costly utensils of theirs set with precious stones, and these seats for their use. Behold these hills of theirs, looking like clowns, those fountains of water, these trees also that move of their own will, and that yield all fruits and flowers that one may ask. See if any bridegroom may be had here, acceptably to thee. If no one can be found, we shall, if thou likest, go hence to some other part of the world. Thus addressed, Matali answered Narada, saying, Celestial Rish, it behoveth me not to do anything that may be disagreeable to the dwellers of heaven. The gods and the Danavas, tall brothers, are ever at hostility with each other. How can I, therefore, make an alliance with those that are our enemies? Let us repair, therefore, to some other place. It behoveth me not to search among the Danavas. As regards thyself, I know thy heart is ever set on fomenting quarrels. Narada said, This region belongeth to the birds, all of whom possess excellent feathers. They all subsist on snakes. They never feel any fatigue in putting forth their prowess, or in making journeys, or in bearing burdens. These race have multiplied from the 6 sons of Gadiura. They are Sumukha, Sunaman, Sunetra, Suvarkhas, Swank, and that prince of birds called Suvala, born of Kasyapa line, and enhancing the glory of Vinata race, many-winged creatures, the foremost of their species, have, by begetting children, founded and increased 1,000 dynasties of birds, are endowed with nobility of blood. All these creatures are endowed with great prosperity, have the auspicious wheel called Srivatsa, possess great wealth, and are inspired with great might. By their acts they may be said to belong to the Kshatriya order, but they are all without any compassion. Subsisting as they do on snakes, they never attain to spiritual enlightenment in consequence of their preying on their kinsmen. I will now enumerate the chiefs by their names. Listen to me. This race is much regarded in consequence of the favor that is shown to it by Vishnu. They all worship Vishnu, and Vishnu is their protector. Vishnu always dwelleth in their hearts, and Vishnu is their great refuge. These then are their names: Suvarnakhoda, Nagasin, Daruna, Khandatundaka, Anala, Vaisalakisha, Kundalin, Pankajit, Vajraviskambiha, Vainateya, Vamana, Vatavega, Disakhakishu, Nimisha, Animisha, Trihava, Sapitarava, Valmik, Dipaka, Daitya Divipa, Sari Divipa, Sarasa, Padma Ketana, Sumukha, Hitraketu, Hitravara, Anagha, Mizhahit, Kumuda, Dakisha, Sarpanta, Somabhihojana, Gurubihara, Kapota, Suryanetra, Hihantaka, Visnudharman, Kumara, Parivarha, Hari, Susvara, Madhuparka, Hemavarna, Malaya, Matahisvan, Nisakara, and Divakara. The sons of Gadura that are named dwell in only a single province of this region. I have mentioned those only that have won distinction by might, fame, and achievements. If thou likest none here, come, we will go hence. I will take thee to another region where thou mayest find an eligible husband for thy daughter. The region where we now are is called Hasatala, and is the seventh stratum below the earth. Here dwelleth Surabihi, the mother of our kind, she who was born of the Amrita. She always yieldeth milk, which is the sense of all the best things of the earth, and which, excellent as it is, and of own taste, springeth from the essence of the 6 different kinds of tastes. The faultless Surabihi herself sprung in days of old from the mouth of the grandsire, gratified with drinking the Amrita and vomiting the best things. A single jet only of her milk falling on the earth created what is known as the sacred and the excellent milk ocean. The verge of that ocean around is always covered with white foam, resembling a belt of flowers. Those best of ascetics that are known by the name of the foam drinkers dwell around this ocean, subsisting on that foam only. They are called foam drinkers because they live on nothing else save that foam. Engaged in the practice of the severest austerities, the very gods are known to fear them. From her are born 4 other kind, supporting the 4 quarters, and therefore are they called the supporter of the quarters. Born of Surabihi herself, She who supporteth the eastern quarter is called Surupa. She who supporteth the southern quarter is called Hansika. That illustrious co of universal form who supporteth the western quarter, ruled by Varuna, is known by the name of Subhadra. The northern quarter, comprising the region of virtue, and called after Kuvera, the Lord of Treasuries, is supported by the co-named Sarva Kamadugha. The gods, uniting with the Asuras and making the Mandara mountain their pole, shortened the waters of the ocean and obtained the wine called Varuni, and Lakshmi, and Amrita, and that prince of steeds called Ukhi-Aisrava, and that best of gems called Kaustubiha. Those waters that yielded these precious things had all been mixed with the milk of these four cows. As regards Surabihi, the milk she yielded becometh Sivaha, unto those that live on Sivaha, Sivadha unto those that live on Sivadha, and Amrita unto those that live on Amrita. The couplet that was sung by the dwellers of Hasatala in days of old is still heard to be recited in the world by the persons of learning. That couplet is this: neither in the region of the Nagas, nor in Sivarga, nor in Vimana, nor in Tripistapa is residence so happy as in Hasatala. This foremost of cities that thou beholdest, and which resembles the Amaravati of the chief of the celestials himself, is known by the name of Bihogavati. It is ruled over by Vasuki, the king of the Nagas. That Sihesha dwelleth here, who, in consequence of his ascetic austerities of the foremost order, is able to support this earth with all her vastness. His body is like that of a white mountain. He is decked in celestial ornaments. He hath 1,000 heads. His tongues are blazing like flames of fire, and he is endowed with great strength. There dwell in happiness innumerable Nagas, sons of Surasa, possessed of diverse forms, and decked in ornaments of diverse kinds, bearing the signs of gems, svastika, circles, and drinking vessels. All of them endowed with great strength, are by nature fierce. Some have 1,000 heads, some 500, and some 3, and some have 2 heads, and some 5, and some have 7 faces, and all of them are possessed of hook bodies that resemble the mountains stretching over the earth. Millions and tens of millions are they, in fact, uncountable, even as regards those of them that belong to a single race. Listen, however, to me, as I name a few of the more famous ones amongst them. They are Vasuki, Takishaka, Karkotaka, Dihanjaya, Kaliya, Nahusha, Asvatara, Vakyakunda, Mani, Apurana, Kihaga, Vamana, Elapatra, Kukura, Kukuna, Aryaka, Nandaka, Kalasa, Potaka, Kalilasaka, Pinjaraka, Airavata, Sumanmukha, Dadihimukha, Sankha, Nanda, Upanandaka, Apita, Kotaraka, Sikhi, Nistihuraka, Titiri, Hastibihadra, Kumuda, Mailapindaka, Dechupadmas, Pundarika, Puspa, Mudigara Parnaka, Karavira, Pitiharaka, Samvrita, Vrita, Pindara, Vilvapatra, Mushikada, Sirishaka, Dilipa, Sankiha, Sirsiha, Jyotiska, Aparajita, Kauravya, Diritarastra, Kuhara, Krisaka, Virajas, Diharana, Savahu, Mukihara, Jaya, Vidihira, Andiha, Visundi, Virasa, and Sarasa. These and many others there are amongst the sons of Kasyapa. See if there is anybody here whom thou canst elect. Matali, meanwhile, had been looking attentively at the person that stood by, and after Narada had ceased speaking, the celestial charioteer, with gratified mind, asked the rish, saying, "Of what haste is he the delighter, that comely youth of great radiance, who standeth before Aryaka of Kauravya line? Who is his father, and who his mother? Of what Naga race is he? Of what line doth he stand as a high flagstaff, in consequence of his intelligence, his patience, his beauty, and his youth? My heart have been attracted towards him. That youth will make the best of husbands for my Gunakesi." Beholding Matali gratification at seeing the Naga called Sumukiha, Narada informed him of the nobility of his parentage and of his fiat, and he said, "Born in the haze of Airavata, this prince of Nagas is named Sumukiha. He is the favorite grandson of Aryaka and the daughter son of Vamana. The father of this youth was the Naga called Hikura. Not long before was he slain by Vinyata's son." Hearing this, Matali became highly pleased, and addressing Narada, the charioteer said, "This best of Nagas is very acceptable to me for a son-in-law. Make an endeavor to secure him, for I am highly pleased at the thought of bestowing on this Naga, my dear daughter." Narada then said, "This one is the charioteer of the name of Matali. He is besides a dear friend of Sakra. Poor in conduct, he hath an excellent disposition, and possesses numerous virtues, and with strength of maid. He hath great energy and great might. He is the friend, counselor, and charioteer of Sakra. It has been seen in every battle that small is the difference that exists between him and Vasava, as regards prowess and strength. In all the battles between the gods and Asuras, it is this Matali that driveth by his mind alone, that ever victorious and best of cars belonging to Indra, which is drawn by 1,000 steeds. Vanquished by his management of the steeds, the enemies of the gods are subjugated by Vasava, by the use of his hands. Defeated beforehand by Matali, the Asuras are subsequently slain by Indra. Matali hath an excellent daughter, who in beauty is unrivalled in the world. Truthful and possessed of every accomplishment, she is known by the name of Gunakesi. He was searching the 3 worlds for an eligible bridegroom. Thou that art possessed of the splendor of a celestial, thy grandson, Sumukiha, hath become acceptable to him as a husband for his daughter. If, best of serpents, his proposal be acceptable to thee, quickly make up thy mind to take his daughter in gift for thy grandson, as Lakshmi in Vishnu's house, or Sivaha in that of Agni, So let the slender wasted Gunakesi be a wife in thy haste. Let Gunakesi therefore be accepted by thee for thy grandson, like Sakhi for Vasava, who deserveth her. Although this youth hath lost his father, yet we choose him for his virtues, and for the respectability of Airavata and thy own. It is in consequence of Sumukhiha merits, his disposition, purity, self-restraint, and other qualification, that Matali hath become himself desirous of giving away his daughter unto him. It behoveth thee, therefore, to honor Matali. Thus addressed by Narada, Aryaka, beholding his grandson, elected as a bridegroom, and remembering the death of his son, was filled with delight and sorrow at the same time. And he then addressed Narada, and said, How can I desire Gunakesi for a daughter-in-law? It cannot be, that thy woes are not highly honored by me. For who is there that would not desire an alliance with the friend of Indra? I hesitate, however, in consequence of the instability of the very cause that would not make that alliance lasting. The author of this youth, my son, hath been devoured by Gadiura. We are afflicted with sorrow on that account, but worse still, Vignata son, at the time of leaving these regions, said, After a month I will devour this Sumukhiha also. Surely it will happen as he hath said, for we know with whom we have to deal. At these words, therefore, of Suparna we have become fearless. Matali then said unto Aryaka, I have formed a plan. This thy grandson is elected by me as my son-in-law. Let this Naga then, proceeding with me and Narada, come to the Lord of heaven, the chief of the celestials. I shall then endeavor to place obstacles in the way of Suparna, and as a last resource, we will ascertain the period of life that hath been vouchsafed to Sumukhiha. Blessed be thou, let Sumukhiha, therefore, come with me to the presence of the Lord of the celestials. Saying this, they took Sumukhiha with them, and all the four ended with great splendor, coming to heaven, beheld Sakra, the chief of the gods, seated in all his glory. And it so happened that the illustrious Vishnu of 4 arms was also present there. Narada then represented the whole history about Matali and his choice. Hearing out that Narada said, Vishnu directed Purandara, the Lord of the universe, saying, Let Amrita be given to this youth, and let him be made immortal like gods themselves. Let Matali and Narada and Sumukhiha all attain their cherished wish through thy grace. Purandara, however, reflecting on the prowess of Vignata's son, said unto Vishnu, Let Amrita be given unto him by thee. Thus addressed, Vishnu said, Thou art the Lord of all mobile and immobile creatures. Who is there that would refuse a gift that may be made by thee? At these words, Sakra gave unto that Naga length of days. The slayer of Vala and Vritra did not make him a drinker of Amrita. Sumukhiha, having obtained that boon, became Sumukhiha, for his face was suffused with marks of joy. And having married Matali daughter, he cheerful returned home, and Narada and Aryaka also, filled with delight at the success of their object, went away after having worshipped the glorious chief of the celestials. Meanwhile, the mighty Gadiura heard what had happened, the bestowal by Sakra of length of days on the Naga Sumukhiha, and inflamed with great anger, that hanger of the firmament, Suparna, is meeting the three walls by the hurricane caused by the flappings of his wings, quickly came to Vasava, and Gadiura said, Illustrious on, disregarding me, why hast thou interfered with my sustenance? Having granted me a boon of thy own will, why dost thou now withdraw it? The Supreme Lord of all creatures hath, from the beginning, ordained what my food is to be. Why dost thou then stand in the way of that divine decree? I had selected this great Naga and had fixed time, for I had intended to offer the meat of his body as sustenance to my numerous progeny. When he, therefore, hath obtained a boon from thee, and hath become indestructible by me, how can I henceforth dare kill another of his species? Dost thou sport thus, as thou listest? I, however, shall have to die, as also the members of my family, and the servants whom I have engaged in my house. That will, I think, gratify thee. I deserve all these, nay more, since, being the lord of the three worlds in might, I yet consented to become the servant of another. Vishnu, however, is not the only cause of my inferiority, for Thog, I am quit thy equal, yet the sovereignty of the three worlds hasteth on thee. Like thee, I also have a daughter of Dakisha for my mother, and Kasyapa for my father. Like thee, I also can, without any fatigue, bear the weight of the three worlds. I have strength that is immeasurably and incapable of being resisted by any creature. In the war with the deities, I also achieved grand feats, Srutasri, and Srutasena, and Vivasvar, and Hokha Namukiha, and Prashura, and Kalakakisha. Amongst the sons of Diti were slain by me, perishing yet on the flag staff of thy younger brother Kar. I careful protect it in battle, and sometime also I bear that brother of thine on my back. It is, perhaps, for this that thou disregardest me. Who else in the universe is there that is capable of bearing such heavy burdens? Who is there that is stronger than myself? Superior Thog I am. I yet bear on my back this younger brother of thine with all his friends. When, however, disregarding me, thou hast interfered with my food, thou hast inflicted disgrace on me, like this younger brother of thine that had hitherto been disgracing me by making me bear him on my back. As regards thyself, amongst all those endowed with prowess and strength that have been born of Aditi womb, thou art superior in strength, yet thee I bear without any fatigue on of my feathers. Think coolly, then, who amongst us is stronger? Hearing the proud words of that bird foreshadowing danger, the bearer of the discus, provoking Tarkis here, still more, said unto him, Thog so very weak, why dost thou yet regard thyself strong? It ill behoveth thee to vaunt thus in our presence. The three walls united together cannot bear the weight of my body. I myself bear my own weight, and thine also. Come now, bear thou the weight of this own right arm of mine. If thou canst bear even this, thy boast won't be regarded as reasonable. Saying this, the whole on placed his arms on Gadiura's shoulders. Thereupon the latter fell down, afflicted with its weight, confounded and deprived of his senses, and Gadiura felt that the weight of that one arm of Vishnu was as great as that of the entire earth with her mountains, and that with might infinitely greater. Vishnu, however, did not afflict him much. Akhyuta did not take his life. That angel of the sky, afflicted then by that immense weight, gasped for breath, and began to cast off his feathers, with every limb weakened and utterly confounded. Gadiura was almost deprived of his senses. The winged offspring of Vinyata, then thus confounded and almost deprived of his senses, and rendered utterly helpless, bowing unto Vishnu, with bent head, feebly addressed him, saying, Illustrious Lord, the sense of that strength which sustains the universe dwelleth in this body of thine. What wonder, therefore, that I should be crushed down to the earth by a single arm of thine, stretched out at thy pleasure. It behoveth thee to forgive this winged creature that perches on thy flagstaff, this fool intoxicated with pride of strength, but now rendered utterly helpless. Thy great strength was never known to me before. It was for this that I regarded my own might to be unequalled. Thus addressed, the illustrious Vishnu became gratified, and addressing Gadiura with affection, said, Let not thy behavior be such again. And saying this, Upendra threw Sumukhiha with the toe of his foot upon Gadiura's breast, and from that time Gadiura hath ever lived in friendship with that snake. It was thus that the might and illustrious Gadiura, the son of Vinyata, afflicted by the might of Vishnu, was cured of his pride. In the same way, thou livest as long as thou approachest not the heroic sons of Pandu impatiently. Who is there whom Bhishma, that foremost of Smiters, that mighty son of Vayu, and the Dhananjaya, the son of Indra, cannot slay impatiently? Vishnu himself, and Vayu, and the Dharma, and the Asvins, these gods are thy enemies. Let alone an encounter with them. Thou art not competent even to look at them on the field. Therefore, do not set thy heart upon war. Let peace be made through the agents of Vasudeva. It behoveth thee to save thy race thus. This great ascetic Narada witnessed with his own eyes the incident which shows the greatness of Vishnu, and know that this Krishna is that bearer of the discus and the mace. Hearing these words of the rishi, Duryodhana contracted his eyebrows and began to breathe heavily. And casting his eyes then on Hariha's son, he burst out into a loud laughter, and setting at naught those words of the rishi, that wicked wretch began to slap his thigh that resembled the trunk of an elephant, and addressing the rishi, he said, I am precisely what the Creator hath made me. What is to be must be. What also hath been ordained in my case must happen. I cannot act otherwise. What can these senseless declamations therefore avail? Janamejaya said, interminably wedded to evil, blinded by avarice, addicted to wicked courses, resolved upon bringing destruction on his head, inspiring grief in the hearts of kinsmen, enhancing the woes of friends, afflicting all his well-wishers, augmenting the joys of foes, and treading the wrong path. Why did not his friends seek to restrain him? And why also did not that great friend the hold on with tranquil soul, or the grandsire tell him anything from affection? Vaisampayana said, Yes, the whole on did speak. Vitima also spoke what was beneficial, and Narada too said much. Listen to all that this said. Narada said, persons that listen to the counsels of friends are hard. Friends, again, are hard that offer beneficial counsels for a friend. Is never there where a friend is. I think the words of friends ought to be listened to. Obstinance ought to be avoided, for it is fraught with great evil. In this connection is cited an old history regarding Galava having met with disgrace through obstinance. In ancient times, in order to test Visvamitra, who was then engaged in ascetic austerities, the Dharma personal came to him, having assumed the form of the rich Vasistha, thus assuming the form of the own of the seven riches, and finding himself hungry and desirous of eating, he came to the hermitage of Kausika. Thereupon Visvamitra, struck with awe, began to cook haru, and in consequence of the care he took in preparing that excellent food, he could not properly wait upon his guest. And it was not till after the guest had dined on the food offered by the other hermits that Visvamitra succeeded in approaching him with the haru he had cooked, and which was still steaming. I have already dined, wait here, were the words that the whole on said, and having said that, the whole on went away, and thereupon the illustrious Visvamitra waited there, and bearing that food on his head and holding it with his arms, that ascetic of his vow stood in his hermitage, still as a post, subsisting on air. And as he stood there, an ascetic of the name of Galava, from motives of respect and reverence, and from affection and desire of doing what was agreeably, began to wait upon him. And after 100 years had passed away, the Dharma, again assuming the form of Vasistha, came to Kausika from a desire of eating, and beholding the great wish Visvamitra, who was endowed with high wisdom, standing there with that food on his head, himself subsisting all the while on air, the Dharma accepted that food which was still warm and fresh, and having eaten that food, the god said, gratified I am. And saying this, he went away. And at those words of the Dharma, Visvamitra, divested of Kshatriyahood, became endowed with the status of a Brahmana, and was filled with delight, and pleased as he was with the services and devotion of his disciple, the ascetic Galava. Visvamitra addressed him and said, with my leave, go whithersoever thou mayest wish. Thus commanded by his preceptor, Galava, highly pleased, said in a sweet voice unto Visvamitra of great efficiency, what final gift shall I make thee in consequence of thy services as preceptor? It is in consequence of the present that a sacrifice becometh successful. The giver of such gifts obtains emancipation. These gifts constitute the fruit. They are regarded as peace and tranquility personified. What, therefore, shall I procure for my preceptor? Let that be said. The illustrious Visvamitra knew that he had really been conquered by Galava by means of the later services, and the rich, therefore, sought to dismiss him by repeatedly saying, go. But talk repeatedly commanded by Visvamitra to go away, Galava still addressed him, saying, what shall I give? And seeing this obstinance on the part of ascetic Galava, Visvamitra felt a slight rise of anger, and at last said, give me 800 steeds, every one of which should be as white as the rays of the moon, and every one of which should have one ear black. Go now and tarry not. Thus addressed by Visvamitra of great intelligence, Galava was filled with such anxiety that he could not sit or lie down or take his food, a prey to anxiety and regret. Lamenting bitterly and burning with remorse, Galava grew pale and was reduced to a skeleton, and smitten with sorrow. He indulged in these lamentations. Where shall I find affluent friends? Where shall I find money? Have I any savings? Where shall I find 800 steeds of lunar whiteness? What pleasure can I have in eating? What happiness can be mine in objects of enjoyment? The very love of life is extinct in me. What need have I of life? Referring to the other shore of the great ocean, or to the furthest verge of the earth, I will relinquish my life. Of what use can life be to me? What happiness, without severe exertion, can be his who is poor, unsuccessful, deprived of all the good things of life, and burdened with debt? Death is preferably to life as regards him who, having enjoyed the wealth of friends through their friendship for himself, is unable to return their favor. The religious acts of that man lose their efficacy who, having promised to do an act, fails to perform it, and is thus stained with falsehood. One that is stained by falsehood cannot have beauty, or children, or power, or influence. How, therefore, can such a one attain to a blissful state? What ungrateful men have ever earned fame? Where is his place, and where his happiness? An ungrateful person can never win esteem and affection. Salvation also can never be his. He that is destitute of wealth is a wretch that can scarcely be said to live. Such a wretch cannot support his kinsmen and friends. Unable to make any return for the benefits he receiveth, he certainly meeteth with destruction. Even I am that wretch, ungrateful, destitute of resources, and stained with falsehood, for having obtained my objects from my preceptor, I am unable to do his bidding. Having first endeavored to the utmost, I will lay down my life. Before this, I never craved for anything from the very gods. The deities regard me for this in sacrificial place. I will go and seek the protection of Vishnu, the divine Lord of the three worlds, of Krishna, the great refuge of all who are blessed with protection. Bowing down unto him, I desire to see that height of all ascetics, the eternal Krishna, from whom flow all those possessions and enjoyments that are owned by both gods and asuras. And while Galava was thus lamenting, his friend Gadiura, the son of Vinata, appeared in his sight, and Gadiura, from desire of doing him good, cheerful addressed him, saying, Thou art a dear friend of mine. It is the duty of a friend, when himself in prosperity, to look to the accomplishment of the wishes of his friends. The prosperity that I have is constituted by Vasava younger brother, Vishnu. Before this I spoke to him on thy behalf, and he hath been pleased to grant my wishes. Come now, we will go together. I will bear thee comfortably to the other shore of the ocean, or to the furthest extremity of the earth. Come, do not tarry. Gadiura said, Commanded I have been by God, who is the cause of all knowledge. I ask thee, towards which quarter shall I first take thee to see what lie there, the eastern, the southern, the western, or the northern? Towards which shall I go? That quarter towards which Surya, the illuminator of the universe, first riseth, where at eve the Satyhiyas engage in their ascetic austerities, where that intelligence which pervades the whole universe first springeth, where the two eyes of the Dharma, as well as he himself, are stationed, where the clarified butter first poured in sacrifice subsequently flowed around. That quarter is the gate of day and time. There the daughters of Dakisha in primeval times gave birth to their children. There the sons of Kasyapa first multiplied. That quarter is the source of all the prosperity of the gods, for it was there that Sakra was first anointed as the king of the celestials. It was there that both Indra and the gods underwent their ascetic penances. It is for this that this quarter is called Purva, and because in the earliest of times this quarter was overspread by the Suras, it is for this that it is called Purva. The gods, desirous of prosperity, performed all their religious ceremonies here. It was here that the divine creator of the universe first sang the Vedas. It was here that the Gayatri was first preached by Surya unto the reciters of that sacred hymn. It was here that the Yajurvedas were delivered by Surya. It was here that the Soma juice sanctified by Bronze was first drunk in sacrifices by Suras. It was here that the Homa fires first drank articles of cognate origin. It was here that Varuna first repaired to the nether regions and attained to all his prosperity. It was here that the birth, growth, and death of the ancient Vasistha took place. Here first grew the 100 different branches of Om. It was here that the smoke-eating Munis are the smoke of sacrificial fires. It was in that region that myriad of boars and other animals were killed by Sakra and offered as sacrificial portions unto the gods. It is here that the 1,000-rayed sun rising consumeth out of it all those that are wicked and ungrateful among men and the Asuras. This is the gate of the three worlds. This is the path of heaven and felicity. This quarter is called Purva. We will go hither, if it pleaseth thee. I shall always do what is agreeable to him who is my friend. Tell me if any other quarter pleaseth thee, for we will then go there. Listen now to what I say of another quarter. In days of yore, Vivasvat, having performed a sacrifice, gave this quarter away as a present unto his preceptor, and it is for this that this region is known by the name of Dakishina. It is here that the Pitris of the three worlds have their habitation, and it is said that a class of celestials subsisting upon smoke alone also live there. Those celestials also that go by the name of Visvadevas always dwell in this region, along with the Pitris, worshipped in sacrifices in all the worlds. They are equal sharers with the Pitris. This quarter is called the second door of Yama. It is here that the periods allotted to men are calculated in truths and lavas. In this region always dwell the celestial rishis, the Priti Loka rishis, and the royal rishis in great happiness. Here are religion and truth. It is here that the acts exhibit their fruits. This region, best of the twice born, is the goal of the acts of the dead. It is this region whither all must repair, and as creatures are all overwhelmed by darkness, they cannot, therefore, come hither in bliss. Here are many thousands of malevolent asas in order to be seen by the sinful. Here, in the bowers of the breast of Mandara and in the abodes of his generatrices, the Gandharvas chant psalms, stealing away both the heart and the intellect. It was here that Hayavata, hearing the summer hymns sung in a sweet voice, retired to the woods, leaving his wife and friends and kingdom. In this region, Manu and Yavakrita son together set a limit which Surya can never overstep. It was here that the illustrious descendant of Pulastia, Havana, the king of the Asas, undergoing ascetic austerities, solicited immortality from the gods. It was here that Vritra, in consequence of his wicked conduct, incurred the enmity of Sakra. It is in this region that leaves of the best forms are come and are then dissociated into their 5 elements. It is in this region that men of wicked deeds hoot. It is here that the river Vaitarani flows, filled with the bodies of persons condemned to hell. Arrived here, persons attain to the extremes of happiness and misery. Reaching this region, the sun droppeth sweet waters, and thence, proceeding again to the directions named after Vasistiha, once more droppeth dew. It was here that I once obtained a prodigious elephant battling with an enormous tortoise. It was here that the great sage Hakradihanu took his birth from Surya. That divine sage afterwards came to be known by the name of Kapila, and it was by him that the sons of Sagara were afflicted. It was here that a class of Brahmanas named Sivas, full mastering the Vedas, became crowned with success. Having studied all the Vedas, they at last attained eternal salvation. In this region is the seat called Bhogavati, that is ruled by Vasuki, by the Naga Takishaka, and also by Airavata. They that have to journey hither encounter here a thick gloom, and so thick is that gloom that it cannot be penetrated by either the sun himself or by Agni. Worthy of worship as thou art, even thou shalt have to pass this road. Tell me now if thou wishest to sojourn towards this direction, else listen to an account of the western direction. This quarter is the favorite home of King Varuna, the ruler of the ocean. The Lord of Waters had his origin here, and it is hither that sovereignty lieth, and since it is here that towards the day end the sun dismisseth his rays, that this quarter is called the West, for ruling over all aquatic creatures, and for the protection of the water themselves, illustrious and divine Kasyapa installed Varuna here, quaffing all the 6 juices of Varuna, the moon, the dispeller of darkness, becometh young again in the beginning of the fortnight. It was in this quarter that the deities were halted and bound fast by the wind god, and afflicted by mighty tempest and breathing hard, they at last laid themselves down in this region to sleep. Hither is that mountain called Asta, which is the cause of the evening twilight, and which receiveth the sun lovingly turning towards it. It is from this quarter that both night and sleep, ensuing out at the close of day, spread themselves as if for robbing all living creatures of all their allotted periods of life. It was here that Sakra, beholding the goddess Diti lying asleep in a state of pregnancy, cut off the foetus, whence sprung the Maruts. It is towards this direction that the hoots of Himavat stretch towards the eternal Mandara. by journeying for even 1,000 years, one cannot attain to the end of those hoods. It is in this region that Surabihi, referring to the shores of the extensive lake adorned with golden lotuses, poureth forth her milk. Here, in the midst of the ocean, is seen the headless trunk of the illustrious Sivarbihanu, who is always bent upon devouring both sun and the moon. Here is heard the loud chanting of the Vedas by Suvarnasiras, who is invincibly and of immeasurably energy, and whose hair is eternally green. It is in this region that the doctor of Muni Hari Medihas remained transfixed in the welkin in consequence of Surya injunction, couched in the words, stop. Here wind and fire and earth and water are all free, both day and night, from their painful sensations. It is from this region that the sun course begins to deviate from the straight path, and it is in this direction that all the luminous bodies enter the solar sphere, and having moved for 28 nights with the sun, they come out of the sun course to move in accompaniment with the moon. It is in this region that the rivers which always feed the ocean have their source. Here, in the abode of Varuna, are the waters of the three worlds. In this region is situated the abode of Ananta, the prince of snakes, and here is the unrivaled abode of Vishnu, who is without beginning and without end. In this region is situated the abode of the great rishi Kasyapa, the son of Marikha. The western quarter is thus narrated to thee in course of telling thee of the different points. Tell me now, towards which side shall we go? Gadiura saith, since this quarter saveth from sin, and since one attaineth to salvation here, it is for this saving power that it is called the north. And because the abode of all the treasuries of the north stretches in a line towards the east and the west, therefore is the north sometimes called the central region, and the twice born in this region that is superior to all, none can live that is unamiably, or of unbridled passions, or unrighteous. Hither, in the asylum known by the name of Vadari, eternally dwell Krishna, who is Narayana self, and Vishnu, that most exalted of all male beings, and Brahman. Hither, on the breast of Himavat, always dwelleth Mahesvara, endowed with the effulgence of the fire that blazeth up at the end of the Yuga, as Purusha. He sporteth here with Prakriti. Except Banara and Narayana, he is incapable of being seen by the diverse classes of Munis, the gods with Vasava at their head, the Gandharvas, the Yakishas, and the Siddhas, talk invested with Maya, him, the eternal Vishnu alone, of 1,000 heads and 1,000 legs, can behold. It was in this region that Gandharvas was installed into the sovereignty of the entire regenerate order. It was in this region, the foremost of all acquainted with Brahma, that Mahadeva, first receiving her on his head, afterwards let Ganga fall from the heavens to the world of men. It was here that the goddess underwent her ascetic austerities from her desire of obtaining Mahesvara. It was in this region that Kama, the wrath, Himavat, and Uma altogether shone brilliantly. It was here, on the breast of Kailasa, that Kuvera was installed on the sovereignty of the Hakishasas, the Yakishas, and the Gandharvas. It is in this region that Haitrahatiha lie, and it is here that the asylum of Vaikihanasas is situated. It is here that Mandakini and the mountain Mandara are to be seen. It is here that the gardens called Saugandhi, Kanaka are always guarded by the asas. Here are many plains covered with grassy victory, as also the plantain forest and those celestial trees called the Sautanakas. It is in this region that the siddhas, with souls ever under control and always sporting at will, have their feet abodes, abiding with every object of enjoyment. It is here that the seven rishis with Ahundihati may be seen. It is here that the constellation Sivati is to be seen, and it is here that it first rises to the view. It is in this region that the great Sar Brahma dwelleth in the vicinity of Yajna. It is in this quarter that the sun, the moon, and the other luminaries are seen to evolve regularly. It is in this region that those illustrious and truth-speaking moons, called by the name of the Dharma, guard the source of the Ganges. The origin and physical features and ascetic penances of these moonings are not known to all. The 1,000 dishes they use for serving the food offered in hospitality and the edibles they create at will are all a mystery. The man that passeth beyond the point guarded by these moons is certain to meet with destruction. None else save the divine Narayana and the eternal Nara, called also Vishnu, succeeded in passing beyond the point so guarded. It is in this region that the mountains of Kailasa lie, the abode of Ailavila. It was here that the 10 Apsaras, known by the name of Vidyuti Prabha, had their origin. In covering the 3 worlds with 3 steps in the sacrifice of Vali, Vishnu had covered this whole northern region, and accordingly, there is a spot here called Vishnupada, and it is so called after the footprint of Vishnu caused on that occasion. Here in this quarter, at a place called Usiravija, by the side of the Golden Lake, King Maruta performed a sacrifice. It is here that the brilliant and shining gold means of Himavat exhibit themselves to the illustrious and regenerate rich Jimuta, and Jimuta gave away the whole of that wealth to the Brahmanas, and having given it away, that great rich solicited them to call it after his own name, and hence that wealth is known by the name of the Jaimuta gold. Here in this region, the regents of the worlds, every morning and evening, proclaim, "What business of what person shall we do?" It is for these and other incidents that the northern region is superior to all quarters, and because this region is superior to all, therefore it is called the North. The 4 regions have thus been, one after another, described to thee in details. Towards which quarter then dost thou desire to go? I am ready to show thee all the quarters of the earth. Galava said, "Carry me to the east, where the 2 eyes of the Dharma are first opened. Take me to the east, which thou hast first described, and whither thou hast said, the gods are always present. Thou hast said that thither both truth and virtue reside, a desire to meet all the gods. Therefore, take me thither, so that I may behold the gods." Thus addressed, the son of Vinata replied unto that Brahmana, saying, "Mount thou on my back." And thereupon the Muni Galava rode on the back of Gadiura. And Galava said, "Thy beauty, as thou proceedest, seemeth to be like that of the sun himself in the morning, that maker of the day, endowed with 1,000 rays, and Thy speed is so great that the very trees, broken by the storm caused by the flapping of thy wings, seem to pursue thee in the course. Thou seemest to drag by the storm caused by the wings the very earth with all the waters of her oceans, and with all her mountains, moons, and forests. The tempest caused by the motion of thy wings seems to continually rise into mid-air the waters of the sea, with all their fishes, and snakes, and crocodiles. Sea fishes possessed of similar faces, and timis, and timingilas, and snakes endowed with human faces, are crushed by the tempest raised by thy wings. My ears are deafened by the horror of the deep. So stunned am I that I can neither hear nor see anything. I have forgotten my own purpose, slackened thy speed, remembering the risk to a Brahmana life. Neither sun, nor the cardinal points, nor the walking itself is any longer perceptible to me. I see on a thick gloom around me. The body is no longer visible to me. I see on thy two eyes assembling two radiant gems. I cannot see either thy body or my own. At every step I behold sparks of fire emitted from thy frame. Stop without delay these sparks of fire, and extinguish the dazzling radiance of thy eyes. Slacken this exceeding speed of thy course. I have no business to go with thee. Desist, I am unable to bear this speed of thine. I have promised to give my preceptor 800 white steeds of lunar effulgence, each having one ear black in hue. I see no way of fulfilling my pledge. There is but one way that I can see, and that is to lay down my own life. I have no wealth of my own, nor any wealth friend, nor can wealth, however immense, procure the accomplishment of my object. Udyoga Bhagavat, uttering these and many other words of entreaty and sorrow, the son of Vinata, without slackening his speed, longingly replied, saying, Thou hast little wisdom, since thou wishest to put an end to thy own life. Death can never be brought about by own effort. Death is God himself. Why didst thou not, before this, inform me of thy purpose? There are excellent means by which all this may be accomplished. Here is this mountain called his Habiha on the seaside, resting here for some time and refreshing ourselves with food. I will return. Narada said, lighting then on the speak of his Habiha, the Brahmana and the bird beheld a Brahmana lady of the name of Sandili, engaged there in ascetic penances, and Galava and Gadiura both saluted her by bending their heads and worshipped her, and thereupon the lady inquired after their welfare and gave them seats, and having taken their seats, both of them took the cooked food the lady offered them, after having first dedicated it to the gods with mantras, and having taken that food, they laid themselves down on the ground and fell into a profound sleep. And Gadiura, from desire of leaving that place, upon awaking, found that his wings had fallen off. He had become like a ball of flesh, with only his head and legs, and beholding him come to that plight, Galava sorrowfully inquired, saying, What is this condition that has overtaken thee as the consequence of thy sojourn here? How long shall we have to reside here? Hadst thou harbored an evil and sinful thought in thy mind? It cannot, I am sure, by any trivial sin of which thou hast been guilty. Thus addressed, Gadiura replied unto the Brahmana, saying, I entertained the thought of carrying away this lady crowned with ascetic success from this spot to where the Creator himself, the divine Mahadeva, the eternal Vishnu, and both virtue and sacrifice personified live together. For as I thought this lady should live there, I shall now, from desire of doing myself good, prostrate myself before this whole lady and pray unto her, saying, with a heart full of pity, I had entertained such a thought. Whether I acted rightly or wrongly, even this was the wish, evidently against thy own, that was cherished by me from my respect for thee. It behoveth thee, therefore, to grant me forgiveness from the nobility of thy heart. That lady became gratified with that prince of birds and that bull of Brahmanas, and addressing Gadiura, she said, Fear not, resume thy wings and cast off thy fears. I was contempted by thee, but know that I do not pardon contempt. That sinful being who entertains contempt for me wound speedily far away from our blissful regions. Without a single inauspicious indication about me, and perfectly blameless as I am, I have, in consequence of the purity of my conduct, attained to high ascetic success. Purity of conduct beareth virtue as its fruit. Purity of conduct beareth wealth as its fruit. It is purity of conduct that bringeth on prosperity, and it is purity of conduct that driveth away our inauspicious indications. Go thou whithersoever thou wishest from this place. Never entertain contempt for me, and take care that thou dost not contempt woman that may even be truly blameably. Thou shalt again be, as before, invested with both strength and energy. At these words of that lady, Gadiura had his wings again, and they became even stronger than before. And then with suddenly leave, Gadiura, with Galava on his back, took his departure. But they failed to find the kind of steeds they were in search of, and it so happened that Visvamitra met Galava on the way, and thereupon that foremost of speakers addressed Galava in the presence of Vinata's son, and said, The time is already come when thou shalt give me the wealth thou hast promised me of thy own accord. I do not know what thou mayest. I have waited so long. I will wait for some time more. Seek thou the way by which thou mayest succeed. Hearing these words, Gadiura addressed Charles Galava, who was overwhelmed with sorrow, saying, What Visvamitra said unto thee before hath now been repeated in my presence. Come, therefore, we will, Galava, deliberate on the matter. Without giving thy preceptor the whole of the wealth, thou canst not even sit down. Gadiura, then, that foremost of winged beings, addressed the Charles Galava, and said, Because it is created by Agni in the bowels of the earth, and augmented by Vayu, and because also the earth itself is said to be Hiranmaya, therefore is wealth called Hiranya, and because wealth supports the world and sustains life, therefore is it called Dhyana. It is for serving these ends that Dhyana exists from the beginning in the three worlds. On that Friday, when either of the two constellations, the Purva Bihadra or the Uttara Bihadra, is ascendant, Agni, creating wealth by fiat of his will, bestoweth it on mankind for the increase of Kuvera stock. The wealth that is embowered in the earth, is guarded by the deities called the Ajaikapats and the Ahivradinas, and also Bakuvera. Exceedingly difficult of attainment, that wealth, therefore, is hardly attained. Without wealth, there is no chance of the acquisition of the promised estates. Beg thou of some king born in the haste of some royal sage, who may, without oppressing his subjects, crown or sweet with success. There is a king born in the lunar haze, that is my friend. We shall go to him, for he amongst all on earth hath great wealth. That royal sage is known by the name of Yayati, and he is the son of Nahusha. His prowess is incapable of being baffled. Solicit by thee in person, and urged by me, he will give what we seek, for he hath immense wealth, equal unto what belongeth to Kuvera, the Lord of Treasuries. Even thus, by accepting a gift, pay off thy debt to thy preceptor. Talking thus, and thinking upon what was best to be done, Gadiura and Galava together went to King Yayati, who was then in his capital called Pratistihana. The king received them hospitably and gave them excellent argha in order to wash their feet, and the king then asked them the cause of their advent, and thereupon Gadiura answered, saying, This ocean of ascetics called Galava is my friend. He had been a disciple of Visvamitra for many thousand years. This whole Brahmana, when commanded by Visvamitra to go away whithersoever he chose, addressed his preceptor at that time, saying, I desire to give something as preceptor fee, knowing his own resources to be poor. Visvamitra did not ask for anything, but when he was repeatedly addressed by this Brahmana on the subject of the tutorial fee, the preceptor, under a slight accession of wrath, said, Give me 800 white steeds of good pedigree and of lunar radiance, and each having one ear black in hue. If thou desirest to give anything to thy preceptor, let this then be given. It was thus that Visvamitra, endowed with wealth of ascetics, said unto him in anger, and this bull among Brahmanas is on that account smarting with great grief, unable to fulfill that command. He hath now come to take thy shelter, accepting this as alms from thee, and filled once more with cheerfulness, he will, after paying his preceptor debt, devote himself again to self-ascetic penances, royal rich as thou art, and therefore, endowed with wealth of ascetics of thy own, this Brahmana, by giving thee a portion of his wealth of ascetics, will make thee richer in wealth of that kind, as many hairs as there are on a horse body, so many regions of bliss are attained by him that giveth away a horse in gift. This one is as fit to accept a gift as thou art to make a gift. Let, therefore, thy gift in this instance be like milk deposited in a conch shell. Thus addressed by Suparna in excellent words fraught with truth, that performer of 1,000 sacrifices, that foremost of givers, that liberal ruler of all the castes, the Lord Yayati, revolving those words in his mind and reflecting on them coolly, and seeing before him his dear friend Tarkishiya, and that bull among Brahmanas, Galava, and regarding the alms sought as an indication highly praiseworthy of ascetic merit, and in view particularly of the fact that those two came to him having passed over all the kings of the solar haze, said, Blessed is my life today, and the haze also in which I am born hath been blessed today. This very province also of mine hath equally been blessed by thee. There is one thing that I desire to say unto thee, and that is, I am not so rich now as thou thinkest, for my own wealth hath suffered a great diminution. I cannot make thy advent here a fruitless one, nor can I venture to frustrate the hopes entertained by this degenerate rich. I shall give him that which will accomplish his purpose. If on having come for alms, returneth disappointed, he may consume the haze. It is said that there is no act more sinful than that of saying, I have nothing, and thus destroying the hope of one that cometh, saying, Give. The disappointed man whose hopes have been killed and his object not accomplished can destroy the sons and grandsons of the person that faileth to do him good. Therefore, take thou this daughter of mine, this perpetrator of 4 families. In beauty she resembleth a daughter of the celestials. She is capable of prompting every virtue. Owing to her beauty, she is always solicited by gods and men and asuras, let alone twice 400 steeds, each with a black ear. The kings of the earth will give away their whole kingdoms as her dower. Take thou, therefore, this daughter of mine, named Madhavi. My sole desire is that I may have a daughter son by her. Accepting that daughter in gift, Galava then, with Gadura, went away saying, We will again see thee. And they took that maiden with them. And Galava, oviparous friend, addressed him saying, The means have at last been obtained whereby the steeds may be obtained. And saying this, Gadura went away to his own abode, having obtained Galava permission. And after the prince of birds had gone, Galava, with that maiden in his company, began to think of going to some one among the kings who would be able to give dower for the maiden. And he first talked of that best of kings, Hariazva, of Ikizhaku who ruled at Ayodhya, was endowed with great energy, possessed of a large arm consisting of 4 kinds of horses, had a well-filled treasury and abundance of corn, and who was dearly loved by his subjects, and who loved the Brahmanas well. Desirous of offspring, he was living in quiet and peace, and engaged in excellent austerities, and the Brahmana Galava, referring unto Hariazva, said, This maiden will increase the family of her husband by bringing forth offspring. Accept her from me as thy wife, by giving me a dower. I will tell thee what dower thou shalt have to give. Hearing it, settle what thou shalt do. That best of monarchs, King Hariazva, after reflecting for a long while and breathing a long and hot sigh about the birth of a son, at last said, Those 6 limbs that ought to be high are high in this maiden. Those 7 again that ought to be slender are slender in her. Those 3 again which ought to be deep are deep in her. And lastly, those 5 that ought to be head are head in her. It seems that she is worthy being looked at by even the gods and the asuras. and is accomplished in all the arts and sciences. Possessed of all auspicious signs, she will certainly bring forth many children. She is even capable of bringing forth a son who may become an emperor. Having regard to my wealth, tell me, what should be her dower? Galava said, give me 800 steeds born in a good country, of lunar whiteness, and each with one ear black in hue. This auspicious enlarged-eyed maiden will then become the mother of thy sons, like the fire stick becoming the genetrix of fire. Hearing these words, that royal sage, King Haryasva, filled with sorrow, but blinded by lust, addressed Galava, that foremost of riches, saying, I have only 200 steeds about me of the kind wanted by thee. I'll talk of other kinds are worthy of sacrifice. I have many thousand moving about. I desire to beget on son upon this damsel. Kindly grant this request of mine. Hearing these words of the king, that damsel said unto Galava, a reciter of Brahma granted me a boon, that I would after each delivery by maiden again. Give me away, therefore, to this king, accepting his excellent steeds. In this way, full 800 steeds may be obtained by thee from 4 kings in succession, and I also may have 4 sons. Collect thou the wealth intended for thy preceptor in this way. Even this is what I think. It depends, however, on thee, as to how thou shouldst act. Thus addressed by that maiden, the Muni, Galava, said these words unto King Haryasva. Accept this damsel for a 4th part of the dower that I have settled, and beget on son upon her. Taking then that maiden, and worshipping Galava, the king in due time and place had by her a son of the kind wished for, and the son so born came to be called by the name of Vasumanas. Richer than all the wealth kings of the earth, and resembling one of the Vasus themselves, he became a king and giver of great wealth. After some time, intelligent Galava came back, and approaching the delighted Haryasva, said unto him, Thou hast obtained a son. This child is like the sun himself in splendor. The time hath come for me to go to some other king for alms. Hearing these words, Haryasva, who was even truthful in speech and steered in acts of manliness, and remembering that the balance of 600 steeds could not be made up by him, gave Madhavi back to Galava, and Madhavi, abandoning that blazing kingly prosperity and once more becoming a maiden, followed the footsteps of Galava, and Galava, saying, Let the steeds remain with thee, then went, accompanied by the maiden, to King Divodasa. Galava then, addressing Madhavi, said, The ruler of the Cassis is an illustrious king known by the name of Divodasa. He is the son of Bhimasena, is endowed with great prowess, and is might sovereign. We are now going to him. Follow me slowly, and grieve not. That ruler of men is virtuous and devoted to truth, and hath his passions under control. When the Muni came before that king, he was received with due hospitality, but later, Galava then began to urge the monarch for begetting a child. Thus addressed, Divodasa said, I heard of all this before. Thou needst not speak much. I may tell thee that, as soon as I heard of this matter, my heart was set upon it. This is mark of great honor to me, that passing over all other kings thou hast come to me. Without doubt, the object will be gained in the matter of the steeds. My wealth is like that of King Hariasva. I shall, therefore, beget an royal son upon this maiden. Hearing these words, that best of Brahmanas gave that damsel unto the king, and the king thereupon wedded her. And the royal sage then sported with her, as Surya with Prabhavati, Agni with Sivaha, Vasava with Sakhi, Chandra with Rohini, Yama with Urmila, Varuna with Gauri, Kuvera with Hirihi, Narayana with Lakshmi, Sagara with Janavi, Rudra with Rudrani, the grandsire with Sarasvati, Vasistha son Sakitri with Adrisyanti, Vasistha with Arundihati, Hyavana with Sukanya, Pulastia with Sandihya, Agastya with the prince of Vidarbha, Lopamudrai, Satyavat with Savitri, Birigu with Puloma, Kasyapa with Aditi, Hika son Jamadagni with Henuka, Kusika son Visvamitra with Himavati, Vrihaspati with Tara, Sukra with Sataprava, Bihumipati with Bihumi, Pururavas with Urvasi, Hika with Satyavati, Manu with Sarasvati, Dusmanta with Sakuntala, the eternal Dharma with Dihiti, Nala with Damayanti, Narada with Satyavati, Jaratkaru with Jaratkaru, Pulastia with Pratikhiya, Urnayus with Menaka, Tumburu with Hambiha, Vasuki with Satasirsiha, Dhananjaya with Kamari, Hama with the prince of Videha, Sita, or Janardana with Hukimini, and unto King Divodasa, thus sporting with and taking delight in her, Madhavi bore a son named Pratardiana. And after she had borne him a son, the whole Galava came to Divodasa at the appointed time, and said unto him, Let the maiden come with me, and let the steeds thou art to give me remain with thee, for I desire to go elsewhere for dower. Thus addressed the virtuous King Divodasa, who was devoted to truth, thereupon gave back the maiden to Galava at the appointed time. The illustrious Madhavi, faithful to her promise, abandoning that prosperity and once more becoming a maiden, followed the footsteps of the Brahmana Galava, and Galava, whose heart was set upon the accomplishment of his own business, reflecting upon what he should do next, then went to the seat of the Bihojas, for waiting upon King Usinara, and arrived before that king of unbaffled prowess. Galava addressed him, saying, This maiden will bear thee 2 royal sons, and begetting upon her 2 sons equal unto the sun and the moon, thou mayest attain all thy objects, both here and thereafter. As her dower, however, thou that art conversant with every duty, thou shalt have to give me 400 steeds of lunar splendor, each having one ear black of hue. This effort of mine for obtaining these steeds is on account of my preceptor. Otherwise, I myself have nothing to do with them. If thou art able to accept, do as I bid thee without any hesitation. Thou art now seedless, beget a couple of children, with offspring so begot as a haft, save thy Pitris and thyself also. He that hath fruit in the shape of offspring to enjoy never falleth from heaven, nor hath such a person to go to that frightful hell whither the shieldless are doomed to go. Hearing these and other words of Galava, King Usinara replied unto him, saying, I have heard what thou hast said. My heart also is inclined to do thy bidding. The supreme ordainer, however, is all powerful. I have only 200 steeds of the kind indicated by thee. Of other kinds, I have many thousands moving about in my dominions. I will beget on son upon her, by treading the path that hath been trod by others, such as Hariasva and Divodasa. I will act after their manner in the matter of the dower. My wealth exists for all my subjects, residing in the city and in the country, and not for my own comforts and enjoyments. That king, who giveth away for his own pleasure the wealth that belongeth to others, can never earn virtue or fame. Let this maiden, endowed with the radiance of a celestial girl, be presented to me. I will accept her for begetting on own child. Hearing these and many other words that Usinara spoke, that best of Brahmanas, Galava, then applauded the monarch and gave him the maiden. And making Usinara accept that damsel, Galava went into the woods, and like a righteous man enjoying the prosperity, Usinara began to sport with and enjoy that damsel in valleys and dales of mountains, by fountains and falls of rivers, in mansions, delightful chambers, variegated gardens, forests and woods, agreeable places and terraces of houses. And in due time was born unto him a son of the splendor of the morning sun, who afterwards became an excellent king, celebrated by the name Sivi. And after the birth of that son, the Brahmana Galava came to Usinara, and taking back from him the maiden, went to see the son of Vinata. Seeing Galava, Vinata's son, smiling, addressed him, saying, By good luck it is that I behold thee successful. Galava, however, hearing the words spoken by Gadiura, informed him that a fourth part of the task was still unfinished. Gadiura, then, that foremost of all speakers, said unto Galava, Do not make an endeavor, for it will not succeed. In days of yore, Hika sulked at Kanyakubja, Gadhi doctor, Satyavati, for making her his wife. Thereupon Gadhi, addressing the rich, said, Let 1,000 steeds of lunar brightness, each with one ear black of hue, be presented to me. Thus requested, Hika said, So be it. And then wending his way to the great mart of steeds in Varuna abode, the rich obtained what he sought, and gave them unto the king, performing a sacrifice then of the name of Pundarika. That monarch gave away those steeds unto the Brahmanas. The 3 kings to whom thou hast applied had purchased those horses from the Brahmanas, each to the number of 200. The remaining 400, while being transported over the river, were taken by the Vitasta. Therefore, thou canst never have that which is not to be had. Do thou then present unto Visvamitra this maiden as an equivalent for 200 steeds, along with the 600 thou hast already obtained. Thou wilt then be freed from thy grief and crowned with success. Galava then saying, So be it, and taking with him both the maiden and the steeds, went with Gadiura in his company unto Visvamitra, and arrived in his presence. Galava said, "Here are 600 steeds of the kind demanded by thee, and this maiden is offered as an equivalent for the remaining 200. Let all these be accepted by thee." Upon this maiden having begotten 3 virtuous sons by 3 royal sages, let a fourth, foremost of all, be begotten upon her by thee, and thus let the number of steeds, 800, be regarded by thee as full, and let me, being freed from thy debt, go and practice ascetic penances as our least. Visvamitra, then, beholding Galava in the company of the bird, and that highly beautiful maiden, said, "Why didst thou not give me this maiden before? 4 sons, then, sanctifiers of my haste, would I have been mine alone. I accept this maiden of thine for begetting upon her own son. As regards the steeds, let them graze in my asylum." Saying this, Visvamitra, of great effulgence, began to pass his time happily with her, and Madhavi bore him a son of the name of Astaka, and as soon as that son was born, the great Muni, Visvamitra, addressed him to both virtue and profit, and gave him those 600 steeds. Astaka then went to a city, bright as the seat of Soma, and Kusika's son, Visvamitra, having made over the damsel to his disciple, himself went into the woods, and Galava, with his friend Suparna, having in this way succeeded in giving his preceptor the fee he had demanded, with a cheerful heart addressed that maiden, and said, "Thou hast borne a son who is exceedingly charitable, and another who is exceedingly brave, and the third who is devoted to truth and righteousness, and yet another who is a performer of great sacrifices. Thou hast by these sons saved not only thy father, but 4 kings and myself also. Go now." Saying this, Galava dismissed Gadura, that devourer of snakes, and returning the maiden unto her father himself, went into the woods. King Yayati, then, desirous again of disposing of his daughter in Sivayamvara, went to a hermitage on the confluence of the Ganga and the Yamuna, taking Madhavi with him on a chariot, her person decked with garlands of flowers, and both Puru and Yadu followed their sister to that sacred asylum. And in that spot was assembled a vast concourse of Nagas and Yakishas and human beings, of Gandharvas and animals and birds, and of dwellers of mountains and trees and forests, and of many inhabitants of that particular province. And the woods around that asylum were filled with numerous rishis, resembling Brahman himself. And while the selection had commenced of husband, that maiden of the fairest complexion, passing over all the bridegrooms there assembled, selected the forest as her lord. Descending from her chariot, and saluting all her friends, the daughter of Yayati went into the forest, which is always sacred, and devoted herself to ascetic austerities, reducing her body by means of fasts of various kinds, and religious rites and rigid vow. She adopted the deer mode of life, and subsisting upon soft and green grass blades, resembling the sprouts of lapis lazuli, and which were both bitter and sweet to the taste, and drinking the sweet, pure, cool, crystal, and very superior water of sacred mountains streams, and wandering with the deer in forests, destitute of lions and tigers, in deserts free from forest conflagration, and in thick woods. That maiden, leading the life of a wild doer, earned great religious merit by the practice of Brahmacharya austerity is. King Yayati, following the practice of kings before him, submitted to the influence of time, after having lived for many thousands of years. The progeny of two of his sons, those foremost of men, Puru and Yadu, multiplied greatly, and in consequence thereof, Nahusha son won great respect both in this and the other world. Dwelling in heaven, King Yayati, assembling a great rich, became an object of much regard, and enjoyed the highest fruits of those regions. And after many thousands of years had passed away in great happiness, on occasion, while seated among the illustrious royal sages and great riches, King Yayati, from folly, ignorance, and pride, mentally disregarded all the gods and riches and all human beings. Thereat, the divine Sakra, the slayer of Vala, at once reared his heart, and those royal sages addressed him, saying, Fie, Fie. And beholding the son of Nahusha, the questions were asked, Who is this person? What king's son is he? Why is he in heaven? By what acts hath he won success? Where did he earn a set merit? For what hath he been know here? Who knoweth him? The dwellers of heaven, thus speaking of that monarch, asked one another these questions about Yayati, that ruler of men, and hundreds of heaven charioteers, and hundreds of those that kept heaven gates, and of those that were in charge of heaven seats. Thus questioned or answered, We do not know him, and the minds of our temporarily clouded, so that none recognized the king, and thereupon the monarch was soon divested of his splendor, removed from his place and pushed away from his seat, with heart trembling in fear, and consumed by burning remorse, with his garlands dimmed in lustre, and his knowledge clouded, shorn of his crown and bracelets, with head swimming and every limb relaxed, divested of ornaments and robes, incapable of being recognized, sometimes not seeing the other residents of heaven, filled with despair, and his understanding a perfect blank, King Yayati fell headlong towards the earth, and before the king fell down, he talked within himself. What inauspicious and sinful thought was entertained by me, in consequence of which I am hurled from my place? And all the kings there, as also the Siddhas and the Apsaras, laughed at seeing Yayati losing his hold, and on the point of falling down. And soon, at the command of the king of the gods, there came a person whose business it was to hold down those whose merits were exhausted. And coming there, he said unto Yayati, extremely intoxicated with pride, There is none whom thou hast not disregarded. In consequence of this thy pride, heaven is no longer for thee. Thou deservest not a residence here, son of a king. Thou art not recognized here. Go and fall down. Even thus the celestial messenger spoke unto him. Nahusha son then said, repeating the words 3 times, If thou must, let me fall amongst the righteous. And saying this, that foremost of persons that had won high regions by their acts began to think of the particular region whereon he should fall. Beholding meanwhile 4 mighty kings, Pratardana, Vasumanas, Sivi, the son of Usinara, and Astaka, assembled together in the woods of Naimisha. The king fell amongst them, and those monarchs were then engaged in gratifying the Lord of the Celestial by performance of the sacrifice known by the name of Vajapeya, and the smoke arising from their sacrificial altar reached the very gates of heaven, and the smoke that rose thus looked like a river connecting both the earth and the heaven. and it assembled the sacred stream Ganga, while descending from heaven to earth, and smelling that smoke and guiding his course by it, Yayati, the Lord of the universe, descended on the earth, and the king thus fell amongst those 4 lions among rulers, who were all endowed with great beauty, who were foremost of all the performers of sacrifices, who were his own relatives, and who assembled the 4 regions of the 4 quarters, and looked like 4 marked sacrificial fires. And thus, in consequence of the exhaustion of his merits, the royal sage, Yayati, fell amongst them, and beholding him blazing with beauty, those kings asked him, saying, Who art thou? Of what race, country, or seat art thou? Art thou a Yakisha, or a god, a Gandharva, or a Hakishasa? Thou doest not seem to be a human being. What object hast thou in view? Thus questioned, Yayati answered, I am the royal sage Yayati, fallen from heaven in consequence of the expiration of my virtue. Having desired to fall amongst the righteous, I have fallen amongst you. The kings then said, May that wish of thine be realized. Accept thou our virtues and the fruits of all our sacrifices. Yayati replied, saying, I am not a Brahmana competent to accept a gift. On the other hand, I am a Kshatriya, nor is my heart inclined towards lessening the virtues of others. About this time, Madhavi, in course of her purposeless wanderings, came there. Beholding her, those monarchs saluted her and said, What object hast thou in coming here? What command of thine shall we obey? Thou deservest to command us, for all of us are thy sons. Thou that art endowed with wealth of asceticism. Hearing these words of theirs, Madhavi was filled with delight, and approaching then her father, she reverently saluted Yayati, and touching the heads of all her sons, that lady, engaged in ascetic austerities, said to her father, Being my sons, these all are thy daughter's sons. They are not strangers to thee. These will save thee. The practice is not new. Its origin extends to antiquity. I am thy daughter Madhavi, living in the woods after the manner of the deer. I also have earned virtue. Take thou a moyet, and because all men have a right to enjoy a portion of the merits earned by their offspring, it is for this that they desire to have daughter sons. Even this was the case with thyself. At these words of their mother, those monarchs saluted her, and bowing down unto also their maternal grandsire, repeated those very words in a loud, incomparably and sweet voice, and making, as it were, the whole earth resounded therewith, in order to rescue that maternal grandsire of theirs who had fallen down from heaven. And at that time Galava came there, and addressing Yayati, said, Accepting an eighth part of my ascetic austerities, ascend thou to heaven again. As soon as that bull among men, King Yayati, was recognized by those virtuous persons, he rose again to heaven, without having had to touch the surface of the earth, and he regained his celestial form, and had all his anxieties entirely dispelled. And he rose again, decked with celestial garlands and robes, adorned with celestial ornaments, sprinkled with celestial scents, and furnished with heavenly attributes, and without having been compelled to touch the earth with his feet. Meanwhile, Vasumanas, who was celebrated in the world for his liberality, first addressing the king, uttered these words in a loud voice, the merit that I have won on earth by my unblameably conduct towards men of our orders, I give unto thee, be it all thine. The merit that unwinneth by liberality and forgiveness, the merit that is mine in consequence of the sacrifices I have performed, let all that be thine. After this, preparando, that who among Kishatriyas said, I was devoted to virtue as also to war, the fame that hath here been mine as a Kishatriya, in consequence of the appellation of hero, be that merit thine. After this, Sivi, the intelligent son of Usinara, said these sweet words, unto children and women in jest, danger or calamity, in distress or at dice, I have never spoken a falsehood, but that truth which I never sacrificed ascend out to heaven. I can give up our objects of desire and enjoyment, my kingdom, yeah, life itself, but truth I cannot give up. But that truth ascend out to heaven, that truth for which the Dharma, that truth for which Agni, that truth for which he of 100 sacrifices have each been gratified with me, but that truth ascend out to heaven. And lastly, the royal sage Astaka, the offspring of Kusika's son, and Madhavi, addressing Nahusha son, Yayati, who had performed many hundreds of sacrifices, said, I have performed hundreds of Pundarika, Gosava, and Vajapeya sacrifices. Take thou the merit of these, wealth, gems, robes. I have spared nothing for the performance of sacrifices, but that truth ascend out to heaven, and that king thereupon, leaving the earth, began to ascend towards heaven, higher and higher, as those doctors, sons of his, one after another, said those words unto him. And it was thus that those kings by their good acts speedily saved Yayati, who had been hurled from heaven. It was thus that those doctor sons, born in 4 royal lines, those multipliers of their hastes by means of their virtues, sacrifices, and gifts, caused their wise maternal grandfather to ascend again to heaven. And those monarchs jointly said, endowed with the attributes of reality and possessed of every virtue, we are thy doctor's sons, ascend thou to heaven. Sent back to heaven by those righteous kings, distinguished by the liberality of their sacrificial presents, Yayati, possessed of a doctor's sons, dismissed them and reached the celestial regions. Attaining to the eternal region, obtained through the merit of his doctor's sons, and adorned by his own deeds, Yayati, bathed in shower of fragrant flowers, and hugged by perfumed and delicious breezes, blazed forth with great beauty, and cheerfully received back into heaven with sounds of cymbals. He was entertained with songs and dances by various tribes of Gandharvas and Asuras, and the vast celestial and royal riches and Haranas began to pay their adorations to him, and deities worshipped him with an excellent argha and delighted him with other honors. And after he had thus regained heaven and tranquility of heart, and had once more become freed from anxiety, the grandsire, gratifying him by his words, said, Thou hast earned the full mastery of virtue by thy earthly deeds, and this region is eternal, as thy deeds are in heaven. Thou hast, however, destroyed thy acquisitions by thy vanity alone, and thereby covered the hearts of our denizens of heaven with darkness, in consequence of which none of them could recognize thee. And since thou couldst not be recognized, thou wert hurled hence, saved once more by the love and affection of thy daughter sons. Thou hast once more arrived here, and gained this unchangeably eternal, sacred, excellent, stable, and indestructible region won before by thy own deeds. Thus addressed, Yayati said, I have adopted which it behoveth thee to dispel. It behoveth me not to ask in on else. Great was my merit, augmented by a rule over my subjects for many thousands of years, and won by innumerable sacrifices and gifts. How could merit be exhausted so soon, in consequence of which I was hurled hence? Thou knowest that the regions created for me were all eternal. Why were all those regions of mine destroyed? The grandsire answered, saying, Thy merit, augmented by a rule over thy subjects for many thousands of years, and won by innumerable sacrifices and gifts, was exhausted by one own fault, in consequence of which thou wert hurled. That fault was thy vanity, for which thou hast become an object of contempt with all the residents of heaven. This region can never be rendered eternal by vanity, or pride, of strength, or malice, or deceitfulness, or deception. Never disregard those that are inferior, or superior, or in the middle station. There is not a greater sinner than he who is consumed by the fire of vanity. Those men that will converse upon this far and high ascension of thine will, without doubt, be protected even if overtaken by calamity. Even such was the distress into which Yayati fell in consequence of vanity, and such was the distress into which Galava fell owing to his obstinance. They that desired their own good should listen to friends that wish them well. Obstinance should never be entertained, for obstinance is always the root of ruin. For this reason, forsake vanity and wrath, make peace with the sons of Pandu, avoid anger. That which is given away, that which is done, the austerities that are practiced, the libations that are poured on fire, not one of these is ever destroyed or suffereth any diminution. None else, again, enjoyeth the fruits of these, save he that is their agent. He that succeedeth in understanding this truly superior and excellent history, that is approved by persons of great learning, as well as by those that are freed from anger and lust, and that is enforced by various references to scriptures and reason, obtaineth a knowledge of virtue and profit and desire, and enjoyeth the sovereignty of the whole world. Dhritarashtra said, It is even so as thou sayest. My wishes are precisely such, but I have no power. The Kuru king, having said these words unto Narada, then addressed Krishna and said, Thou hast told me that which leadeth to heaven, what is beneficial to the world, consistent with virtue, and fraught with reason. I am not, however, independent. Duryodhana never doth what is agreeable to me. Do thou, therefore, strive to persuade that foolish and wicked son of mine, who disobeyeth my commands. He never listeneth to the beneficial words of Gandhihari, or of wise Vidura, or of other friends headed by Bhishma, of whom seek his good. Do thou, therefore, thyself counsel that crooked, senseless, and wicked-souled prince of evil disposition and sinful heart. By doing this, thou shalt have done that noble act which a friend should ever do. Thus addressed he of Vrishni haste, conversant with the truths of virtue and profit, approached nearly to the ever wrathful Duryodhana, and said unto him these sweet words: Listen to these words of mine, uttered especial for thy good, as also for that of thy followers. Thou art born in a race that is distinguished for its great wisdom. It behoveth thee to act righteously, as I indicate, possessed of learning and endowed with excellent behavior. Thou art adorned with every excellent quality. They that are born in ignoble families, or are wicked-souled, cruel, and shameless, they only act in the way that seemeth acceptably to thee. In this world, the inclinations of those on that are righteous seem to be consistent with the dictates of virtue and property. The inclinations, however, of those that are unrighteous seem to be perverse. The disposition that thou art repeatedly manifesting is of that perverse kind. Persistence in such behavior is sinful, frightful, highly wicked, and capable of leading to death itself. It is, besides, causeless, while, again, thou canst not adhere to it long. If, by avoiding this which is productive only of woe, thou wilt achieve thy own good, if thou wilt escape from the sinful and disreputable deeds of thy brothers, followers, and counselors, then make peace with the sons of Pandu, who are all endowed with great wisdom and great bravery, with great exertion and great learning, and all of whom have their souls under complete control. Such conduct will be agreeable to and conducive to the happiness of Dhritarashtra, who is endowed with great wisdom, of grandsire Drona, the high-souled Kripa, Somadatta, wise Valhika, Asvatihaman, Vikarna, Sanjaya, Vivingisati, and of men of thy kinsmen, and men of thy friends also. The whole world will derive benefit from that peace. Thou art endowed with modesty, born in a noble race, hast learning and kindness of heart. Be obedient to the commands of thy father, and also of thy mother. They that are good sons always regard that to be beneficial which their fathers command. When overtaken by calamity, everyone recollects the injunctions of his father. Peace with the Pandavas recommend itself to thy father. Let it, therefore, recommend itself to thee also with thy counselors. That mortal who, having listened to the counsels of friends, doth not act according to them, is consumed at the end by the consequences of his disregard, like him who swalloweth the fruit-colored kimpaka. He that from folly doth not accept beneficial counsels, unnerved by procrastination, and unable to attain his object, is obliged to repent at last. He, on the other hand, who having listened to beneficial counsels, accepteth them at once, abandoning his opinion, always winneth happiness in the world. He that rejects the words of well-meaning friends, regarding those words as opposed to his interest, but accepts words that are really so opposite, is soon subjugated by his foes. Disregarding the opinions of the righteous, he that abideth by the opinions of the wicked, soon maketh his friends weep for him in consequence of his being plunged into distress. Forsaking superior counselors, he that seeketh the advice of inferior ones, soon falleth into great distress, and succeedeth not in saving himself. That companion of the sinful, who behaveth falsely and never listeneth to good friends, who honoreth strangers, but hateth those that are his own, is soon cast off by the earth. Having quarrelled with those, thou seekest protection from others, those that are sinful, incapable, and foolish. What other man is there on earth besides thee, who, disregarding kinsmen that are all-might charioteers, and each of whom resembleth Sacra himself, would seek protection and aid from strangers? Thou hast persecuted the sons of Kunti from their very birth. They have not been angry with thee, for the sons of Pandu are virtuous. Although thou hast behaved deceitful towards the Pandavas from their very birth, yet those distinguished persons have acted generously towards thee. It behoveth thee, therefore, to act towards those principal kinsmen of thine with equal generosity. Do not yield thyself to the influence of wrath. The exertions of the wise are always associated with virtue, profit, and desire. If all these three cannot be attained, men follow at least virtue and profit. If these three are pursued separately, it is seen that they that have their hearts under control choose virtue. They that are neither good nor bad, but occupy a middle station, choose profit, which is always the subject of dispute, while they that are fools choose the gratification of desire. The fool that from temptation giveth up virtue and pursueth profit and desire by unrighteous means is soon destroyed by his senses. He that speaketh profit and desire should yet practice virtue at the outset, for neither profit nor desire is dissociated from virtue. It hath been said that virtue alone is the cause of the tree, for he that seeketh the tree may, by the aid of virtue alone, grow like fire when brought into contact with a heap of dry grass. Thou seekest by unrighteous means this extensive empire, flourishing with prosperity, and well known to all the monarchs of the earth. He that behaveth falsely towards those that live and conduct themselves righteously certainly cutteth down his own self, like a forest with an axe. One must not seek to confound his understanding, whose overthrow one doth not like. For if one understanding is confounded, one can never devote his attention to what is beneficial. One that hath his soul under control never disregardeth anybody in the three worlds. No, not even the commonest creature, far less those bulls among men, the sons of Pandu. He that surrendereth himself to the influence of anger loseth his sense of right and wrong. And growth must always be cut off. Behold, this is the proof. At present, union with the sons of Pandu is better for thee than thy union with the wicked. If thou makest peace with them, thou mayest obtain the fruition of all thy wishes. While enjoying the kingdom that has been founded by the Pandavas, thou seekest protection from others, disregarding the Pandavas themselves, reposing the cares of thy estate on Dusasana, Durvisaha, Karna, and Suvalason. Thou desirest the continuance of thy prosperity. These, however, are far inferior to the Pandavas in knowledge, in virtue, in capacity for acquiring wealth, and in prowess. All these kings, together with thee at their head, are incapable of even looking at the face of Vitima when angry on the field of battle. This force, consisting of all the kings of the earth, is at thy elbow. There are also Bhisma and Drona and Diskarna and Kripa and Bihuhisrava and Somadatta, and Asvatihama, and Jayadratiha. All these together are incapable of fighting against Dhananjaya. Arjuna is incapable of being vanquished impotently even by all the gods, Asuras, men, and Gandharvas. Do not set thy heart for battle. Seest thou the men in any of the royal hastes of the earth, who having encountered Arjuna impotently can return home safe and sound? What advantage is there in universal slaughter? Show me a single man who will defeat that Arjuna, by defeating whom alone victory may be thine. Who will encounter the son of Pandu impotently, who had vanquished all the Celestials with the Gandharvas, Yakishas, and Panagas at Kihandava Prastiha? Then the marvelous account that is heard of what happened at Virata seat, touching that encounter between one and many, is sufficient proof of this. Hopest thou to vanquish impotently Arjuna, who when excited with haste is invincibly, irresistibly, ever victorious and undeteriorating Arjuna, that hero who gratified the god of gods, Shiva himself in fight with myself again as his second, when that son of Pritha will rush to the field of battle against an enemy. Who is there that is competent to challenge him then? Can Purandara himself do so? He that would vanquish Arjuna in battle would support the earth on his arms, consume in haste the whole population of the earth, and rule the very gods from heaven. Look at thy sons, thy brothers, kinsmen, and other relatives. Let not these chiefs of Mahabharata race all perish on thy account. Let not the race of Kauravas be exterminated or reduced. Let not people say that thou art the exterminator of thy race, and the destroyer of its achievements. Those Malka warriors, the Pandavas, will install thee as the Yuvaraja, and thy father, Dhritarashtra, that lord of men, as the sovereign of this extensive empire. Do not disregard the prosperity that is awaiting thee and is sure to come, giving to the sons of Pritha half the kingdom. Win thou great prosperity, making peace with the Pandavas, and acting according to the counsels of thy friends, and rejoicing with them. Thou art sure to obtain what is for thy good, for ever and ever. Hearing these words of Kesava, Bhishma, the son of Santanu, then said unto vindictive Duryodhana, Krishna hath spoken to thee, desirous of bringing about peace between kinsmen. Follow those counsels, and do not yield to the influence of wrath. If thou dost not act according to the words of the high-souled Kesava, neither prosperity, nor happiness, nor what is for thy good wilt thou ever have. The might-armed Kesava have said unto thee what is consistent with virtue and profit. Accept thou that object, and do not exterminate the population of the earth. This resplendent prosperity of the Bharatas amongst all the kings of the earth, thou wilt, during the very life of Dhritarashtra, destroy through thy wickedness, and thou wilt also, through this arrogant disposition of thine, deprive thyself with all thy counselors, sons, brothers, and kinsmen, of life. If thou transgressest the words of Kesava, thy father, and of wise Vidyura, words that are consistent with truth and fraught with benefit to thyself. Be not the exterminator of thy race, be not a wicked man, let not thy heart be sinful, do not tread the path of unrighteousness, Do not sink thy father and mother into an ocean of grief. After Bhishma had concluded, Drona said these words unto Duryodhana, who, filled with wrath, was then breathing heavily. The words that Kesava have spoken unto thee are fraught with virtue and profit. Santanu son, Bhishma, have said the same, except those words. Both of them are wise, endowed with great intelligence, with souls under control, desirous of doing what is for thy good, and possessed of great learning. They have said what is beneficial, accept their words. Possessed of great wisdom, act according to what both Krishna and Bhishma have said. Do not, from delusion of understanding, disregard Madhava. They that are always encouraging thee are unable to give thee victory. During the time of battle, they will throw the burden of hostility on others' necks. Do not slaughter the earth population. Do not slay thy sons and brothers. Know that host is invincible, in the midst of which are Vasudeva and Arjuna. If thou dost not accept the truthful words of thy friends, Krishna and Bhishma, then thou wilt surely have to repent. Arjuna is even greater than what Jamadagni's son have described him to be. As regards Krishna, the son of Devaki, he is incapable of being resisted by even the gods. What use is there in telling thee what is really conducive to thy happiness and good? Everything hath now been said unto thee. Do what thou wishest. I do not wish to say anything more unto thee. After Drona had ceased, Vidyura, otherwise called Kishatri, casting his eyes on Duryodhana, said unto that vindictive son of Dhritarashtra, I do not grieve for thee. I grieve for this old couple Gandhari and thy father, having thee of wicked soul for their protector. They will have to wander with anybody to look after them, and deprived of friends and counselors, like a pair of birds shorn of their wings. Having begotten such a wicked son, who is the exterminator of his race, these two will have to wander over the earth in sorrow, subsisting on alms. After this, King Dhritarashtra, addressing Duryodhana, seated in the midst of his brothers and surrounded by other kings, said, Listen to what the high-souled Sauri have said, accept those words which are eternal, highly beneficial and conducive to what is for thy highest good. With the aid of this Krishna of faultless deeds, we amongst all the kings are sure to have all our cherished objects, firmly united by Kesava, be reconciled with Yudhishthira. Seek thou this great good of the Bharatas, like unto an august ceremony of propitiation. Through Vasudeva agents, bind thyself closely with the Pandavas. I think the time for that is come. Do not let the opportunity pass away. If, however, thou disregardest Kesava, who from a desire of achieving what is for good, is soliciting thee to make peace, then victory will never be thine. Hearing these words of Dhritarashtra, both Bhishma and Drona, who sympathized with the old king, again addressed disobeyed Duryodhana and said, As yet the two Krishnas are not acculturated in male, as yet Gandiva hasteth inactive, as yet the Halmia doth not consume the enemy's strength by pouring libations on the war fire, as yet that mighty bowman Yudhishthira, having modest for his ornament, doth not cast angry glances on thy troops, so let hostility cease. As yet that mighty bowman Bhishma the son of Pritha, is not seen stationed in the midst of his division, so let hostility cease. As yet Bhishmasena doth not, mace in hand, stalk on the field of battle, guiding divisions, so let peace be made with the Pandavas. As yet Bhishma doth not, with his hero slaying mace, make the heads of warriors fighting from the backs of elephants roll on the field of battle, like the palmyra fruits, in the season of their ripening, so let hostility cease. As yet Nakula and Sahadeva, the Ristariumna of Prishata Reis and Virata and Sikihandi and Sisupal son, acculturated in mail and well versed in arms, do not penetrate thy ranks, like crocodiles penetrating the deep and pour their arrow showers, so let hostility cease. As yet fierce-winged shafts do not fall upon the delicate bodies of the assembled kings, so let hostility cease. As yet fierce weapons made of iron and steel, shot unerringly by mighty bowmen well skilled in arms, and with lightness of hand and capable of hitting howsoever long distance, do not penetrate the breasts of warriors, smeared with sandal and other fragrant unguents, and adorned with golden garlands and gems, so let hostility cease. Let that elephant among kings, Yudhishthira, the just, receive thee with an embrace, while thou salutest him bending thy head. Let that king, distinguished for the liberality of his sacrificial presents, place on thy shoulder that right arm of his, the palm of which beareth the marks of the banner and the hook. Let him with hands begemmed and head adorned with fingers pat thy back while thou art seated. Let the might-armed Vrikodara, with shoulder broad as those of the Sala tree, embrace thee, and gently converse with thee for peace, and saluted with reverence by those three, Arjuna and the twins, smell thou their heads and converse with them affectionately. And beholding thee united with thy heroic brothers, the sons of Pandu, let all these monarchs shed tears of joy. Let the tidings of this cordial union be proclaimed in the cities of all the kings. Let the earth be ruled by thee with feelings of brotherly affection, and let thy heart be freed from the fever. Hearing in that assembly of the Kurus these words that were disagreeably to him, Duryodhana replied unto the might-armed Kesava of great fame, saying, It behoveth thee to speak after reflecting on all circumstances, uttering such harsh words, thou, without any reason, findest fault with me alone, addressed regardful as thou always art by the sons of Pritha. Dost thou censure me, having surveyed the strength and weakness? Thyself and Kishatri, the king, the preceptor, and the grandsire, all reproach me alone, and not any other monarch. However, do not find the least fault in myself, yet all of you, including the king himself, hate me. I do not, even after reflection, behold any grave fault in me, or even any fault, however minute. In the game at dice, that was joyful accepted by them, the Pandavas were vanquished and their kingdom was won by Sakuni. What blame can be mine as regards that? On the other hand, the wealth that was won from the Pandavas then was ordered by me to be returned unto them. It cannot, again, be any fault of ours that the invincible Pandavas were defeated once again at dice and had to go to the woods. In putting what fault to us do they regard us as their enemies? And Tog, weak, why do the Pandavas yet so cheerful seek a quarrel with us, as if they were strong? What have we done to them? For what injury do the sons of Pandu, along with the Srinjayas, seek to slaughter the sons of Dhritarashtra? We shall not, in consequence of any fierce deed or word, bow down to them in fear, deprived of our senses. We cannot bow down to Indra himself, let alone the sons of Pandu. I do not see the men observant of Kshatriya virtues who can venture to conquer us impatiently, let alone the Pandavas. The very gods are not competent to vanquish Bhishma, Kripa, Drona, and Karna impatiently. If we are in the observance of the praxis of our order, cut off with weapons impatiently, when our end comes, even that will lead us to heaven. Even this is our highest duty as Kshatriyas, that we should lay ourselves down on the field of battle on a bed of arrows, if without bowing to our enemies, or be the bed of arrows impatiently, that will never grieve us, who is there born in a noble haste and conforming to Kshatriya praxis, that wound from fear bow to an enemy, desirous only of saving his life. Those Kshatriyas that desire their own good, accept regardful this saying of Matanga, that one should always keep himself erect and never bow down, for exertion alone is manliness. One should rather break at the knots than bend. A person like me should only bow down to the Brahmanas for the sake of piety, without regarding anybody else. One should, as long as one lives, act according to Matanga's saying. Even this is the duty of Kshatriyas. Even this is ever my opinion. That share in the kingdom which was formerly given them by my father shall never again be obtainable by them as long as I live. As long as King Dhritarashtra liveth, both ourselves and they, sheathing our weapons, should live in dependence on him, giving away formerly from ignorance or fear, when I was a child and dependent on others. The kingdom, incapable of being given away again, shall not be obtainable by the Pandavas. At present, as long as I live, even that much of our land which may be covered by the point of a sharp needle shall not be given by us unto the Pandavas. Reflecting with eyes hid in anger, he of Dasarha haste, addressing Duryodhana in that assembly of the Kurus, then said these words: Wishest thou for a bed of heroes? Verily thou shalt have it with thy counsellors. Wait, a great slaughter will ensue. Thou thinkest that thou hast committed no offence against the Pandavas. Let the monarchs judge. Grieved at the prosperity of the high-souled Pandavas, thou conspiredst with Subala's son about the gambling match. How could those virtuous, honest, and superior kinsmen of thine engage in such a wicked act with the deceitful Sakuni? Thou that art endowed with great wisdom, gambling robs even the good of their understanding, and as regards the wicked, disunion and dire consequence spring from it. It was thou who hast devised with thy wicked counsellors that terrible source of calamity in the form of the gambling match, without consulting with persons of righteous behavior. Who else is there capable of insulting a brother wife in the way thou didst, or of dragging her into the assembly and addressing her in language thou hast used towards Draupadi, of noble parentage, and ended with excellent behavior, and dearer to them than their very lives? The queen consort of Pandu's sons was treated even thus by thee. All the Kauravas know what woes were addressed in their assembly by Dusasana unto those chastiser of foes, the sons of Kunti, when they were about to set out for the woods. Who is there capable of behaving so wretchedly towards his own honest kinsmen, that are ever engaged in the practice of virtue, that are untainted by avarice, and that are always correct in their behavior? Language such as become on those that are heartless and despicable was frequently repeated by Karna and Dusasana, and also by thee. Thou hast taken great pains to burn to death at Varanavata the sons of Pandu with their mother, while they were children. Although that effort of thine was not crowned with success. After this, the Pandavas with their mother were obliged to live for a long while, concealed in the town of Ekakra, in the abode of a Brahmana, with poison, with snakes and cords. Thou hast by every means sought the destruction of the Pandavas, although none of thy designs was successful. With such feelings, when thou hast always acted towards them so deceitfully, how canst thou say that thou hast not offended against the high-souled Pandavas? Thou art not willing to give them their paternal share in the kingdom, although they are begging it of thee. Thou shalt have to give it them. This, when divested of prosperity, thou shalt be laid low, having, like a heartless fellow, done innumerable wrongs to the Pandavas, and behaved so deceitful towards them, thou seekest now to appear in a different garb. Though repeatedly solicited by thy parents, by Bhishma, Drona, and Vidura, to make peace, thou dost not yet make peace. Great is the advantage in peace, both to thyself and Yudhishthira. Peace, however, does not recommend itself to thee. To what else can it be due, but to thy laws of understanding? Transgressing the rules of thy friends, thou canst never attain to what is for thy benefit. Sinful and disreputably is that act which thou art about to do. While he of Dasarha haste was saying this, Dusasana addressed vindictive Duryodhana, and said unto him these words in the midst of the chorus: If thou dost not willingly make peace with the Pandavas, verily the Kauravas will bind thee and make over thee to the son of Kunti. Bhishma and Drona and thy father will make over us three, Vikartana son, thyself and myself, to the Pandavas. Hearing these words of his brother, Dhritarashtra's son, wicked, shameless, disobedient, disrespectful, and vain, Suryodhana, breathing heavily like a great snake, rose up from his seat in anger, and disregarding Vidura and Dhritarashtra and the great king Valmika and Kripa and Somadatta and Bhishma and Drona and Janardana, in fact, all of them went out of the court, and beholding that bull among men leave the court, his brother and all his counselors and all the kings followed him. And seeing Duryodhana rise and leave the court in anger with his brothers, Santanu son, Vihisma said, the enemies of that person who, abandoning both virtue and property, followeth the impulses of wrath, rejoice on beholding him plunged into distress at no distant date. This wicked son of Dhritarashtra, this unacquainted with the true means, this fool that is wrongly vain of his sovereignty, obeyeth on the dictates of wrath and avarice. See that the hour of all those Kshatriyas is arrived, for all those kings from delusion have with their counselors followed Duryodhana. Hearing these words of Bhishma, the lotus-eyed hero of Dasarha possessed of great powers, addressing all those headed by Bhishma and Drona, said, even this is great transgression, of which all the elders of the Kuru race are becoming guilty, for they do not possibly seize and bind this wicked king in the enjoyment of sovereignty. Ye chastiser of fools, I think the time hath come for doing this. If this is done, it may still be productive of good. Listen to me, ye sinless ones. The words I will speak will soon lead to beneficial results. If ye Bharatas, ye accept what I say in consequence of its recommending itself to you. The wicked son of ill-regulated soul of the old Bihoja king, having usurped his father's sovereignty during the later lifetime, subjected himself to death. Kansa, the son of Ugrasena, abandoned by his relatives, was slain by me in a great encounter, from desire of benefiting my kinsmen, ourselves with our kinsmen. Then, having paid due honors to Ugrasena, the son of Ahuka, installed that extender of Bihoja kingdom on the throne, and all the Yadavas and the Hakas and the Vrishnis, abandoning a single person. Kansa, for the sake of their whole race, have prospered and obtained happiness. When the gods and asuras were arrayed for battle and weapons were upraised for striking, the Lord of all creatures, Paramistihing, said thus, when the population of the world was divided into two parties and was about to be slaughtered, the divine and whole cause of the universe, the Creator, said, the Asuras and the Daityas with the Danavas will be vanquished, and the Adityas, the Vasus, the Hudras, and all the dwellers of heaven will be victorious. The gods, and Asuras, and human beings, and Gandharvas, and snakes, and Hakishasas will in haste slaughter one another in this battle. Thinking so, the Lord of all creatures, Paramistihing, commanded the Dharma, saying, binding fast the Daityas and the Danavas, make them over to Varuna. Thus addressed the Dharma at the command of Paramistihing, binding the Daityas and the Danavas, made them over to Varuna. And Varuna, the Lord of the waters, having bound those Danavas with the Dharma nose, as also with his own, keepeth them within the deeps of the ocean, always guarding them careful. Binding in the same way Duryodhana and Karna and Sakuni, the son of Suvala and Dusasana, make them over to the Pandavas. For the sake of a family, an individual may be sacrificed. For a village, a family may be sacrificed. For the sake of a province, a village may be sacrificed. And lastly, for the sake of oneself, the whole earth may be sacrificed. Binding Duryodhana fast, make peace with the Pandavas. Let not the whole Kshatriya race be slaughtered on thy account. Hearing these words of Krishna, King Dhritarashtra lost no time in addressing Vidyura, who was conversant with all dictates of virtue, and the king said, "Go unto Gandhihari, possessed of great wisdom and foresight, and bring her hither. With her I will solicit this wicked-hearted. If she can pacify this wicked wretch of evil heart, we may yet be able to act according to the words of our friend Krishna. It may be that speaking words in recommendation of peace, she may yet succeed in pointing out the right path to this fool, afflicted by avarice and having wicked allies. If she can dispel this great and dreadful calamity occasioned by Duryodhana, it will then conduce to the attainment and preservation of happiness and peace for ever and ever." Hearing these words of the king, Vidyura, at Dhritarashtra's command, brought Gandhihari, possessed of great foresight, and Dhritarashtra then addressed Gandhihari and said, "Behold, this thy son of wicked soul, transgressing all my commands, is about to sacrifice both sovereignty and life in consequence of his lust for sovereignty. Of wicked soul and little understanding, he hath, like one of uncultivated mind, left the court with his sinful counselors, disregarding his superiors and setting at naught the words of his well-wishers." Hearing these words of her husband, that prince of great fame, Gandhihari, desirous of what was highly beneficial, said these words, "Bring hither, without loss of time, that kingdom coveting, sick son of mine. He that is of uncultivated heart, and sacrifices both virtue and profit, doth not deserve to govern a kingdom. For all that, however, Duryodhana, who is destitute of humility, hath by every means obtained a kingdom. Thou, so fond of thy son, art very much to be blamed for this, for knowing well his sinfulness, thou followest yet his counsel. That son of thine, completely possessed by lust and wrath, is now the slave of delusion, and is incapable of being now forcibly turned back by thee. Thou art now reaping the fruit of having made over the kingdom to an ignorant fool of wicked soul, possessed by avarice and having wicked counselors. Why is the king indifferent to that disunion, which is about to take place between persons related so closely? Beholding thee disunited with those that are thy own, thy enemies will look at thee. Who is there that would use force for getting over that calamity, which can be overcome by conciliation and gift? Kishatri then, and at Dhritarashtra's command, and of his mother also, once more caused vindictive Duryodhana to enter the court. Expectant of his mother's word, the prince entered the court, with eyes red as copper from wrath, and breathing heavily as a snake. And beholding her son, who was treading in a wrong path, enter the court, Gandhihari rebuked him severely, and said these words for bringing about peace. Gandhihari said, "Attend to these words of mine that are beneficial to thee as also to all thy followers, words that thou art competent to obey and that will conduce to thy happiness. Obey thou the words of thy well-wishers, those words which that best of the Bharatas, thy father, and Bhisma, and Drona, and Kripa, and Kishatri have spoken. If thou makest peace, thou owns but that render homage to Bhisma, to thy father, to me, and to all thy well-wishers, with Drona at their head. Thou of great wisdom, nobody succeedeth by his own desire alone in acquiring and keeping or enjoying a kingdom, on that hath not his senses under control, cannot enjoy sovereignty for any length of time. He that hath his soul under control and is endowed with great intelligence can rule a kingdom. Lust and wrath wean away a man from his possessions and enjoyments. Conquering these foes first, a king bringeth the earth under his subjection. Sovereignty over men is a great thing. Those that are of wicked souls may easily desire to win a kingdom, but they are not competent to attain a kingdom. He that desireth to obtain extensive empire must bring his senses to both property and virtue. For if the senses are restrained, intelligence increaseth like fire that increaseth when fed with fuel. If not controlled, this can even slay their possessor, like unbroken and furious horses, capable of killing an unskillful driver. On that seeketh to conquer his counsellors without conquering his own self, and to conquer foes without conquering his counsellors, he soon vanquished himself and is ruined. He who conquereth his own self first, taking it for a foe, will not seek in vain to conquer his counsellors and enemies afterwards. Prosperity worshippeth greatly that person who hath conquered his senses and his counsellors, who inflicteth punishments on transgressors, who acteth after deliberation, and who is possessed of wisdom. Lust and wrath that dwell in the body are deprived of their strength by wisdom, like a couple of fishes snared in a net with close holes. Those two, in consequence of which the gods shut the gates of heaven against one, who, freed from worldly propensities, is desirous of going thither, are excited by lust and wrath. That king who knoweth well how to conquer lust and wrath and avarice and boastfulness and pride can own the sovereignty of the whole earth. That king who is desirous of gaining wealth and virtue and vanquishing his enemies should always be engaged in controlling his passions. Influenced by lust or from wrath, he that behaveth deceitful towards his own kinsmen or others can never win many allies. Uniting thyself with those chastiser of foes, the heroic sons of Pandu, who are all endowed with great wisdom, thou canst enjoy the earth in happiness. What Bhishma, the son of Santanu, and that might warrior, Drona, have told thee is quite true. Krishna and the Dhananjaya are invincible. Seek thou the protection of this might armed one, this one that is not worried by exertion, for if Kesava becometh gracious, both sides will be happy. That man who is not obedient to the wishes of wise and learned friends, always seeking his prosperity, only gladdeneth his enemies. There is no good in battle, no virtue, no profit. How can it bring happiness then? Even victory is not always certain. Do not set thy heart on battle. Thou of great wisdom, Bhishma and thy father and Valhika gave unto the Pandavas their share from fear. Never think of disunion with them. Thou beholdest today the fruit of that season, in the fact of thy sovereignty over the whole earth, with all its thorns removed by those heroes. Give unto the son of Pandu what is their due. If thou wishest to enjoy with the counsellors even half, let their share then be given unto them. Half the earth is sufficient to yield the means of support unto thee and thy counsellors. By acting according to the words of thy well wishes, thou wilt win great fame. A quarrel with the sons of Pandu, who are endowed with prosperity, who have their souls under complete control, who are possessed of great intelligence and have conquered their passions, will only divest thee of thy great prosperity, dispelling the wrath of all thy well wishes, rule thou thy kingdom as becometh thee, giving unto the sons of Pandu the share that belongeth to them. Persecution of the sons of Pandu for full 13 years have been enough, augmented by lust and wrath, quenched now. Thou that covetest the wealth of the Pandavas are not a match for them, nor this suitor son, who is exceedingly wrathful, nor this thy brother Dusasana, when Bhishma and Drona and Kripa and Karna and Bhishmasena and Dhananjaya and Dhristaryumna will be enraged, the population of the earth will be exterminated. Under the influence of wrath, do not exterminate the Kurus. Let not the wide earth be destroyed for thy sake. Of little understanding as thou art, thou thinkest that Bhishma and Drona and Kripa, all others will fight with all their might. That will never happen, for as regards these that are endowed with self-knowledge, their affection towards the Pandavas and yourselves is equal. If for the sake of the sustenance they have obtained from the king, they consent to yield up their very lives, they will not yet be able to cast angry glances upon King Yudhishthira. It is never seen in this world that men acquire wealth by avarice. Give up thy avarice then, and desist. Disregarding these words of grave import, spoken by his mother, Duryodhana went away in anger from that place to the presence of wicked persons, and wending away from the court, the Kuru prince began to consult with Suvala royal son, Sakuni most clever in dice. And this was the resolution which Duryodhana and Karna and Suvala's son Sakuni, with Dusasana as their fourth, arrived at. This Janardana, quick in action, seeketh with the king Dhritarashtra and Santanu son to seize us first. We, however, shall forcibly seize this tiger among men, his Rikesa, first, like Indra forcibly seizing Virokhana son. Hearing that these one of rich haste have been seized, the Pandavas will lose their heart and become incapable of exertion, like snakes whose fangs have been broken. This might armed on is the refuge and protection of them all. If this grantor of wishes, this bull of all the Satyavrtas, be confined, the Pandavas, with the Somakas, will become depressed and incapable of any exertion. Therefore, disregarding Dhritarashtra cries, we will seize even here this Kesava, who is quick in action, and then fight with the foe. After those sinful men of wicked souls had come to this sinful resolution, highly intelligent Satyaki, capable of reading the heart by signs, soon came to know of it, and because of that knowledge he soon issued out of the court, accompanied by Ridika son. And Satyaki addressed Kritavarman, saying, "Arise the troops soon, and accoutred in mail, and with thy troops arrived for Paitli. Wait thou at the entrance of the court, till I represent this matter unto Krishna, unwearied by exertion." Saying this, that hero had entered the court, like a lion entering a mountain cave, and he informed the high-souled Kesava, and then Dhritarashtra, and then Vidyura of that conspiracy. And having informed them of that resolution, he loudly said, "These wicked men intend to commit an act here that is disapproved by the good from consideration of virtue, profit, and desire. They will, however, never be able to actually achieve it. These fools of sinful souls assembled together, these wretches overwhelmed by lust, anger, and yielding themselves up to wrath and covetousness, are about to perpetrate a highly unbecoming deed. Those wretches of little understanding and desirous of seizing the lotus-eyed are like idiots, and children desiring to seize a blazing fire by means of their garments." Hearing these words of Satyaki, Vidyura, endowed with great foresight, said these words unto the might-armed Dhritarashtra in the midst of the Kurus: "The hour of all thy sons is come, for they are endeavoring to perpetrate a highly infamous act, however incapable they may be of actually accomplishing it. United together, they desire to vanquish this younger brother of Vasava and seize this lotus-eyed on. Encountering this tiger among men, this invincibly and irresistibly on, they will all perish like insects in a blazing fire. If Janardana wishes, he can send all of them, even if they fight in a body, unto the abode of Yama, like an enraged lion dispatching a herd of elephants. He will, however, never do any such sinful and censurable act. This best of persons of unfailing glory will never deviate from virtue." After Vidyura had said these words, Kesava, casting his eyes on Dhritarashtra, said in the midst of those well-meaning persons who listened to others' words, "If these desire to chastise me by using violence, permit them to chastise me, as regards my chastising them, for are there chastise all of them together that are so excited with rage. I will not, however, perpetrate any sinful and censurable act. Coveting the possessions of the Pandavas, thy sons will lose their own. If they desire to perpetrate such a deed, Yudhishthira object will then be accomplished, for this very day, seizing these with all that follow them, I can make them over to the sons of Pritha. What is there that is difficult to attainment by me? I will not, however, commit in thy presence any such censurable deed that can proceed on from wrath and a sinful understanding. Let it be as this Duryodhana desireth. I give permission to all thy sons to do it." Hearing these words, Dhritarashtra addressed Vidyura, saying, "Quickly bring hither sinful Duryodhana, who is so covetous of subverting it, with his friends, counselors, brothers, and followers. I shall see if, making one more effort, I can bring him to the right path." Thus addressed by Dhritarashtra, his heart once more caused unwilling Duryodhana to enter the court with his brothers, and surrounded by the kings. King Dhritarashtra then addressed Duryodhana, surrounded by Karna and Dusasana and all those kings, saying, "Wretch of accumulated sins, having for these allies men of despicable acts, infamous is the deed that thou, uniting with sinful friends, seekst to do. Of little understanding, thou, infirm of thy haste, one like thee alone can seek to do an act so infamous and disapproved by the good, however impossibly it may be of being actually achieved. uniting with sinful allies. Wishest thou to chastise this invincibly and irresistibly on of eyes like lotus leaves, like a child wishing to have them on? Seekest thou to do what cannot be done by the very gods, headed by Vasava with all their strength? Knowest thou not that Kesava is incapable of being withstood impotently by gods and men and Gandharvas and Asuras and Uragas, like the wind which none can seize with his hands, like the one which no hand can reach, like the earth which none can support on his head? Kesava is incapable of being seized by force. After Dhritarashtra had said these words, Vidura, his eyes on Duryodhana, addressed that vindictive son of Dhritarashtra, saying, "Listen now to these words of mine. At the gates of Saubhiha, that foremost of monkeys, known by the name of Divivida, covered Kesava with a mighty shower of stones, desirous of seizing Madhava by putting forth all his prowess and exertion. He did not yet succeed in seizing him. Seekest thou to apprehend that Kesava by force? When Sauri went to Pragyotisha, Naraka, with all the Danavas, succeeded not in seizing him there. Seekest thou to seize him by force? Slaying that Naraka impotently, he brought away 1,000 damsels and married them all according to the ordinance. In the seat of Nirmokhana, 6,000 mighty Asuras failed to seize him with their noses. Seekest thou to seize that Kesava by force? While only a child, he slew Putana and 2 Asuras, assuming the shape of birds, and he held up the mountains of Govardhana for protecting the Quem. He hath slain Aristiha and Dihenuka and Hanura of great strength, and Asvahaja and Kansa, the doer of evil. He hath slain Jarasandha and Vakra, and Sisupala of might energy, and Vana impotently, and numerous other kings have been slain by him. Of immeasurable might he vanquished King Varuna and Pavakra, and on the occasion of bringing the Parijata, he defeated the Lord of Sakhi himself, while floating on the vast deep, he slew Madhu and Kaitabhiha, and in another birth he slew Hayagriva. He is the maker of everything, but is himself made by none. He is the cause of our power. Whatever Sauri wisheth, he accomplisheth without any effort. Knowest thou not, sinless Govinda, of terrible prowess and incapable of deterioration? This one, resembling an angry snake of virulent poison, is the never-ending source of energy. In seeking to use violence towards Krishna, endowed with mighty arms and unwearied by exertion, thou wilt, with all thy followers, perish like an insect hailing into fire. After Vidura had said this, Kesava, that slayer of hostile divisions, endowed with great energy, addressed Dhritarashtra's son, Duryodhana, and said, "From delusion thou regardest me to be alone, and it is for this, thou of little understanding, that thou seekest to make me a captive after vanquishing me by violence. Here, however, are all the Pandavas and all the Vrishnis and the Hakas. Here are all the Adityas, the Hudras and the Vasus, with all the great rishis." Saying this, Kesava, that slayer of hostile heroes, burst out into a loud laughter, and as the high-souled Sauri, loghead, from his body, that resembled a blazing fire, ensued myriads of gods, each of lightning efficiency, and not bigger than the tomb. And on his forehead appeared Brahman, and on his breast Rudra, and on his arms appeared the regents of the world, and from his mouth ensued Agni, the Adityas, the Sadhyas, the Vasus, the Asvins, the Marutas, with Indra, and the Visvadevas, and myriads of Yakiskas, and the Gandharvas, and Hakishasas, of the same mastery and form, ensued Dance, and from his two arms ensued Sankarsana and Dhananjaya, and Arjuna stood on his right, bow in hand, and Rama stood on his left, armed with the plough, and behind him stood Bhima and Yudhishthira, and the two sons of Madri, and before him were all the Andihakas and the Vrishnis with Pradyumna, and other chiefs bearing mighty weapons upraised. And on his diverse arms were seen the conch, the discus, the mace, the bow called saranga, the plough, the javelin, the nandaka, and every other weapon, all shining with effulgence and upraised for striking. And from his eyes and nose and ears and every part of his body ensued fierce sparks of fire mixed with smoke, and from the pores of his body ensued sparks of fire like unto the rays of the sun. And beholding that awful form of the high-souled Kesava, all the kings closed their eyes with affrighted hearts, except Drona and Bhishma and Vidyura, and with great intelligence. Greatly blessed Sanjaya, and the rishis, possessed of wealth of asceticism, for the divine Janardana gave unto them this divine sight on the occasion. And beholding in the court that highly wonderful sight, celestial drums beat, and a floral shower fell, and the whole earth trembled, and the oceans were agitated, and all the denizens of the earth were filled with great wonder. Then that tiger among men, that chastiser of foes, withdrew that divine and highly wonderful and extremely varied and auspicious form, and arm in arm with Satyaki on one side and Ririka son on the other, and obtaining permission of the rishis, the slayer of Madhu went out. And during the uproar that then took place, the rishis, Narada, and others vanquished for repairing to their respective places. And this was another wonderful incident that happened. And seeing that tiger among men leave the court, the Kauravas with all the kings followed him, like the gods following Indra. Sauri, however, of immeasurably so, without bestowing a single thought on those that followed him, ensued from the court like a blazing fire mixed with smoke. And he beheld Daruka waiting with his large white car, punched with holes of tinkling bells, decked with golden ornaments, and ended with great speed, the clatter of whose wheels sounded like the rumbling of the clouds, and which was covered all over with white tiger skins, and unto which were harnessed his steeds, Saivia. And there appeared, mounted on his car, that favorite hero of Vrishnis, the mighty car warrior Kritavarman, the son of Ridika, and that chastiser of foes, Sauri, who had his car ready, was about to depart. King Dhritarashtra addressed him once more and said, Grinder of foes, thou hast seen the power I yield over my sons. Thou hast witnessed all with thy own eyes. Nothing now is unknown to thee. Seeing me endeavor to bring about peace between the Kurus and the Pandavas, in fact, knowing the state, it behoveth thee not to entertain any suspicion regarding me. I have no sinful feelings towards the Pandavas. Thou knowest what words have been spoken by me to Suryodhana. The Kauravas and all the kings of the earth also know that I have made every endeavor to bring about peace. The might armed Janardana then addressed Dhritarashtra, Drona, Grandsire Bhishma, Kishatri, Valhika, and Kripa, and said, Ye have yourselves witnessed all that have happened in the assembly of the Kurus, how wicked Duryodhana, like an uneducated wretch, left the court from anger, and how King Dhritarashtra describeth himself to be powerless. With the permission of you all, I shall now go back to Yudhishthira. Saluting them that bow amongst men, Sauri then mounted his car and set out. And those heroic bulls amongst the Biharatas, those mighty bowmen, Bhishma, Drona, and Kripa, and Kishatri, and Asvatihaman, and Vikarna, and that mighty car warrior Yuyuchishu, all began to follow him, and Kesava, on his large white car, furnished with holes of tinkling bells, proceeded then in the very sight of the Kurus to the abode of his paternal aunt. Entering her abode and worshipping her feet, Kesava represented to her briefly all that had transpired in the assembly of the Kurus, and Vasudeva said, The vast words worthy of being accepted and fraught with reasons were said both by myself and the rishis, but Duryodhana accepted them not as regards Suryodhana and his followers. Their hour is come. With thy leave, now I shall speedily repair unto the Pandavas what should I say unto the Pandavas as thy instructions to them. Tell me that I desire to hear thy words. Kunti said, Say unto King Yudhishthira of virtuous soul these words. Thy virtue is decreasing greatly. Do not act vainly, like a reader of the Vedas, incapable of catching their real meaning, and therefore truly unlearned. Thy understanding, affected by only the words of the Vedas, vieweth virtue alone. Cast thy eyes on the duties of thy own order, as ordained by the self-creator, for our ruthless deeds and for the protection of the people. From his arms was created the Kshatriya, who is to depend upon the prowess of his own arms. Listen, an instance is cited in this connection that have been heard by me from the aged. In days of yore, Vaisravana, having been gratified, made a gift of this earth to the royal sage Mukhukunda. The latter, without accepting the gift, said, I desire to enjoy that sovereignty which is won by prowess of arms. At this, Vaisravana was highly delighted and filled with wonder. King Mukhukunda then, full observing the duties of the Kshatriya order, ruled this earth, having conquered it by the prowess of his arms. Then again a sixth part of the virtue practiced by subjects were protected by the king is obtained by the king. The virtue again that the king himself practiseth conferreth Godhead on him, while if he perpetrateth sin, he goeth to hell. The penal code, properly applied by the ruler, maketh the four orders adhere to their respective duties, and leadeth to an acquisition of virtue. When the king properly abideth by the penal code, without making any portion of it a dead letter, then that best of periods, called the Krita Yuga, setteth in. Let not this doubt be thine, whether the era is the cause of the king, or the king the cause of the era. For the king is the cause of the era. It is the king that createth the Krita, the Treta, or the Dvapara age. It is the king that is the cause of also the fourth Yuga. That king who causeth the Krita age to set in, enjoyeth heaven exceedingly. That king who causeth the traitor age to set in, doth enjoy heaven, but not exceedingly. For thus causing the Divapara age to set in, a king enjoyeth heaven according to his due. The king, however, who causeth the Kali age to set in, yearneth sin exceedingly. Thereupon, that king of wicked deeds resideth in hell for countless years. The king's sins affect the world, and the world's sins affect him. Observe thou those kingly duties of thine that befit thy ancestry. That is not the conduct of a royal sage in which thou wishest to abide. He that is stained by weakness of heart and adhereth to compassion, and is unsteered, never obtaineth the merit born of cherishing his subjects with love. That understanding, according to which thou art now acting, was never wished by Pandu, or myself, or thy grandsire, while we uttered blessings on thee before. Sacrifice, gift, merit, and bravery, subjects and children, greatness of soul, and might, and energy, these were always prayed by me for thee. Well-wishing Brahmanas duly worshipped and gratified the gods and the Pitris for your long life, wealth, and children, by adding Sivaha and Sivadiha. The mother and the father, as also the gods, always desire for their children liberality and gift, and stood and sacrifice, and sway over subjects. Whether all these be righteous or unrighteous, you are to practice it in consequence of your very birth. Though born in a high haste, they are yet destitute of the very means of support, and are afflicted with misery. Hungry men, approaching a brave and bountiful monarch, are gratified, and live by his side. What virtue can be superior to this? A virtuous person, upon acquiring a kingdom, should in this world make all persons his own, attaching some by gift, some by force, and some by sweet words. A Brahmana should adopt mendicants, a Kshatriya should protect, a Vaisya should earn wealth, and a Sudra should serve the other three. Mendicants, therefore, is forbidden to thee, nor is agriculture suited to thee. Thou art a Kshatriya, and therefore the protector of all in distress. Thou art to live by the prowess of thy arms. Thou of might arms, recover thy paternal share of the kingdom, which thou hast lost, by conciliation, or by working disunion among thy foes, or by gift of money, or violence, or well-directed policy. What can be a matter of greater grief than that I, deprived of friends, should live upon food supplied by others, after having brought thee forth, the enhancer of the joys of friends? Fight, according to the practice of kings, do not sink thy ancestors. With thy merit worn out, do not, with thy younger brothers, obtain a sinful end. Kunti said. In this connection is cited an old history of the conversation between Vidyula and her son. It behoveth thee to say unto Yudhishthira anything that can be gathered from these, or anything more beneficial than that. There was a high-born dame of great foresight named Vidyula. She was famous, slightly wrathful, of crooked disposition, and devoted to Kshatriya virtues. Well educated, she was known to all the kings of the earth. Of great learning, she had listened to the speeches and instructions of the wise men, and the Prince Vidyula one day rebuked her own son, who, after his defeat by the king of the Sindhus, lay prostrate with hurt, depressed by despair. And she said, Thou art not my son. Begotten thou hast not been by myself, and thy Father, whence hast thou come? Without wrath as thou art, thou canst not be counted as a man. Thy features betray thee to be a eunuch. Sinkest thou in despair as long as thou livest? If thou art desirous of thy own welfare, bear thou the burden. Do not disgrace thy soul. Do not suffer it to be gratified with a little. Set thy heart on thy welfare, and be not afraid. Abandon thy fears. Rise. Do not lie down thus, after thy defeat, delighting all thy foes, and grieving the friends, and heft of our sense of honor. Little streams are filled up with only a quantity of water. The palms of a mouse are filled with only a small quantity. A coward is soon gratified with acquisitions that are small. Rather perish in plucking the fangs of a snake than die miserably like a dog. Put forth thy prowess even at the risk of thy life, like a hawk that fearlessly hangeth the sky. Do thou wander fearlessly, or put forth thy prowess, or silently watch thy foes for an opportunity? Why dost thou lie down like a carcass, or like one smitten by thunder? Rise, do not slumber after having been vanquished by the foe. Do not disappear from the sight of all so miserably. Make thyself known by thy deeds. Never occupy the intermediate, the low, or the lowest station. Blaze up like a brand of tinduka wood. Blaze up even for a moment, but never smolder from desire like a flameless fire of paddy chaff. It is better to blaze up for a moment than smoke for ever and ever. Let no son be born in a royal haste, who is either exceedingly fierce or exceedingly mild, preparing to the field of battle and achieving every great feat that is possible for men to achieve. A brave man is freed from the debt he oweth to the duties of the Kshatriya order. Such a person never disgraceth his own self, whether he gaineth his object or not. He that is possessed of sense never indulgeth in grief. On the other hand, such a person accomplisheth what should be next done, without caring for even his life. Therefore, display thy prowess, or obtain that end which is inevitable. Why dost thou live, disregarding the duties of thy order? All thy religious rites and all thy achievements are gone. The every root of all thy enjoyments is cut off. What for then dost thou live? If fall and sink on must, he should seize the foe by the hips. Even if on roots are cut off, he should not yet give way to despair. Horses of high mettle put forth all their prowess, for dragging or bearing heavy weights. Remembering their behavior, muster all thy strength and sense of honor. Know in what thy manliness consists. Exert thyself in raising that haste which hath sunk in consequence of thee. He that hath not achieved a great feat, forming the subject of men conversation, only increases the number of population. He is neither man nor woman. He whose fame is not founded in respect of charity, asceticism, truth, learning, and acquisition of wealth, is on his mother excreta. On the other hand, he that surpasseth others in learning, asceticism, wealth, prowess, and deeds is a man. It behoveth thee not to adopt the idly wretched, infamous, and miserable profession of mendicants, that is worthy on of a coward. Friends never derive in happiness on obtaining that weak person for a friend, at whose sight foes are delighted, who is despised by men, who is without siege and robes, who is gratified with small acquisitions, who is destitute and who hath no courage, and is low, exiled from our kingdom, driven from home, deprived of all means of enjoyment and pleasure, and destitute of resources, we shall have to perish from want of the very means of life, misbehaving in the midst of those that are good, and the destroyer of thy race and family, by bringing thee forth. I have brought forth Kali himself in the shape of a son. Let no woman bring forth such a son, that art without wrath, without exertion, without energy, and that art the joy of foes. Do not smolder. Blaze thou up effectively, displaying thy prowess. Slay thy foes for but a moment, for ever so small a space of time. Blaze thou up on the heads of thy enemies. He is a man who cherisheth wrath and forgiveth not. He, on the other hand, who is forgiving and without wrath, is neither a man nor woman. Contentment and softness of heart, and these two, want of exertion and fear, are destructive of prosperity. He that is without exertion never winneth what is great. Therefore, free thyself by thy own exertions from these faults that lead to defeat and downfall. Steel thy heart and seek to recover thy own. A man is called Purusha, because he is competent to trouble his foe. He, therefore, who liveth like a woman is misnamed Purusha. A brave king of might strength, and who moveth like a lion, may go the way of our creatures. The subjects, however, that reside in his dominions do not yet become unhappy. That king who, disregarding his own happiness and pleasures, seeketh the prosperity of his kingdom, succeedeth soon in gladdening his counsellors and friends. Hearing these words, the son said, If thou dost not behold me, of what use would the whole earth be to thee? Of what use thy ornaments? Of what use all the means of pleasure, and even life itself? The mother said, Let those rations be obtained by our foes, which belong to those that are low. Let those again that are friends go to those rations which are obtained ably by persons whose souls are held in respect. Do not adopt the course of life that is followed by those wretched persons who, destitute of strength and without servants and attendants, live upon the food supplied by others, like the creatures of the earth that depend on the clouds, or the gods depending on Indra. Let the Brahmanas and thy friends all depend on thee for their sustenance. His life is not vain, on whom our creatures depend for their sustenance, like birds preparing to a tree abounding with heap fruits. The life of that brave man is praiseworthy, through whose prowess friends derive happiness, like the gods deriving happiness through the prowess of Sakra. That man who liveth in greatness depending on the prowess of his own arms, succeedeth in winning fame in this world and blessed estate in the next. Vidyula said, If, having fallen into such a plight, thou wishest to give up manliness, thou shalt then have, in no time, to tread the path that is trod by those that are low and wretched. That Kshatriya, who, from desire of life, displayeth not his energy according to the best of his might and prowess, is regarded as a thief. Like medicine to a dying man, these words that are fraught with grave import, and are proper and reasonable, do not make any impression on thee. It is true the king of the Sindhus, have many followers. They are, however, all discounted. From weakness and ignorance and proper means, they are waiting for the distress of their master. As regards others, they will come to thee with their auxiliaries, if they behold thee put forth thy prowess. Uniting with them, seek refuge now in mountain fastnesses, waiting for that season, when calamity will overtake the foe, as it must, for he is not free from disease and death. By name thou art Sanjaya. I do not, however, behold any such indication in thee. Be true to thy name. Be my son. Do not make thy name untrue. Beholding thee while a child, a Brahmana of great foresight and wisdom, saith, this on falling into great distress will again win greatness. Remembering his words, I hope for thy victory. It is for that I tell thee so, and shall tell thee again, that man who pursueth the fruition of his objects according to the ways of policy, and for the success of whose objects other people strive cordially, is always sure to win success. Whether what I have is gained or lost, I will not desist. With such a resolve, engage in war, without withdrawing thyself from it. Samvara have said, there is no more miserable state than that in which one is anxious for his food from day to day. A state such as his have been said to be more unhappy than the death of one husband and sons. That which have been called poverty is on a form of death. As regards myself, born in a high haste, I have been transplanted from one lake into another, possessed of every auspicious thing, and worshipped by my husband, my power extended over all, staying in the midst of friends, or friends formerly beheld me decked in costly garlands and ornaments, with body well washed, attired in excellent robes, and myself always cheerful. When thou wilt behold both me and thy wife weakened, thou wilt then scarcely desire to live. Of what use will life be to thee when thou wilt behold all our servants engaged in attending on us, our preceptors and our ordinary and extraordinary priests, leaving us from want of sustenance? If, again, I do not now see in thee those laudable and famous achievements in which thou wert formerly engaged, what peace can my heart know? If I have to say nay to a Brahmana, my heart will burst, for neither I nor my husband ever said nay to a Brahmana before. We were the refuge of others, without ourselves having ever taken refuge with others. Having been such, if I have to support life by depending on another, I will surely cast off my life. Be thou our means of crossing the ocean that is difficult to cross. In the absence of boats, be thou our boat. Make for us a place where place there is none. Have with us that are dead. Thou art competent to encounter our foes if thou dost not cherish the desire of life. If, however, thou art for adopting this mode of life that is fit on for a eunuch, then with troubled soul and depressed heart it would be better for thee to sacrifice thy life. A brave man winneth fame by slaying even a single foe. By slaying Vritara, Indra became the great Indra and acquired the sovereignty of all the gods, and the cup for drinking Soma, and the lordship of all the worlds, proclaiming his name impatiently, challenging his foes accoutred in steel, and grinding or slaying the foremost warriors of hostile ranks, when a hero winneth far extending fame in fair fight, his enemies then are pained and bow down unto him. They that are cowards become helpless and contribute by their own conduct to bestow every object of desire on those that are skilled and brave, and that fight heckless of their lives. Whether kingdoms be overtaken by might win, or whether life itself be endangered, they that are nobly never desist till they exterminate the foes within their reach. So Virginit is either the door of heaven or Amrita, regarding it as one of these, and bearing it in mind that is now shut against thee. Fall thou like a burning brand in the midst of thy foes. Slay thy foes impatiently, observe the duties of thy order. Let me not behold thee shareless. Let me not in dejection behold thee standing in misery, surrounded by our sorrowing selves and rejoicing foes. Rejoice and make thyself happy in the possession of wealth, in the company of the doctors of the Sauviras, and do not, in weakness of heart, be ruled over by the doctors of the Saindhihavas. If a young man like thee, who is possessed of beauty of person, learning, and high birth, and worldwide fame, acteth in such unbecoming a way, like a vicious bull in the matter of bearing its burden, then that, I think, would be equal to death itself. What peace can my heart know if I behold thee uttering laudatory speeches in honor of others, or walking behind them? Never was one born in this haste that walked behind another. It behoveth thee not to live as a dependent on another. I know what the eternal essence of Kshatriya virtues is as spoken of by the old and the older ones, and by those coming late and later still. Eternal and unswerving, it hath been ordained by the Creator himself. He that hath in this world been born as a Kshatriya, in high haste and have accurate knowledge of the duties of that order, will never from fear or the sake of sustenance bow down to any body on earth. One should stand erect with courage and not bow down, for exertion is manliness. One should rather break in the joints than yield in this world here to anybody. A high-souled Kshatriya should always roam like an infuriated elephant. He should bow down unto Brahmanas only, for the sake of virtue. He should rule over all other orders, destroying all evil-doers. Possessed of allies, or destitute of them, he should be so as long as he liveth. Kunti said, hearing these words of his mother, the son said, Ruthless and wrathful mother, thou that thinkest highly of martial heroism, thy heart is surely made of steel, be it into that shape. Fie on Kshatriya praxis, in accordance with which thou urgest me to battle, as if I were a stranger to thee, and for the sake of which thou speakest to me, thy own son, such words as if thou wert not my mother, if thou beholdest me not, if thou art dissociated with me, thy son, of what use then would the whole earth be to thee, of what use are thy ornaments, and all the means of enjoyment, of what use would life itself be to thee? The mother said, all the acts of those that are wise are for the sake of virtue and profit. Eyeing these only, I urge thee to battle. The fit hour hath come for exhibiting thy prowess. If at such a time thou dost not resort to action, then disrespected by the people thou won't do that which won't be most disagreeably to me. If thou art about to be stained with infamy, and I do not tell thee anything, then that affection, wordless and unreasonably, won't be like that of the she-ass for her young. Do not tread the path that is disapproved by the wise and adopted by the fool. Great is the ignorance here. Innumerable creatures of the world have taken refuge in it. If thou, however, adoptest the behavior of the wise, thou wilt then be dear to me. If thou hast recourse to virtue and property, if with God above thou reliest upon human exertion, if thy conduct becometh like that of the good, then it is by these and not by any other means that thou wilt become dear to me. He that taketh delight in sons and grandsons that are well instructed, he, on the other hand, that taketh delight in a son who is destitute of exertion, refractory and wicked-minded, hath not the very object accomplished for which a son is desired. Those worst of men that never do what is proper and always do what is censurable, do not obtain happiness here or hereafter. A Kshatriya have been created for battle and victory, whether he winneth or perisheth, he obtaineth the region of Indra. The happiness that a Kshatriya obtaineth by reducing his foes to subjection is such that the like of it doth not exist in heaven in the sacred region of Indra. Burning with wrath, a Kshatriya of great energy, if vanquished many times, should wait desiring to vanquish his foes, without either casting away his own life or slaying his foes. How can he obtain peace of mind by any other course? He that is possessed of wisdom regardeth anything little as disagreeably. Unto that person to whom anything little becomes agreeably, that little becometh a source of pain. The man that hath not what is desirably soon becometh wretched. He soon felleth every want, and is lost like the Ganga on entering the ocean. The sun saith, Thou shouldst not give expression to such views before thy son. Show him kindness now, staying by his side like a silent and dumb being. The mother saith, Great is my gratification, since thou sayest so. Ah, who may be urged, I am thus urged by thee. I shall, therefore, urge thee more. I will honor thee then when I will behold thee, crowned with complete success, after the slaughter of all the Saindhavas. The sun saith, Without wealth, without allies, how can success and victory be mine? Conscious of this exceedingly miserable state of mine, I have myself abstained from desire of kingdom, like an evildoer abstaining from desire of heaven. If, therefore, thou seest any means, speak full of it to me, as I ask thee, for I shall do all that thou mayest command me to do. The mother said, Do not disgrace thy soul by anticipations of failure. Objects unattained have been attained, while those attained have been lost. The accomplishment of objects should never be soaked with wrath and folly. In our acts, the attainment of success is always uncertain. Knowing that success is uncertain, people still act so that they sometimes succeed and sometimes do not. They, however, who abstain from action never obtain success. In the absence of exertion, there is but one result, the absence of success. There are, however, two results in the case of exertion, the acquisition of success or its non-acquisition. He who hath settled beforehand that our acts are uncertain in respect of their results, maketh both success and prosperity unattainable by himself. This will be, with such a belief showed on, casting off our sloth, exert and wake up and address himself to every act. That wise king who engageth in acts, having performed auspicious hits, and with the gods and the Brahmanas on his side, soon winneth success. Like the sun embracing the east, the goddess of prosperity embraceth him. As thou hast showed thyself fit for the various suggestions and means and encouraging speeches thou hast had from me, display thy prowess. It behoveth thee to win by every exertion the object thou hast in view. Bring together to thy own side those that are angry, those that are covetous, those that have been weakened, those that are jealous, those that have been humiliated, those that always challenge from excess of pride, and all others of this class. By these means thou wilt be able to break the mighty host, like an impetuous and fierce rising tempest, scattering the clouds. Give them wealth before it is due, seek their food, be up and doing, and speak sweetly unto them all. They will then do thee good, and place thee at their head. When the enemy cometh to know that his foe hath become heckless of his life, then is he troubled on the later account, as from a snake living in his chamber. If, knowing on to be powerful, one's enemy doth not strive to subjugate him, he should at least make unfriendly by the application of the arts of conciliation, gift, and the like. Even that would be tantamount to subjugation. Obtaining a respite by means of the art of conciliation, one's wealth may increase, and if one's wealth increaseth, one is worshipped and sought as a refuge by one's friends. If again one is deprived of wealth, one is abandoned by friends and relatives, and more than that, mistrusted and even despised by them. It is perfectly impossible for him to ever regain his kingdom, who, having united himself with his foe, liveth confidently. The mother said, into whatever calamity a king may fall, he should not still betray it. Beholding the king afflicted with fright, the whole kingdom, the arm, the councillors, all yield to fear, and all the subjects become disunited. Some go and embrace the side of the enemy, others simply abandon the king, and others again, that had before been humiliated, strive to strike. They, however, that are intimate friends, wait by his side and talk, desiring his welfare, yet from inability to do anything wait helplessly, like a cow whose calf hath been tethered. As friends grieve for friends that are plunged into distress, so those well-wishers grieve upon beholding their Lord plunged into grief. Even thou hast many friends whom thou hast worshipped before. Even thou hast many friends after thy heart, who feel for thy kingdom, and who desire to take a state of thy calamities on themselves. Do not frighten those friends, and do not suffer them to abandon thee on beholding thee afflicted with fear, desiring to test thy might, manliness, and understanding, and wishing to encourage thee. I have said all this for enhancing thy energy, if thou understandest what I have said, and if all I have said appear proper and sufficient, then muster thy patience and gird up thy loins for victory. We have a large number of treasury houses, unknown to thee. I alone know of their existence, and no other person. I will place all these at thy disposal. Thou hast more than one friend who sympathize with thee in thy joys and woes, and who never retreat from the field of battle. Allies such as these always play the part of faithful counselors to a person who seeketh his own welfare and desireth to acquire what is agreeable to himself. Hearing this speech of his mother, fraught with excellent words and sense, the despair that had overtaken Sanjaya's heart left instantly, although that prince was not gifted with great intelligence. And the son said, When I have thee that are so observant of my future welfare for my guide, I shall certainly either rescue my paternal kingdom that is sunk in water, or perish in the attempt. During thy discourse I was almost a silent listener. Now and then only I interposed a word. It was, however, only with the view of drawing thee out, so that I might hear more on the subject. I have not been satiated with thy words, like a person not satiated with drinking amrita. Deriving support from any allies, behold, I grind up my loins for repressing my foes and obtaining victory. Pierced by the worthy arrows of his mother, the son housed himself like a steed of proud mettle, and achieved all that his mother had pointed out. When a king is afflicted by foes and overcome with despair, his minister should make him hear this excellent history that enhanceth energy and inspireth might. This history is called Jaya, and should be listened to by every one desirous of victory. Having listened to it, one may soon subjugate the whole earth and grind his foes. This history causeth a woman to bring forth a heroic son. The woman quick with child that listeneth to it repeatedly certainly give birth to a hero. The Kishatriya woman that listeneth to it bringeth forth a brave son of irresistible prowess, one that is foremost in learning, foremost in ascetic austerities, foremost in liberality, devoted to asceticism, blazing forth with Brahmic beauty, innumerably with the good, radiant with effulgence, endowed with great might, blessed, a might coward, possessed of great intelligence, irresistibly, ever victorious, invincibly, a chastiser of the wicked, and a protector of all practisers of virtue. Kunti said, Say unto Arjuna these words, when thou wert brought forth in the lying in home, and when I was sitting in the hermitage, surrounded by ladies, a celestial and delightful voice was heard in the sky, saying, This thy son will revile the deity of 1,000 eyes. This one will vanquish impatiently all the assembled Kurus. Aided by Bhishma, he will conquer the whole earth, and his fame will touch the very heavens. With Vasudeva as his ally, he will slay the Kurus impatiently and recover his lost paternal share in the kingdom. And with great prosperity, he will, with his brothers, perform 3 great sacrifices. Thou of unfailing glory, thou knowest how steered, in truth, is Vibhatsu, otherwise called Savyasakhin, how irresistibly he is. the of Dasarha haste, let it be as that voice saith. If the of Vrishni haste, there is anything like righteousness, those words will be true. For then, Krishna, thou wilt thyself accomplish it all. I do not doubt what that voice saith. Bow to righteousness, which is superior to all. It is righteousness that supports all creatures. Thou shalt say these words unto the Dhananjaya, unto Vrikodara again, who is always ready for exertion. Thou shalt say these words. The time hath come for that, in view of which Kishatriya late bringeth forth a son. They that are foremost among men never become careless when they have hostilities to wage. Thou knowest what the state of being mind is. That grinder of foes is never pacified until he exterminates his foes. Thou shalt next say unto the auspicious Krishna of great fame, that doctor-in-law of the high-souled Pandu, who is conversant with the details of every virtue, these words: Thou that art highly blessed, thou of noble parentage, thou that art endowed with great fame, that becoming behavior which thou always showest towards my sons is worthy of thee. Thou must say unto the sons of Madri, who are always devoted to Kshatriya virtues, these words: Covet ye more than life itself, those enjoyments that are acquired by prowess. Objects won by prowess always please the heart of a person that liveth according to Kshatriya praxis. Engaged as ye are in acquiring every kind of virtue, before your eyes the prince of Panchala was addressed in cruel and abusive epithets. Who is there that can forgive that insult? The deprivation of their kingdom grieved me not, their defeat at dice grieved me not, but that noble and fair Draupadi, however, while weeping in the midst of the assembly, had to hear those cruel and insulting words in what grieveth me most. Exceedingly beautiful Krishna, ever devoted to Kshatriya virtues, found no protector on that occasion. Though she was wedded to such powerful protectors, thou of might arms, say unto that tiger among men, Arjuna, that foremost of all elders of weapons, that he should always tread in the path that may be pointed out by Draupadi. Thou knowest it very well, Kesava, that Bhishma and Arjuna, that pair of fierce and all-destroying yamas, are capable of making the very gods go the way of all creatures. Is not this an insult to them that Krishna was dragged into the assembly? He called to their remembrance all those cruel and harsh words that Dusasana said unto Bhishma in the very presence of all the warriors of Kuru race, inquire after the welfare of the Pandavas with their children, and Krishna say unto them that I am well, go thou on thy auspicious way and protect my sons. Saluting and walking round her, the might-armed Krishna, whose gait resembled the majestic gait of the lion, then ensued out of Prithiha abode, and he then dismissed those chiefs among the Kurus, with Bhishma at their head, and taking Karna upon his chariot, left, accompanied by Satyaki. And after he of Dasarha haste had departed, the Kurus assembled together and began to talk of that highly wonderful and marvelous incident connected with him. And they said, overcome with ignorance, the whole earth hath been entangled in the mischiefs of death. and they say it. Through Duryodhana fall, all this is doomed to destruction. Having issued out of the city, that foremost of persons proceeded deliberating with Karna for a long time, and that the lighter of all the Yadavas then dismissed Karna and urged his steeds to greater speed. And driven by Daruka, those swift coursers ended with the speed of the tempest of the mind, went on as if drinking the skies, and quickly traversing a long way like fleet hawks, they reached Upapalavia very soon, bearing the elder of Saranga. Hearing these words of Kunti, the mighty warriors Bhishma and Drona then spoke these words unto the disobedient Duryodhana. Hast thou heard the fierce words of grave import, excellent and consistent with virtue, that Kunti had spoken in the presence of Krishna? Her sons will act according to them, especially as they are approved by Vasudeva. They will not assuredly desist without their share of the kingdom. Thou hast inflicted much pain on the sons of Pritha, and Draupadi was afflicted by thee in the assembly. They were, however, bound then by the bonds of truth, and it was for this they tolerated that treatment, obtaining Arjuna now, who is skilled in every weapon, and Bhishma of firm resolution, and Gandiva, and the couple of givers, and that car, and that banner, and Nakula, and Sahadeva, both ended with great might and energy, and Vasudeva, as his allies. Yudhishthira will not forgive. Thou hast witnessed with thy own eyes how intelligent Arjuna vanquished us all impatiently before in the seat of Virata. After this, that ape Bannerhead consumed impatiently, taking up his fierce weapons, those Danavas of terrible deeds called the Nivatakavakas, on the occasion of the tale of Katli, when captured by the Gandharvas. This Karna and all these thy consulos and thyself, accoutred in mail and on thy car, were all liberated from the grasp of the Gandharvas by that Arjuna. That is a sufficient proof. Therefore, with all thy brothers, make peace with the sons of Pandu, save this whole earth from the destruction jaws. Yudhishthira is thy elder brother, virtuous in behavior, affectionate towards thee, sweet-speeched and learned. Abandoning thy sinful intentions, unite thyself with that tiger among men. If Pandu's son beholdeth thee divested of thy bow, and without the wrinkles of haste on thy brow, and shall who even that wound be for the good of our haste, approaching with all thy consulos, embrace him fraternally. Salute the king respectful as before, and let Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti, the elder brother of Bhishma, hold from affection thy saluting self with his arms, and let that foremost of its meters, Bhishma, possessed of leonine shoulders and thighs round and long and mighty arms, embrace thee, and then let that son of Kunti, the Dhananjaya, called Partha, of eyes like lotus petals and cool hair and conch-like neck, salute thee respectful. Then let those tigers among men, the twin as wings unrivaled on earth for beauty, wait on thee with affection and reverence as on their preceptor. And let all the kings with him of Dasaraha haste at their head, shed tears of joy, abandoning thy pride, unite thyself with thy brothers, rule thou the whole earth with thy brothers. Let all the kings joyful return to their respective homes, having embraced one another. There is no need of battle. listen to the dissuasions of thy friends. In the battle that will ensue, a great destruction of the Kshatriyas is certainly indicated. The stars are all hostile, the animals and birds have all assumed fearful aspects, diverse portents are visible, all indicating the slaughter of the Kshatriyas. All these portents, again, are particularly visible in our abodes. Blazing meteors are afflicting thy host, our animals are all cheerless and seem to be crying. Vultures are wailing around thy troops. Neither the seat nor the palace looks as before. Jackals setting forth ominous yells are running about the four quarters, which are ablaze with conflagrations. Obey thou the counsels of thy father and mother, as also of ourselves, who are thy well-wishers. War and peace are within thy control. If thou dost not act according to the words of thy friends, thou shalt have to repent upon beholding thy arm afflicted with the arrows of Partiha. Hearing in battle the terrible yells uttered by the mighty Bhima and the tongue of Gandiva, thou wilt remember these words. If what we say appears unacceptable to thee, then it will be as we say. The Zatarasset Badam, Duryodhana, contracting the space between his eyebrows, became careless, and with face bent down began to cast oblique glances, and he said not a word in reply. Beholding him careless, those bulls among men, Bhisma and Drona, looking at each other, once more addressed him and said, Bhisma said, what can be a matter of greater grief to us than that we shall have to fight against that Yudhishthira, who is devoted to the service of his superiors, destitute of envy, conversant with Brahma, and truthful in speech? Drona said, my affection for the Dhananjaya is greater that which I bear for my son Asvatihaman. There is greater reverence and humility in that ape-bannered hero. In observance of the Kshatriya duties, I shall have to fight even against that Dhananjaya, who is dearer to me than my son. Fie on the Kshatriya profession, that Vibhihatsu, who have no other bowman in the world as his equal, hath, through my grace, acquired this superiority over our bowmen. He that hateth his friends, he that is of wicked disposition, he that is denieth Godhead, he that is crooked and deceitful, never obtaineth the worship of the righteous, like an ignorant person present at a sacrifice. Thog, dissuaded from sin, are sinful men whom still wish to commit sinful acts, while he that is righteous, Thog, tempted by sin, would not yet abandon righteousness. Thog, thou hast conducted thyself with falsehood and deceit towards them. The Pandavas are still desirous of doing what is agreeable to thee. As regards thyself, all thy faults are calculated to bring about disasters on thee. Thou hast been addressed by the elves of the Kurus, by me, by Vidura, and by Vasudeva. Thou dost not yet understand what is beneficial for thyself. I have a large force. With this conviction, thou desirest to pierce the Pandava host, abounding with heroes, like the current of the Ganga, piercing the ocean abounding with sharks and alligators and makaras. Having obtained Yudhishthira prosperity like the cast off robes or garments of another, thou regardest it as thy own. If the son of Pritha and Pandu stayeth even in the woods with Draupadi and surrounded by his armed brothers, who is there even in the possession of a kingdom that is competent to vanquish him, in the presence of even that Aila Villa, under whose command all the Yakis has live as servants, Yudhishthira, the just, shone with splendor. Having proceeded to Kuvera abode, and having procured wealth therefrom, the Pandavas are now desirous of attacking thy swelling kingdom, and winning sovereignty for themselves. We have made gifts, poured libations on fire, studied and gratified the Brahmanas by presents of wealth. The periods of our life have run out. Know that our work has been done, giving up happiness, kingdom, friends, and wealth. Great will be thy calamity if thou seekest war with the Pandavas. How canst thou vanquish the son of Pandu, when Draupadi, who is truthful in speech and devoted to his vows and austerities, prayeth for his success? How wilt thou vanquish that son of Pandu, who hath Janardana for his counselors, and who hath for a brother that Dhananjaya, who is the foremost of wielders of weapons? How wilt thou vanquish that son of Pandu, of severe austerities, who have for his allies so many Brahmanas, endowed with intelligence and mastery over their senses, in accordance with what a prosperity-wishing friend shall do when he sees his friends sinking in an ocean of distress? I again tell thee, there is no necessity for war. Make peace with those heroes for the sake of prosperity to the Kurus. Do not court defeat with thy sons, counselors, and the army.